Hello, hello. Okay, I'm going to be joining Matt LECH tonight on Left Reckoning. And I hate using Restream. I hate figuring out tech stuff, and I have to do both of those things today. So if there's a little bit of dead air or whatever, it's because I'm like getting that sorted out in the background. But I should be joining right now.
We have 2 people dead in D.C. We have 50,000 dead in Gaza. And how many children starved to death last night? In 1956, Israel invaded Sinai. They invaded Gaza. The United States president at the time, Dwight Eisenhower, put his foot down, and he told the French and the British, get the heck out of the Suez Canal, and he told Israel to get the heck out of Sinai and out of Gaza. Now, where would we be today if we had a president that could have said that 2 years ago?
Excuse me, can you describe again the Elias personality that you met?
Quiet and friendly. Quiet and friendly. Yeah.
What's your age, if you don't mind us asking?
71. Yeah. I'm the guy with all the signs in the window.
What do you hope happens next?
Ceasefire. No more deaths. No more deaths in D.C. No more deaths in Gaza.
What about with your neighbor?
I don't know.
If you could say something to him right now, what would you want to communicate to him? What would you have said if you, like you said earlier, could have talked to him?
Oh, I would have repeated what I've already said. Guns and bombs are not going to end this genocide.
That is John Wayne Fry, the neighbor of the shooter in D.C., and I think making it much more courageous statement than a lot of people on that. The truth is that there's been a 6-year-old killed by a landlord in Illinois. There have been 3 Vermont students shot, and it's racist that we're acting like this one is different. No, the onus on turning the temperature down, as some folks are saying, is on the political class that is giving the bombs and help enabling the starvation. But that is, I need to start it with something serious, folks. We are going to have an interesting show today. I interviewed my first politician, at least sort of incumbent member of Congress, Ro Khanna. I'll talk a little bit more about how I assess my performance there. But it was interesting to talk to him. But first, I want to bring on the guest of the program. We'll talk about where you may know her from, but it's Straighterade or Erin. Hello, Erin.
Hey, Matt, how are you doing?
I'm good. Do you go by, does your chat call you Erin?
Either one. I'm totally fine with either one. I'm fine with using the silly made up name or my actual name.
Cool. So just for folks who don't know you, give your introduction.
So my name is Erin, aka Straighterade. I've been a lurker online for years, but then it wasn't until I think 2023, maybe 2022, I've lost track now. I debated the live streamer Destiny on a college campus, and our back and forth over the question of whether or not wokeness has gone too far ended up netting, I think, about 1.5 million views. And then from there, I kind of stayed involved online in like liberal, left-leaning political debate spaces, which aren't toxic at all. And then I decided to, I started getting invited and like asking to go on like bigger shows. And that included Saucecast, which is like a smaller podcast part of the PBD network. I was living in Miami and I've been on multiple shows, and now I have debated, I think I've debated Dave Rubin twice, and Charlie Kirk have probably been like the heaviest hitters that I've been confronted with. And I've been kicked off the whatever podcast only once, unfortunately. Maybe I realize that's rookie numbers, but if I go on again, maybe. Oh, and Sneeko on Fresh and Fit. I've been on Fresh and Fit. So
wow. So you've been through this entire this is actually what I eventually want to turn the conversation to, is this whole constellation of streamer stuff. But I didn't know the Destiny thing at first. So what was you go into, what was this event? You go into some event, you were prepared, you had some idea of what you're going to confront him with? Like,
well, so he was doing like a liberal change my mind, because Steven Crowder kind of mainstreamed this with his whole, like, I'm going to head to college campus, I'm going to set up like a booth, and then I'm going to challenge these, woke college students and hit them with the facts on, a conservative worldview. But of course, that is always highly skewed, because he has the mic, he has the media training, he has all the talking points, and you're just debating random college students that are brave enough to sit down, but probably can't really articulate these sorts of arguments because they're not well versed in the talking points that the right is going to hit you with, and all of these things that, they have kind of superficial thoughts on, but have never been made to like flesh them out. And now they're doing so before this audience of millions. But of course, all of the framing was always skewed and sort of provocative ways to bait people into the conversation. Like BLM is actually the racist ones, or, I'm pro-life, or like abortion is murder, change my mind. So Destiny set up one at the UT Austin campus, and he did it for like 3 different things. But his was a little bit more moderate. And the one question that I disagreed on was has wokeness has gone too far, specifically on college campuses. And I was just there to watch. But then I ended up sitting down and doing it because a producer who was there saw me arguing with people that were watching, and I decided to step in and do it. So I was unprepared, but I was not that upset with how it went. So
that's fascinating. So you mentioned the Whatever podcast. That's another one. Let's play this clip first, so people have some idea of what we're talking about. This is actually the second time you talked to Dave Rubin about this, and the first was on a PBD. Was that the Saucecast?
No, that was the second time. So the first time I was invited on. So even though I got kicked off, I got invited back on. So it was the host, Brian, reached out to me on Instagram. I was like, do you want to debate Dave Rubin? I really wanted to debate Candace Owens because he had Candace Owens on, but there really is not, and you'll learn this if if you end up being a guest or invited on, he brings on, like, Brian is the host, and then the guest that he brings on is actually the person that does the majority of like the back and forth debating. It's kind of like a good cop, bad cop routine where Brian is the good cop, and his whole shtick is like, oh, I didn't say it. And then the host next to him is saying the crazy shit, and he's mostly endorsing it or kind of like basically on that side. And so he gets these bigger guests on and protects them because he has the mic and he can control when to tell people to stop talking and when to let the guests talk. And they usually only stay an hour, even though the show literally runs about 7 hours straight. And I was invited on to debate Dave Rubin, and he had, of course, like on this show, he's presenting himself as just, I'm just this, right-wing libertarian dude, live and let live, man. And the I hate to say it, but the majority of the conversation with him is actually pleasant, because if you're trying to present yourself that way and you're talking to all these like sex workers, you can't really do the typical manosphere, like misogynistic, like feminism is the end of the West. Like he wasn't interested in that kind of stuff. So he was totally fine with, talking to all these sex workers or whatever. But it wasn't until we got into like the political back and forth that, holes started to be revealed, because I'm like, how are you a left? I know his whole shtick. I've been watching it for years. I've been watching Majority Report tear into them for years. I watched Michael Brooks tear into them. I read Michael Brooks is Against the Web, where he really tears into like the IDW people. So I know these people are frauds. Anna Kasparian has talked about how he's a fraud. He's not the first fraud to come out of TYT. So I wanted to see if he was interested. He could be baited into like back and forth on anything. And at that point, he had already endorsed Ron DeSantis. I can't remember at what point we were in the primaries of Ron DeSantis, but I'm like, how do you reconcile being a libertarian, but you voted for Trump? You are endorsing Ron DeSantis. And the thing I was trying to get him on specifically was like abortion and contraception. And so he starts off by saying, I'm a libertarian. And I'm like, you're backing a candidate that is not only instituted abortion bans in his own state, but has already promised on the debate stage that if he wins the national office of the presidency, he wants a federal abortion ban. And he's interested in restricting contraception. And then suddenly he's backing up and saying, well, you don't actually have a right to contraception. And I disagree with him on that. But overall, I agree with him on other things. So that was how we got into that. And then later, completely unrelated, I was invited onto a Saucecast panel, and then he was there. I can't remember. I don't even think I was told in advance he would be there. So it was like a second time meeting. And by that point, he recognized me and he was not excited that I was on the panel.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by the whole PBD universe. But here's this whatever moment, just for folks who haven't seen it.
Do you do like debates or conversations on your thing?
Yeah.
Would you ever debate Sam Cedar?
No, he's a horrible, horrible human being. No,
you wouldn't debate him?
No.
But you're into like open exchange of ideas and stuff, right?
No, he's a trash human being.
Why?
No, because he's done like 1,000 videos about me that are all nonsense. I've never even talked about.
Now, we've done 1,000 videos on him. I would reject the idea that they're nonsense. So you got kicked off of that show. Was that for the Rubin thing, or was it for something else?
No, I was kicked off the first time that I went on because they asked me if I was a virgin and they wouldn't drop it. And I was refusing to answer if I was a virgin. I was like playing with them. Like, I really didn't think I was pissing off anybody that much, but I guess I lost the plot as far as how upset they were. And so they asked me to leave, and then they filmed me leaving thinking I was going to throw a fit. But I'm like, well, if I'm not welcome, I'll just leave. So I left, and only to be invited back on later. So.
Okay, I was going to take it easy on whatever, but there's something that weirds me out about it, which is you kind of mentioned the sort of dynamic, because I've seen it with Charlie Kirk. Yeah. And it's like Charlie Kirk basically scolding sex workers for their body counts. And I'm like, this is bizarre content, because it's very clearly, it's understandable why that draws attention. It's because it's like all male anxieties. it's like absent. Some men don't know how to live. They want to see, but they also want the titillation of having, women that they watch online. I found that very strange.
Well, the thing is with those podcasts is that whatever is, and they're not unaware of this. They've actually gotten into beef with Fresh and Fit, but they're the white counterpart of Fresh and Fit. So whatever is pretty much dubbed white Fresh and Fit.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
And now at this point, because Fresh and Fit has been, I think, effectively demonetized or deplatformed off YouTube, they're relegated to Rumble, BitChute, like these kind of these more like alternative platforms. That's the only place that will host them, and they can make money. But before that demonetization, I think they were the most super chatted channel on YouTube, if not in the top 5. So, but the whole premise of the show is kind of under the guise of male improvement, but really it's just, let's invite on a bunch of sex workers and berate them for several hours straight, and men are going to pay for TTS to send in their hateful messages, their jokes at their expense, and that's going to be read off. And it's just effectively that, and it's them going around asking questions as titillating as, can you name 10 countries, to reveal personal sexual details about yourself, talk about your life as a sex worker, loaded questions like, So why do you think that you're an entitled or like you're a self-actualized feminist because you're doing you're putting your vagina on the internet, you know? So this I just find it so funny that all of these men are complaining about, you know, how women are exploiting their male patrons on OnlyFans and they're abusing parasociality and they're, you know, resource guarding their sex and body or whatever. But all of these
guarding?
These, I mean, yeah, that's the way that they look at it. But all of these men are being like financially exploited in a certain way, if you think about it, by all these same podcasts, because you're encouraging them to send in $100, $200, $300 TTSs so they can berate these women. So that's kind of the premise that loops that like kind of ropes them in. For Fresh and Fit, it's like male improvement. For whatever it's called, dating talk. That's just, yeah, it's just dating talk. You think it's going to be about dating, but it ends up being just about every right-wing grievance that pretty much exists in the Twitter, online, and in the mainstream at any given moment, and just rehashing those same conversations over and over. Because it really is, if you watch any of them, it's the same thing over and over. So what people are not really attracted to is like the male improvement. They really see the uptick in views when it has the misogynistic element to it.
It's crazy how right wing that stuff has gotten. Like there was like all sorts of like 10 years ago, all sorts of podcasts like Dan Savage. It was like it was all like being very conscientious about all this stuff. And now I was shocked when I saw the term body count like come up, because that was seen as square to me. Like when I was in my 20s, that you would have anxiety about that, and now it's just a term to put in to get guys to click that are, I mean, saying something like resource guarding, like, I don't know, it's World of Warcraft or something like that. That is signs of pathology. And like, none of these guys are getting better. Watch, like you say, like, and TTS is text to speech, right? Like sending messages for a robot to yell at a sex worker about how, what's the like they should be with a man like him that's spending money that way.
Well, the other thing is that I think the other question is like, why do these women come on and let themselves be degraded? But there's a symbiotic relationship going on because they almost exclusively reach out to and attract sex workers. And so the trade-off being made is you get the exposure because you get to say your name, shout out your OnlyFans, tell people to subscribe, and you will get more subscribers that way. And in return, you sit through this podcast where you're berated and made to look stupid for several hours. But it ends up being the sort of like win-win, although I think it's highly unbalanced and skewed in favor of the podcast host, clearly, otherwise they wouldn't do it. And even the extent to which you can promote yourself, that's highly restricted. You get in and all of their guests get to keep their phones on them. But all of the women that are invited on, you don't get to keep your phone. You're not going to have that out. If you're not paying attention, he gets annoyed. They don't want any interference like that. And that's been the case when I was on Stochastic and whatever and Fresh and Fit. There's absolutely no use of phone. You're not going to fact check these people on the spot. Either you know it or you don't.
That's fascinating because, I mean, that's a big thing. When Emma and Sam both went down to Tim Pool, they insisted, like, I have access to my phone. I'm not going to, like, not be cut off from information.
Yeah. Well, at this point, Tim Pool is realizing that, like, he doesn't... With smaller guests, he can probably get away with kind of asserting that as a boundary and a prerequisite for being on the show. But Sam Cedar, it's like, if it's the difference between letting him have his phone or the guest walks, they just let them have the phone.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that it says a lot. I can't imagine making that request of, like, we didn't tell Ezra Klein, no
internet, no fact checking, don't pull up anything. Yeah. You know, they want it to be tightly controlled. And it's like, to me, it's already stacked in their favor the entire way. It's their platform. They control the mics. They have more training. They have more experience. It's their audience. And just that much more, they have to find some way to skew it even further in their favor, which is to not let anybody have their phones or pull up anything or ask about it. And they say it's because it doesn't look good and it looks boring and bad when people are on their phones or whatever. But I really don't. I think that truly is secondary to just they don't want anybody to be challenging or checking or say like, hey, what you just said has no basis in reality. They don't want any of that coming up.
100%. That's why. So the interesting thing to me now is how these places kind of get political. you know, especially Fresh and Fit, they started taking like swipes. I think we made fun of them a little bit, maybe on Majority Report, but they liked the attention clearly.
Mhm.
Where like some people will like go away, but and like I saw that this with Sam's Jubilee appearance too. Like these spaces, it's not just sex workers, right? Like that they can draw attention with. Politics is like a massive draw, and that's what brings me to Asmongold. Like I remember seeing him playing Elden Ring like in YouTube, like, oh, this is how you do like heavy dodges or something like that. And now he's the new Ben Shapiro with like,
well, he rejects that he's a political streamer. So there's a clip of him where he says, I'm not a political streamer, and these people just want to force this label upon me because if I'm a political streamer, then I have a higher level of responsibility towards the subjects that I'm covering. So I reject that entirely because that's not even what I talk about. Half the time I'm not talking about politics. I'm just looking at things that I like and reacting. And I have opened that stream a few times, and it still always kind of ties into ongoings in the United States, politics, like world politics, but it's also just his like petty beef. And I would say, like, if he's not arguing with the random chatter and just getting sunlocked by that, he's looking at political events and reacting. I opened a video. I'm like, okay, so he's reacting to Trump's newest press conference with the South African president. What is this like? And it's just him sitting in the corner nodding. He's barely even adding any commentary. But that, like, he's more adjacent, I wouldn't say, like, towards the Manosphere, even though I would say, like, he has reactionary politics. It's all the same, but it's closer to like Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn. I would say Asmongold's more in that camp than he is in like the red pill space, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's a really valuable space to be. That's what Dave Rubin's or it's kind of post TYT thing was. He's sort of a centrist. Tim Pool, the same sort of view from nowhere. But it is fascinating in this era that it's not just let's watch the new trailer for Hack and Slash. It's let's watch the president of South Africa lecture our president about white genocide.
Yes,
and not and that's. I mean, I don't know how to read that. That seems like it's a good thing that people want to tap into that, and then the source they're going to it for is just demented.
Yeah, like filtered through that. You know, and I'm all for, like, the other thing that bothers me is that at this point, Asmongold is clearly a millionaire. So his aesthetic of being the slob that's just a basement dweller and he's just opening his laptop and streaming is this completely, it's either contrived or it's at best it's contrived, and at worst it's just a completely false representation of what he's offering, because he has the money and resources to be presenting like Ben Shapiro in a big studio in Nashville or wherever Daily Wire headquarters is. But he is trying to come out, or like he comes off like the everyman because aesthetically he kind of looks like he's just this like guy in his basement talking about the news, and that's it.
There's something you know, people identify with like the shut-in, I guess. And it's ironic that we started with Jordan Peterson as the clean your room guy, and now like, oh, actually that was the wrong bet. It needs to make a point of not ever cleaning your room, and that's what people want, I guess. I feel like the staying power of that, maybe I'm wrong. It just feels like you got to figure out something.
Well, and you mentioned earlier that the Manosphere are kind of surprised to hear about the topics that they want to touch on repeatedly in all of these episodes. But the Manosphere is this big umbrella term for what constitutes a lot of different factions. There's red pill, there's incels, there's black pill, and then there's the pickup artistry. What's his name? Like, I can't, Rush V types. And like that, all of that is kind of collapsed into like the Manosphere. So you have people like Kevin Samuels, who's now dead, who's this like really big like black men's influencer. You have Fresh and Fit, but you also have whatever, and then you have PBD falls into that somewhere, you know. But you also have like Rollo Tomasi,
business class version of it,
right? You have like all of that in one space. And I've talked to Troy Francis, who is more of an OG, like rolled with Rollo Tomasi, and the pickup artists like the Rush V. Truly, the pickup artistry, like the main goal is to talk to women, like show men how to talk to women and get laid, and that's it. And it's not going to be tied to Christian morality or getting married or maybe Islam, the way Fresh and Fit kind of ties in Islam sometimes. It was exclusively about hedonism. And he has told me, and we've talked about it before, that he does like, he was like, it was around 2020 that I noticed there was this pivot where all of a sudden it wasn't enough to just talk about that. They also wanted to incorporate like you needed to be anti-vaccine and you needed to be like anti-mask and science, and they're starting to tie in political prescriptions. And he was like, yeah, those aren't even my politics. You know, not that he's some like super leftist dude or anything like that, but he said it's sort of morphed into needing to accommodate that. And he's like, I kind of don't like that. It's moved into having all of these ideological prerequisites because that was just not the original intent of the space. So he wants to focus on just the misogyny and the pickup artistry. He doesn't want to have to like simp for Trump.
I can't remember who I was talking about this recently on this show, that like, remember back to when I was in college and I was in a communication studies class right when like the mystery, the guys going around in Las Vegas, and you could like pay them thousands of dollars to come hang out and hit on women at casinos. And I was lamenting that like it laid the groundwork for a lot of this, maybe a lot of what we see now was there in sort of embryonic form, but it was less toxic than the guys that just like come on and like harass people about who they slept with and then shame them like that. At least people were, I mean, the problem is now it's just sitting in front of a computer at home or listening on your phone, getting less and less able to social with people. At least the guys like the guys that were wearing like magician's hats and stuff were getting people into the real world and having conversations. Now they were telling you like, well, the secret is be negative. Like the truth is about that, like what was it, negging whatever.
Yeah,
that is just give those guys some kind of prompt right, to get their mouth open. It's and kind of be negative is easy, to be creative or funny, but like at least they were socializing. And now it's just paying money for a digital, again, like a text-to-speech person to shout.
Right. And now, and like the most notorious example of kind of what it culminated into is Andrew Tate and the Tate brothers. And the Tate brothers have their own set of like pickup artistry, and they talk about how you should get on Tinder. Like I think I can't remember what it's called, but Andrew Tate's brother has like a whole explanation on YouTube that I think has been paid for and then ripped to give out to the masses. This brilliant information, of course, should not be behind a paywall, where he's explaining how you should download Tinder and then you need to get on Instagram and then you get into DMs and then you can get off the dating app and you're actually talking to people. So there is an underbelly where there are actually kind of following through on what they're promising their audience. But I still see people not really understand what their primary motivation is, which is to obviously rip off their fans. Because did you see this video circulating on X of Andrew Tate? He was like in a mansion. The like table in front of him had like all of these watches, and he was like smoking hookah and like had this big cigar, and he's like literally working out as he's doing this. And it's just this 30-second video of just masculinity, right? Like all in your face. And all of the responses to it is like, whose idea of masculinity is this? Who does this appeal to? And as Sean, he's a bread tuber, points out he is not really trying to project that image seriously, because the majority of people see it for what it is. It's just foolish, and it doesn't actually it's a child's understanding of what masculinity is, but they are trying to capture the 5% that think, oh, this is what it's like to be a man. Because if you're stupid enough to think that, you're probably stupid enough to fall for one of their pyramid schemes. And so they're trying to funnel people into the pyramid schemes. And and that is their Patreons and their paid advice. And you have to pay monthly for their advice. But it's a perfect gambit because you can't actually assess the quality of the advice until you pay for it. And then once you're in it, it's always like they keep you looped, because it's like, well, next month we'll be revealing the true secrets. And they're just always kicking the can down the road, keeping people on the hook for, the final bit of information, young grasshopper, that you need to be taught to understand how the world works and masculinity. And that's how they make the majority of their money. So the most controversial aspects, that's the facade, but they're trying to loop in anybody who's attracted to how outrageous they're being. They know they could probably make a buck off of them. And that's been their agenda the entire time. That's the Tate, the Tate and PBD sort of what they bring to the table is that special sauce. Under value, the valuetainment. Valuetainment is it's like a portmanteau of 3 words. It's value, entertainment, movement. And that's all what it means. as one, which doesn't make sense to me because it would be like Val Movetainment if it really had 3 words, but that's their whole thing.
Well, I do want to send off Jordan Peterson a little bit because I feel like his time is a little bit past. And this young lad here, look,
Why is that relevant?
Because you go to
I owned a Richard Dawkins shirt in 2008 about how
You
I
were
was proud
cool.
to be an out atheist. And I've since, graduated away from that. I find a lot of the type of discussion that was had in this Jubilee conversation about just the metaphysics of everything ridiculous. But let me just play this while this siren goes by.
Catholic Church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
He's asking, why is the Virgin Mary relevant?
Why is
Right.
that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure,
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
somewhat.
Okay, you're
Their
familiar.
doctrines are very
How do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either
it,
you're a
'cause
Christian
I won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression
private.
I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video,
You're really quite something, you are.
aren't I? But you're really quite nothing, right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
Now, look, it's a little bit theatrical, but that
Right.
turn of phrase there, you're a little bit nothing. I just want to say that kid is masculinity to me. That is the energy you get in. You don't let, because so often in the debate, Peterson was like, mind your manners, young man. Like basically saying I'm the authority figure here. No,
Right.
fuck that. We're having a debate here. You believe, or actually won't even admit whether or not you believe in God or whatever. It's time to get a little bit serious. And I love the way that kid pressed him on that. That was like a mugging.
Well, this is what happens when you're Jordan Peterson and you've spent the vast majority of your career surrounded by sycophants. Because there was no worse fan base to me. I was like, Sam Harris's rivaled it pretty bad as far as the proclivity and desire to just astroturf. Anytime there was any criticism of Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris, there were always fanboys in the comment section or replying to these people that you were missing context, you didn't understand what he was saying, there's something about you that's not getting the profundity of the things that he is trying to teach young men. And this is why the left has lost touch with young men, because these people just resonate in a way that you possibly couldn't. Do you remember when he had that debate? It was like it was not intended to be a debate with Kathy Newman on BBC.
Oh yeah, that's when he made a lot of hay out of, because she's like, how dare you, or something like that.
Well,
right?
he was being just as dodgy and evasive as he was in this Jubilee video, but this is before he had all the issues with the opioids and the addiction, and his career had progressed to the point that it was. So he was able to, but he was just as evasive, and she's trying to get at what he believes because he's just not forthcoming with it. He kind of leads you all the way up to the edge, but he wants people to jump off themselves. And so she just kept asking questions that started with, so you're saying this? Are you saying this? Are you saying this? And he just couldn't be pinned down, and he kept managing to answer the question in the most basic way and then throw it back to her or divert. And it was just in so many compilations of Jordan Peterson effortlessly wrecks feminist journalist Kathy Newman or whatever. And she dropped the ball on that, I admit. But he is still, all these years later, pulling the same shtick. But the difference is that these kids know the rhetorical traps to get him and throw it back on him. And he's lost his ability to really navigate these conversations, because just several years ago, this is something that he would have easily been able to do. But he's just too many years into his career. He said too many things. He's done too many things, that for him to try to be evasive at this point, practically 10 years into being a public intellectual, there's no hiding like what you think, really. You're just allergic to the labels. And so all of this new generation of like Dean Withers, Parker, these like little debate bros that end up on these shows, they see through it and they know how to play the game to rig it in their favor and against Jordan Peterson. So he won't be outsmarted, or like he can be easily outsmarted at this point on these shows, which is why I was surprised he agreed to do it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the last people you can't fuck with that stuff with 20-year-old atheists. Like, they read books about fallacies, like that stuff. And there were, he really was. It's just like watching a guy who should have retired in sports, like, go out and try to, like, it's, bro, pack it up. One final thing I want to ask you about, and maybe you could. I'm curious about your sort of intellect. You said you mentioned reading Michael Brooks's book. I'm curious about this tweet here. You have it's from Post You from a Different Era, and it says life comes at you fast. And this is you, and the quote in the yearbook saying, "A creative man is motivated by the desire to achieve, not by the desire to beat others." Now, what's the story behind this? Because as I read that quote now, it doesn't seem like a usual Ayn Rand quote. What's going on with that?
So I'm not an objectivist, and I've never been an objectivist. The first quote that I wanted to submit was, "Gaiety is the most outstanding feature of the Soviet Union." It's a Joseph Stalin quote, and the person who was the yearbook coordinator at my school was like, "You can't quote Stalin as your quote, so you need to pick something else." And so I was like, okay, well, and I don't really believe that. I was just, taking the piss out of it. And that was Grimes. Like, if you look in Grimes's yearbook photos, that was the quote that she used. So I thought it was funny, and I was just trying to do it. Right. And at this point, we were reading, I can't remember, I think it was The Fountainhead, because it was my senior year of high school. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna use this Ayn Rand quote, because at that point I was like you, I was really into the like new atheism. I loved Richard Dawkins. I like, for a minute I liked Sam Harris, and then I saw, okay, this is just a smokescreen for a different type of bigotry, because I really saw that. I was like, a lot of this is really just about anti-Muslim bigotry. And I was seeing their aversion to like trans people, and I was like, okay, this is not just, facts and logic here. And he started to play with like race science. I was like, this is a joke. These people are not, they're pseudo-intellectuals to me. But so at that point I like moved past the new atheist, and I was really into Noam Chomsky and Slavoj Žižek, and I was reading this article where he dubs Ayn Rand kind of the last she's the last person who believes in capitalism. And he was making a critique not only of objectivist writing, but it was part of a broader conversation about how like John Galt is like the moron who got us into the 2008 economic recession. But that if you actually look at her philosophy and her understanding of individualism, stripped from the context of it fitting into her kind of objectivist, very, very free market capitalism framework, you really do see the same principles of like socialist principles come through, and the idea of like self-actualization and an emphasis on like individual liberties. But of course she connects it to, free market capitalism. And I also really love David Graeber. He talked about bullshit jobs. I just read Bullshit Jobs, and he talks about how people actually like to work. They just don't like the relationship that they have to labor. And so I was like, interestingly enough, even though she's this notable right-wing figure and has gone on to, melt the brains of like some people have their new atheist phase, and then other people have their kind of objectivist phase, right? And so I kind of missed that, but I did use the quote as like a tongue-in-cheek, because anybody who actually went to high school with me knew I was this like huge leftist. But I thought this one quote kind of stands out among her broader body of work that is all about, like what, like I can't think of it.
Well, Fountainhead is an interesting one, because I mean that's the one I would say, if I gun to my head, if I had to reread. I've read Atlas Shrugged and Fountainhead. Atlas Shrugged was really a waste of life.
Right.
And one of the more repetitive books, and like just sort of, I mean, terribly written. But the Fountainhead I read in college, and that one, like you say, there's the stuff about self-actualization and like striving to be it played to my ego when I first read it. That was also when I had a kid in my class who was all about it, and he was also a Ron Paul guy, and that sort of like scared me away from getting too deep into it, and basically developed against Ayn Rand. I never really had an Ayn Rand phase. I never had an Ayn Rand phase either, besides like thinking that book wasn't the worst assigned in syllabus. So you were a leftist. How early did you become a leftist then?
It was 2016. I was very into the Bernie. It was like really Bernie was like the entryway to all of that politics, because before it had just, my only forays into it had been like new atheism, but I was already very quickly disillusioned with that, because I was like, this is not what people think it is. It really is just a funnel to the right wing. It's the funnel to it's like at that point it was like the alt-right pipeline. I was like, this is just for like at the beginning of the funnel to the alt-right pipeline. And these people are being led to, you're starting off with Sam Harris, but you're ending with Jared Taylor and Stephen Molyneux and Lauren Southern. So I had already like ditched that. And then at this point, that's when Bernie Sanders was really interested me in like electoral politics and like class and labor politics. And then from there, that was how I found those kind of leftist public intellectuals.
Very cool. Well, Aaron, it was a pleasure talking to you. Are you streaming right now?
I'm streaming right now. Yes.
Well, once I'm done, once people stick around here for the Rokana interview, we will be rating your Twitch. Thanks again, and talk to you again soon.
Yes. Bye.
Bye.
What a nice guy. That was fun. Fountainhead sent me on a 2-week pledge of objectivism in high school. Everyone has their objectivist phase. Were you even a teenager in America if you didn't? How are we doing? I was just completely focused on the conversation. They get subs from all the people who insult them, talking about whatever. Yeah, for sure. What I was reaching for is that Ayn Rand is it's just survival of the fittest. But he's not wrong that her writing is terrible. I used to like it far more than I do now. Because then I actually read other writers and realized, wow, she is really, really not a very good writer. And it's surprising to me that she makes it into so many syllabuses in the United States. I do feel like that has far more to do with her ideology than it does her prose or anything like that. But if you've ever read any of Ben Shapiro's novels, it's very clear he takes after her writing style because it's just terrible. What is the tip sub goal to get a tour of your wall of plushies? Once I'm at 22 subscribers right now, I would probably need to get, I feel like by the time I get to maybe 100 or 150, I will finally have more experience with tech stuff that I'll be able to do that without completely ruining all of my my tech setup now. And thank you for subscribing. I don't know how to say your name. Adrian GWT? Oh shit, that's where I recognize you from. Who put this in chat? Somebody put that. Blackbeard, gayest blouse. Which one? From debating all those right-wing shitheads. And my debate with, I think the best debate that I had, let me pull it up, with Dave Rubin, because I did make some mistakes on the whatever one. Well, let me see if I can find what was it called? Let's see. I was just looking at it earlier today. Okay. Right, destroy Dave Rubin's pro-Israel talking points. So he literally says there are no innocent people in Gaza. All right, is anyone surprised? Like, yeah, he says it here. Double teamed him.
From a progressive standpoint, where do you stand on the situation? Are you calling for the ceasefire, or do you want to see, is it the exact same thing? Are these freedom fighters? Where do you stand on this?
So the way that I see it is that I think Israel has a right to want to stop Hamas, especially with the terroristic actions that they've taken. With that being said, I wish that they learned the lessons that the United States learned when it came to battling Al-Qaeda and ISIS, right? We battled Al-Qaeda, we basically bombed a bunch of places. We didn't institute any order or structure or help people in those areas basically live a more stable life. And what happened? There was a power vacuum left, and then ISIS came. And then when we were battling ISIS, that's like defeating them, and it's still ongoing, but the way that we were basically able to reduce it drastically is that we became a lot more precise. We decided to like focus on specifically the leaders, toppling down that structure, not just like necessarily a mass bombing campaign, at least to the level that we did with Al-Qaeda.
Are you claiming that's what Israel's doing?
It seems like, and I know it's a small area, so I know it becomes more complicated, but it seems like a lot of civilian infrastructure and people have been basically...
And keep in mind, this was March 24th, 2024.
killed in the process of trying to take down Hamas.
When it was barely like clipped and uploaded, so it actually might have been like a little bit before this.
So at least from what
do you know that Hamas puts their weapons in mosques and in schools,
yes,
and nurseries and hospitals,
which is why.
Like what he's really saying there is, did you know that Israel has a get out of jail free card for no matter how many people, kids, women, elderly people that they kill because they do that apparently.
At least
like that sort of thinking that got them thrown in front of the ICJ, I think.
From what I've seen, a specialized task force in these areas would make more sense than just bombing it, because then you're also, one, killing civilians, and then what happens? Those civilians, especially the children, they grow up and they don't know the complexities of everything that's happening. All they know is, hey, Israel bombed my school, they bombed my hospital, and they killed my mom and dad that were there at that time, or my teacher, or whatever family member. So then they grow up to be radicalized.
If your sister was raped and your mom was beheaded, and they also had your other sister in a tunnel, and that was a half-mile from your house, how tough?
So talking about beheadings, like trying to compare Hamas to ISIS. Like I don't even need to point out that like, yeah, Hamas and ISIS have literally had like fought and had ideological disagreements, but like there is no there is no shortage of criticisms you could make of Hamas. It's actually insane how many criticisms you could make, and yet they still make shit up. There are no beheadings from Hamas. There's at least not any documented ones.
Tolerant would you be to the people that did that?
I wouldn't want to kill innocent people in an effort to get revenge. Like I would not, like even if I went through like all these like horrible things, I would never be okay.
They drop leaflets before they bomb.
Yeah, I'm not okay with being like, hey, you know what? You fucked up my family, so in order to get revenge,
they drop leaflets. They give you a heads up that a bomb's about to be dropped on your head. They're so gracious.
I'm okay if you kill this random innocent family. I will no. Like that just purports a cycle of violence. I don't want more people to be harmed. Yeah, like what is it? Around 50% of the population of like Palestine/Gaza are children. Like they don't really have a say in what's going on. You're a child.
And the whole they voted for Hamas is just a different way of saying they're asking for it, even though Hamas, there hasn't been an election in Gaza since like what, 2005.
So I think there are like
and half of Gaza's kids. So how is that supposed to be relevant to anything going on today?
Levels of nuance in this that we haven't really completely explored, because rightfully so, or understandably so, I should say, we're blinded by like this hatred of like, oh, revenge, and we have to be careful with that. That's what I want to say.
So if Russia drops leaflets before bombing Ukraine, then that war would be okay. If you ask Rubin, he should say yes if he's being consistent.
I'll give you one point to consider, and I'll stand by this.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
Hamas, terrorist organization, Israel, right to defend itself, right to exist. That's number one. Number two, feel horrible for the babies and the children in Gaza, in Palestine. Feel horrible. They do nothing to deserve this. But their parents voted for Hamas, or basically approved for Hamas. So Hamas is basically the one terrorizing them. The third thing,
you know that about 30,000. Sorry, just real quick. You know about 30,000 civilians entered Israel that day. So Hamas sent in a couple thousand soldiers. So
this isn't true. This is I think the biggest numbers that I've seen as far as how many militants and civilians crossed from Gaza into Israel proper on October 7th was like 6,000, maybe 7,000.
These are
not 30,000. Israel estimates that there are 30,000 members of Hamas.
Also, when people think it's a terrorist act, it was an army. They had an army of about 100,000 soldiers. They sent in several thousand soldiers, but then about 30,000 regular.
And like this figure of like Hamas has 100,000 soldiers. No.
Gazans, moms, dads, shop owners.
And they weren't the only militant faction involved in October 7th. So
they went in to loot and burn everything down and everything else. So in many ways, there are no innocent people there. You saw the.
You don't think children are innocent?
No. The child that happens to live there, but the death of that child is blamed on Hamas, who uses those children as civilian shields. If Hamas wanted to fight,
I don't understand why you said there's no innocent people and then try to back off of it.
Fight like men. Yeah, but they surround themselves in kindergartens and in mosques and things of that nature. But by the way, the Israelis don't have to care about them. There's only one country in the world that is asked to care about the people that are trying to kill them, and that's Israel.
I'm sorry, but I think every single person should care about children overall. I don't think I'm going to stop caring about a child just because they live in a different country.
If your sister got beheaded and your mom got raped, we'd see what your response would be.
You know, if that happens, I still wouldn't want the death of an innocent child. I still wouldn't want that.
Nobody wants the death of an innocent child.
Well, you're saying that there's no responsibility, or they shouldn't care about those children. So yeah, you're okay with the death of them because you shouldn't care about them, and that's bad.
How do you define proportionate force, right? Like how do you actually address, there's really, truth is the first casualty of war. That's a saying that I heard very early on, and I think from both sides they can both feel fully justified in what it is that they're doing, but what is the true proportionate force? Like that's all I could, really contribute to.
We killed a lot of Nazis in World War II, and then that stopped Nazism.
Yeah, we didn't
Yeah,
go.
Nazis, not kids and civilians and
Well,
moms.
that's actually not true.
Have you heard of
remember the
Dresden?
bombing of Dresden? We killed.
I can't believe I actually thought they wouldn't go there with saying like, oh, well, it wasn't like the bombing of Dresden was justified and like bombing Hiroshima justified as well.
Yeah, I'm not defending that either. I'm not defending that either, though. Don't you agree that the bombing of Dresden was bad?
Let me get your guys' thoughts on a couple of things. What should they do with all the kids that have been dying in Yemen?
What do you mean? We should try to help, like, give aid and help children
What
when they're
about
suffering.
all the kids in Syria?
Yeah, absolutely. When
What
it
about
comes
Sudan?
to yeah, I care about children.
But why doesn't
globally.
anybody talk about that since you care about the kids
Because
so much?
right now the United States is arming and funding Israel, and I think that's why people have a better. We have influence over that as American citizens.
You
I don't have
think
any
that we were
influence.
arming anybody in
no, we
Syria
were, but that's not
or
good. I don't
Yemen?
defend that either. Yeah.
Okay, but why don't you see people advocating and campaigning and rioting? You know, gays for Yemen.
I think
or gays for
30,000.
Syria.
I think
Why don't you see
30,000
that?
people dead will.
That's the other thing, which is why we have international rules of engagement. I mean, trying to appeal to like international law to these fucking chuckle fucks, there's like no point. But they act. The funny thing is like they're bringing up things that literally led to the to improving the laws of war.
Make people.
What's that?
And like honestly, like the basic premise of international law post World War II is peaceful resolution of conflict.
30,000 people dead.
What about
where
300,000 people dead or 2 million people dead?
I think if you're
because that's the amount of people that have died,
died
in Yemen,
of
or in
starvation
Syria.
and famine, right? Yeah.
What's that?
So a lot of them are starvation and famine. Others.
I guess the point that I'm making.
That's the other thing is like bringing up deaths in like Yemen, like it was a product of majority kinetic warfare. Like, yeah, there have been drone strikes and aerial bombardments and stuff that have killed tens of thousands of people, but the overwhelming majority has been from famine due to the blockade and disease.
Here is everyone wants to single out what's happening in Israel and Gaza. 30,000 in the greater context of things pales into comparison what's happened with literally a million people in Yemen or in Syria. Horrible atrocities. Sudan.
I don't think a lot of people have died in Yemen and Syria, but I don't think it's at 1 million.
Like countries in Africa, you hear nothing. You don't hear a peep. Zero. You don't even know about the numbers. But when Israel wants to defend themselves after literally being attacked, all of a sudden they're the bad guys. They're the genocider guys. Pretty horrible at genocide because the population has basically increased 5x in the last few years. Here's another question. The rape.
That talking point of like, oh, how can it be a genocide when their birth rate is exploding or whatever? That's literally the same talking point I always hear when people would say like, oh, there's no genocide in China or whatever, because they would always point to the birth rates of Uyghurs.
The rape thing is weird to me, especially as women. Forget about the Jewish and the Arabs and the Muslims, the rape. Why don't you hear stories about Israeli IDF members raping the women? Why do you only hear the rape on the...
There's lots of documented instances of the IDF and other imprisoned Palestinian people being sexually abused in prisons and jails in Israel.
You hear that?
Yeah.
But you don't hear it currently. Like, by the way,
He was really trying to claim that like nobody ever there's no credible instances of the IDF sexually abusing people.
That's in any jail around the world, by the way. The rape. Okay, drop the soap. There's the joke. I'm saying in the act of war, you don't hear.
And then quickly moved into, oh, well, that just happens in prison.
I hear zero of these stories come out
about
them raping the women. But I hear tons of stories. So where I hear believe all women, where are you united on the rape stuff? Do you not feel bad for the rape victims?
I do.
Of course,
Yeah, of course
rape
I
is
do.
horrible. Like
Okay.
I think
Except for when it happens to Israeli women, though.
No, it's horrible for anybody
Interesting.
who's a victim of it. Like I think this goes back to your earlier question. Oh, why are people talking about this versus that? Well, yeah, a lot of it just comes down to like what's in the news. People will talk about what they see in the news more often. It's not necessarily a matter of like, oh, I actually have less moral care or whatever. It's just the fact of the matter is when you see something talked about a lot, you end up talking about it.
Well, here's my point. You talk about what's in the news. Why is it in the news so much? There's been a civil war in Yemen. Google how many people have died in Syria or Yemen. It's Arabs killing each other, Arabs and Muslims, babies dying, starvation. It's the worst thing in the world. Dave can tell you all about this. It's not even in the news. You don't even know about it. But God forbid, Israel wants to defend their country from a terrorist organization.
It's so gross for them to bring this up like it's some broader humanitarian point, but it's just flimsy deflection.
Calling for their death. It's all over the news. But that's my point, is it's an inconvenient truth that all these deaths, all these murders, Arabs killing other Arabs, Muslims killing other Arabs, you don't even know about it. But God forbid Israel defends itself.
And I mean, that also gives insight into how he sees this. Like people in Yemen, the Saudis, Jordan, all of this is just collapsed into like all these Arabs just kill each other because the Quran says to.
It's all over the news. That's my point, Pixie.
Do you think that it's possible that Israel could have killed less than 30,000 people?
Well, first off, you're taking Hamas's numbers, so you're taking a terrorist organization.
You're talking about the Gaza Health Ministry. Yeah, it's Hamas run, but the Gaza Health Ministry is cited internally by the U.S.
If you're about to say UN, I'm going to tell you right now, they have zero credibility in the UN.
Department.
See, this was someone who was like, oh, but that's what international law is for. You have somebody who's like already jumping up and down to be like, you can't trust the UN because the UN's Hamas or whatever.
Internally cites the Gaza Health Ministry because their numbers have repeatedly been consistent with what other independent human rights orgs report, as well as the UN. Sure.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you a question, since you're defending them so much. If you had the
opportunity, Hamas.
I'm defending Hamas apparently. UN State Department cites Gaza Health Ministry. There's a where is it? Maybe people in this chat probably know this, but I'm trying to find. I think it was like a Washington. Oops, let me see.
Clearly, if you could take a nice little vacation to Gaza or Israel, where would you go? You don't even have to wear a headscarf.
Big convoy.
I don't want to really go to either of those places, to be honest. Yeah.
Tell me why. Tell me why they're the same.
Gaza right now is being bombarded with bombs
prior
and
to the
violent
bombing. How about
onslaught.
that? Prior to October 7th.
I wouldn't have been allowed in because of the economic blockade that Israel and Egypt enforce.
You wouldn't be allowed in where?
Into Gaza because
Let's say they said they would have made an exception for you.
Because of the blockade enforced by Israel and Egypt. Yeah.
And why wouldn't you go to Israel?
I have no interest in going to Israel.
So it's the same thing.
I never said it was the same. You asked me where I'd rather go, and I say I don't.
Dude, just like grasping at straws to get me on this gotcha. He asks me, which one would you rather go to? I answer neither, and he's like, oh, so it's the same.
I don't have any interest in going to Gaza or Israel.
Dave, I mean, where do you want to go
Yeah,
with this?
she's whatever. But hopefully you'll be the future of a progressive movement. Because that would be, there's something, you got some of the pieces. You'll be all right.
Ay. I mean, he was always insane on this. Hold on. Dave Rubin, Kyle Kulinski. See. Well, if I search that now, it's just going to be him beating up on him. But there was a debate that they had. Yeah. This was like 9 years ago. I remember watching this. And I think part of the reason why Dave Rubin says he left TYT outside of not getting the raise that he wanted was also because of disagreements related to Israel-Palestine, because he's like a massive Zionist. Where did they start talking about it? Where did they start talking about it? It's like what started this is that Dave Rubin had this interview with Sam Harris, and then that started some fight between him and Cenk that led to like Cenk and Sam Harris talking on TYT or something like that.
Tribalism, you can tell he clearly places on them, and he kind of views it as like, well, when the U.S. goes in there and we did what we did, it still wouldn't have been that bad if they didn't have those disagreements and those differences to begin with.
Right. So sure. Right. So okay. So since neither one of us can speak for him, yeah, he does see things more through the religious lens, right? So yeah, I can't say that he would agree with that. He did make an interesting point though about how we were sort of in bed with the devil because Saddam was doing these horrible things, right? These awful executions. We know he had used mustard gas on the Kurds, all of this terrible stuff, but he was our guy. And it's like, well, which is worse? That's that's certainly not a defense of ISIS, but that we kept, look, it's like Mubarak in Egypt for 30 years. He kept the Muslim Brotherhood under control. Then they got democratically elected in. We backed both of them. And then they got a coup to get out. We didn't call it a coup. Right. And now they have Mubarak again with this Sisi guy. So it's all very confusing. And but again, what we're doing right now is just sort of pretty minuscule mincing of little things.
The counter argument there for what I think Sam helped, and obviously and the borders were in say are over time. If you don't draw those fake borders, then it moved more regards that, but it's almost a totally true argument and a legit criticism. And he seems on some level to be a little more dismissive of that point because it's the ideology that's the problem. Now you and I agree.
I was one of those few people whose values never changed. Yep. Thank you for subscribing, Ryan Noble.
That the ideology is a huge portion of it, but I think that on the spectrum, the percentages we would give to what's the root of the problem, I think it would be a little bit less just the ideology than a guy like Sam would.
Right. Okay. And that's an intellectually honest place to have an argument. And you hopefully at some point you'll get your sit down with him and you guys can really hash that out. You know what I mean? Like I think that And as far as the artificial borders, I mean, this is a perfect segue to getting to the next part, the Israel-Palestine discussion. But yes, the Ottoman Empire ran the entire thing for hundreds of years, controlled the entire place. Then when they fell, the British came in.
This part on it is just like a master class in like Hasbara.
carved up everything. It's not just Iraq that was an artificially literally every border that's there is based on virtually.
I used to support this guy. Feels bad, man. He was at one point like a Bernie supporter. He wasn't always terrible, and now he just shamelessly grifts.
Nothing. Every border. I'm not just talking about the border of the West Bank to Israel to Lebanon to everything. You know, there's that great video clip of Biden in the 2008 debate when he was still running against Obama in the primary, talking about how we have to split Iraq along sectarian lines, pretty much what you just said. And I remember people were laughing at, like, they thought he was the laughing stock because he's mentioning the Kurds should have the North here and the da-da-da. Right. Yet he was telling the truth. Now, ironically, if America had gone ahead and done that, then the same people would say, you're still imperialists carving up, you know, da-da-da.
I don't know, because I don't think it would have, like, so if we did that and it got worse, maybe. But if we did that and it got better, which I think it would have, I think people would have gone, oh, that made sense. That was like a rational kind of plan.
Possibly. Yeah. But you know what? The good thing about the U.S. is you can blame us when we do something good every now and again. You can blame us when we do something bad. But I think that's a perfect segue for where we're going with this. Because the whole Middle East, by default of everybody, and I'm talking about the United States, the United Nations, the British Empire.
This is everyone's fault. You can't really trace it back to, you know, certain actors more than the others.
How the Ottomans treated it. Everybody created insane.
There's equal blame to go around.
Based on very little having to do with what the people wanted or even what the geography allowed for.
Right.
And because of that, it leads us, I think, to this Israel-Palestine discussion.
Right. So you tell me, man. So you saw my criticism. You lay out for me where you think I'm wrong.
So it's not even.
Thank you for subscribing, Colton Terry.
About wrong, but I thought it would be an interesting place to talk about something, because one thing that I definitely disagree with the progressives is that there is an endless onslaught on Israel from the progressives. Now we're going to talk about occupation. We'll talk about all of those things. But I think it bears in mind, and this is the part that I can never understand with progressives. There's one place in the Middle East that has any progressive values. I've been to Israel several times. I've been to Egypt. I've been to Jordan. There's one place in the Middle East where I've seen gay people walk hand in hand in the middle of the street, on the sidewalk, not in the middle of the street, not a good idea, where minorities, 20% of Israel's population is Arab population. They vote. They're the Arab United List is the third largest voting bloc right now in Israel in the last election.
There's still discrimination, though.
Sure,
right?
Of course. Every nation on earth.
I was about to say, but everybody has discrimination, so who's to compare it?
As discrimination. No, every nation on earth. Somehow it all seems to always be focused on Israel. But yes, there's discrimination just like everywhere else. When people always yell about the discrimination, though, you know, Israel also did take in hundreds of thousands of Ethiopians who were black because they were Jewish and they were being killed in Ethiopia, and they still are taking them in now. There's very few left. But yes, every nation has discrimination. Only an idiot would argue anything other than that. But any progressive principles, even related to taxes, income inequality, where they have major income inequality problems, but they don't have kings, they don't have royal families running everything. And again, we can also talk about how the U.S. has installed a lot of these people and all of that stuff. But I'm just always amazed by the incredible focus on this absurdly tiny country, the size of New Jersey, which, by the way, if it didn't include,
it's just a small bean, just a small bean country,
6 miles wide. The airport would be literally just miles away from what would be pretty much an enemy state. I don't think anyone debates that. I got a map over here. I'm just going to show you something real quick. I'm even standing for this. My finger is more than covering. Oh, you can't see it. Wait, I'll move this for a sec. Right here.
I've never understood why this argument is compelling to anybody. The size of it has anything to do with anything.
That's how small. That's how small a place we're talking about. And there's endless focus on it, which I think is very bizarre. So anyway.
In terms of the criticism about, well, they stand for liberal values, I honestly don't think you'll find a single liberal, if you point that out and you say domestically, internally, they're much better towards gays, they're much better towards women, and you go down the list, I don't think you'll find a single liberal who disagrees with that, because what you just laid out there is...
It's so cute to watch Kyle like take him in earnest with all these like really contrived talking points.
Fact, it's a stone
like trying to pretend like, yeah, the issue that progressives have with Israel is that internally or whatever, it's not as bad as other Middle Eastern countries.
Address it. They'll never give them any credit for that. The fact that you could be on a bus in
Jerusalem. I feel like that's implicit, though. Like we all know that because they're considered, like, they're one of our top allies. Well, I mean, so is Saudi Arabia, so never mind. That doesn't mean anything. But I mean, I don't know. I feel like, especially all the people that we laid out before, whether Glenn Greenwald, Cenk, Reza, all those, I think they'd say, of course, domestically they're better. But the problem becomes,
I don't think they would say that.
Either way, we could put that aside. I don't want to talk for them, and we could just leave that aside.
Sure.
But the problem is, in my opinion, when an obsession with and an agreement with liberal values then becomes an ends justify the means kind of thing, where it's like, well, I mean, you know, the Palestinians, they have such backward ideas that, hey, we can use illiberal values to protect our liberal values, because then that's a contradiction, and then those illiberal values, in my opinion, shouldn't get a pass.
Okay, so that's where the beef of this or
that's
real
the heart
meat.
of the disagreement. Yeah.
That's where the meat of this is, at least. Also keep in mind, you can go literally the only place in the Middle East where you can go and you can see an Orthodox Jew sitting on a bus with a religious Muslim, and literally on a bus. You can see Israeli soldiers on buses with Israeli Arab people. But okay, so there's that. So basically, my main critique of your piece on this was that there were a bunch of omissions more than anything else. I think you pretty much, because I consider you an intellectually honest person, I didn't see you blatantly lying, but I think there were some omissions that didn't quite make sense. So you talked about the 1947 partition plan.
Yeah.
So basically the partition plan, the UN came in and said that we're going to split this land, this very small piece of land. We're going to split this between the Arabs and the Jews. So you referenced that, but I think you left out the most important part. One side accepted the partition plan and one side rejected it. I assume I don't have to tell you which is which, right?
No, of course.
So that's an incredibly important point. So just remember, in 1947, while this whole land, all this land that we're talking about previously is being split up amongst everybody, the Jews said, yeah, we'll take the split. We'll take the split that you're offering. The Arabs said no. Then the British mandate for Palestine, because Britain ran the entire thing. Palestine was not a state. It was being run by England. So you can blame England for a lot of this, for sure. When the British mandate for Palestine expired, then Israel said, okay, we're a state now. And then eventually the UN recognized them.
Okay, people in YouTube chat keep asking me, what does this have to do with Adam Friedland? It is not the only thing I'm covering. It's going to be a several hour long stream. I'm going to read the Adam Friedland thing after this. I'm looking at this first. Chill.
But literally, quite literally, there could have been two states if in 1947 all the Arabs, they weren't considered Palestinians at that time, really. They were just Arabs that lived there in this place, that they could have had a state right then. So I think so when you talk about the partition plan, which is great you brought it up and barely anyone knows about it, I think that's an incredibly important point to acknowledge, that one half said 70 years ago, yeah, let's do it. And the other half said no.
If you could go back in time now to 1947 and do this over and not do the partition plan as it was done there, or do some other
I don't think he'll answer this
kind of solution, would you do it or no?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So if we could just hop in our time machine, go back in time, this is
it's like painful how stupid, like he is very, very stupid, but he plays dumb so much in this to wiggle out of just addressing what Kyle is asking.
Post-Holocaust, obviously the Jews historically are immensely oppressed throughout time everywhere.
Yeah.
But in terms of the solution being, okay, well, now we're going to set up the state of Israel, we're going to do it in this particular region, we're going to go through the UN, yada yada. If you could right now come up with some other kind of solution, and I'm not getting specific on what that is. We could say, hey, land elsewhere, for example, or just some other accommodation that the majority of the Jews could have said, yeah, I like that better. Do you think now, knowing exactly how it unfolded, that you would say that's a better idea because we would have been able to avoid all the things that happened post the partition plan?
Wait, are you saying that they should have just done it somewhere else on a different piece of land altogether?
Yeah, I'm just asking you, if knowing what we know now, would you have done the partition plan differently? Would you have said, to avoid everything that came after it, would you have done it differently?
I mean, it's obviously a major hypothetical. I think they accepted the partition plan. So if the Arabs had accepted it, I think the borders would remain exactly right.
So like he never engaged with what he was saying. He was saying like, okay, if you could go back though, do you think that not only was the partition plan fair, but should it have even been in British mandate Palestine at all? And he won't answer that.
If the Arabs had accepted it and said the Jews are going to have this absurdly tight place with no natural resources, nothing. They literally took a desert and made it bloom. I think if the Arabs would have said, all right, we're going to let them have this tiny little thing, I think there would be peace right now. I really think you would have basic peace, the way you have in most of the rest of the Middle East, where there's a lot of killing, but it's a sort of peace.
So do you think that basically by definition, anybody who was on the Arab side of that was against the partition plan, that it was in every case it's just irrational that they're against it, or do you think they had a legitimate concern when they said we don't want to do this deal for a variety of reasons?
Well, everybody, I can't speak for everybody. I think their leaders failed them, and I think their leaders have failed them many times. So another portion, we're jumping ahead here a little bit, but another thing that you mentioned in this was about offers. And you said something to the effect of, I don't know all the history when talking about the offers, but there have been incredible offers. Read Bill Clinton's.
He hears, oh, you don't know about the history, huh? Let's introduce some revisionism.
Book.
Perfect. I can spin it to you.
Ehud Barak, the Prime Minister of Israel, offered Arafat something like 95% with mutual land swaps. They were going to do something in Jerusalem, the whole thing. And Arafat, I can't remember if he either walked away, or I think he didn't show up to the meeting the next day, and that was it. It was at the end of Clinton's presidency. So that's a real offer. Now I know what some of your audience is going to say is, well, this wasn't this, and they were going to move this thing here. But by every standard, it was about 95% what they want. So if you're a people that are being oppressed and occupied, blah, 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 you might be okay with 70% also. You know what I mean? And this was 95%. And by the way, then in 2000...
Surprised Rubin didn't pull out the historical homeland line. I think he knows, obviously, secular talk. Kyle Kalinske over here is like a massive atheist. So like pulling out those sorts of arguments, if you're trying to give the elevator pitch for the Israeli project, good luck.
2008, Ehud Olmert, the prime minister of Israel, offered Abbas, again, 95%.
Like good luck using it by pulling out like those types of arguments.
With bigger swaps, they were going to do an international Jerusalem, which is a completely insane. I've been to Jerusalem. The Dome of the Rock's built on top of the Western Wall. It's an absurd thing to split all that and all that. And again, they said no. So they have a failure of leadership. I have 100% nothing against Palestinians in any way. I have incredible sympathy for them. The whole thing is so sad at every level. But their leaders have never accepted that Israel's just going to be there. It's a fact. It is a fact.
But that we have no choice but to treat them as subhuman Arabs, because I don't like Arafat.
Ground.
So again, like I said, I don't know the history of the specific deals that you're referring.
Thank you for the raid, Left Reckoning. Welcome. We're going over a relic of the past. Kyle and Dave Rubin debating Israel-Palestine about a decade ago, and how things have not really changed for either of these two, but that's not, in Dave Rubin's case, that's not a compliment.
Referring to, but
that's an important piece. So
okay,
when we talk about this, that's an important thing to.
Assuming all of that is true,
yeah.
Why is it then that in recent history, when the Palestinians, probably acknowledging that the situation's gotten a lot worse since then, why is it that the leadership of Israel has said no when they've brought up similar deals time and time again recently?
Okay, so that's a great question, and it goes to you mentioned that. You mentioned the offer that Abbas brought to the UN through Jordan and all that. So what you have to understand here is that the day before the 1967 war, who was in charge of the West Bank? Whose was it? There wasn't a Palestinian state. Whose was it?
In the West Bank?
Yeah, it was Jordan. Jordan controlled the West Bank. And before Jordan controlled it, the British controlled it. And before the British controlled it, the Ottomans controlled it. Who controlled Gaza the day before the 1967 war? It was part of Egypt. So you really have to, so that's an important piece.
Also, this idea that like going back over, like, let's go back to the formation of Israel to hash out to like the conversation about what needs to go on now is just, it's not a good faith inquisition into the history, or that like this is relevant context. I promise it's none of that. It's all just a distraction and a way to justify perpetual occupation and why, yeah, they don't have a state, but that's their own fault.
It's of history to understand that nobody had a problem when Arabs were occupying the Palestinians. You understand? At that point, the day before, they were occupied by, look at any history book. Anyone that's watching this, pause this for a second and open up a book. The day before the 1967 war, there wasn't a Palestine. There was the West Bank.
I don't view that as an excuse for Israel as much as I view it as I'm now mad at Egypt and I'm mad at Jordan. I've covered stories how Jordan floods some of the, Egypt floods some of the remaining tunnels and are also screwing the Palestinians. I've done countless stories on that as well. So I'm not denying that Arabs in that particular region haven't been, oppressed by people other than Israel. I'm all on top of that.
No, I totally get that, and I want to address that Egypt thing also. My point here is saying that the Palestinians never had self-determination. Sadly, look, I'm defending Israel here, these are people who want.
Dave Rubin's just heartbroken over the fact that the Palestinians don't have a state.
Self-determination. So I accept that every people deserve the right to self-determination. So the reason, getting to your question about this offer from a year or two.
Oh, I just saw this, Sidland, and when you asked where would we send them, and I said whom's, and you said Jews fleeing Europe, Asia, and Africa. There is no issue with Jewish people that were fleeing anti-Semitic persecution in those countries coming to British Mandate Palestine. The issue was that it was not a question of whether they were going to live among them. They arrived and then expelled them to establish the state of Israel. That was the issue. If it had just been a refugee population that was trying to integrate into Arab society that was already there, that would be one thing, but that's not what happened.
Ago, is that they never had self-determination. And then in 1994, Arafat and the Israelis, Yitzhak Rubin, signed the Oslo Accords. And what the Oslo Accords allowed for was Arafat to come back to the West Bank and start self-governance. So the first time that they ever had self-determination and started having a government of their own and started being able to be ruled on their own was actually because of an agreement with Israel. There was a full military occupation before that. And then the Israelis were like,
so
okay,
why not go the rest of the way though?
Okay, so to answer your question is that in the Oslo Accords, it says that the future of this stalemate has to be a negotiated settlement. And that's what they've tried to do. Now you can say Netanyahu's not interested in it. I can't speak for Netanyahu.
I don't think he is at all.
Sure. So that's a separate issue and we can't mind read him. And some people could argue that Abbas doesn't want it either, and certainly that Hamas doesn't want it. I think that's pretty obvious. But so the answer to your question is that everything that they've signed.
Wait, did you just say Abbas doesn't want it?
It says that the future of this stalemate has to be a negotiated settlement, and that's what they've tried to do. Now you can say Netanyahu's not interested in it. I can't speak for Netanyahu.
I don't think he is at all.
Sure.
Okay, he's saying this, and like, hasn't he literally had Netanyahu on his show at this point. Dave Rubin Netanyahu. Yep. Just 2 years ago, literally interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu. Dave Rubin of the Rubin Report talks to Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu about how Israel has been able to harness free markets and capitalism to achieve a higher GDP per capita than France and Japan, how socialism was holding the Israeli economy back, the difficulty of forming a coalition government, and what matters now to most right-wing Israelis.
Sure, so that's a separate issue, and we can't mind read him. And some people could argue that Abbas doesn't want it either, and certainly that
you can't mind read. It's not like any of these politicians have made it like certainly not Bibi Netanyahu have explicitly campaigned on being the only Israeli PM to prevent a Palestinian state. Can't mind read though.
That's pretty obvious. But so the answer to your question is that everything that they've signed, that these two entities have signed, have said this will be a negotiated settlement. So when Abbas skipped the negotiated settlement and went directly to the UN, it goes against every agreement that they've signed. Now, you could argue...
Lawfare, they call it. They call this lawfare.
You could argue that that's just...
I think this was 194. I can't think of the initiative that he's talking about where, yeah, Abbas was like, we're sick of trying to get Israel to come to the bargaining table. We're just going to get it ourselves. And then they got mad at him.
Or whatever. But there are hundreds of economic agreements and water agreements.
But this was after Israel had like violated that they weren't... Like the sticking point with the boss is to discontinue the expansion of the settlements, but that never happened.
And all of these things that are guided by the principles of the Oslo Accords. So if he's just going to say, all right, well, we're not going to take in good faith what we've signed, right? And we're just going to go ahead and demand a settlement. That's why Netanyahu had to reject it.
Well,
now you could also argue that that's very short-sighted.
He didn't say that if that was his reasoning. And if we really want to talk about agreements and when they're broken, well then Netanyahu should say tomorrow we're going to go back to the 47 borders because that was the original state of Israel, and everything we've expanded to past that is illegal under international law.
Right. Okay. So we can parse every little who's done what here thing. You know what I mean? Like we can do that.
Don't want to get into the weeds. Might pull apart my point.
But that's just the answer to your question in that case. They've signed these documents, and it's to be a negotiated.
And it's like there's been many failures from Palestinian leaders, no doubt. But anyone pretend this was anybody else saying this. Obviously, it's Dave Rubin. Everybody here knows that he's a fucking grifter. But anybody that is trying to sell you this naive, one-sided story that does not incorporate failures on both sides, whether you're trying to exclude failure from Arab leaders or Israeli leaders, whichever one it is, you are not giving an honest accounting of the parties to the conflict.
Settlement. So if now you could argue,
well, they're very selective then in their caring about prior agreements because, you know, you and I both know that, like I said, under international law, everything post 47 is illegal.
That's not. I don't think that's actually necessarily true. But neither one of us are international lawyers. But if you're allowed to take certain territories in wars of self-defense or whatever, people would argue what 67 was and all that. Whatever. We're not lawyers. But yeah.
Oh, you're not. You know, who's to say I'm right, you're right. Neither one of us are experts, so I guess we should just defer to Dave in this. So
that's just a point.
Or it's ambiguous.
Of
although no, you cannot acquire territory by force.
Just I mean, we're not.
So this gets to the bigger point, though.
Yeah.
Well, then what's if we don't get a solution, a two-state solution on the 67 borders? What is your solution, and what is the solution?
No, listen, I would, if everything being equal, forgetting who's right, who's wrong, whose beliefs are this or that, or religion or any of that, if tomorrow you could do exactly what Sam Harris said, drag every Israeli
That's
settler.
not going to happen, though. That's not realistic.
But hold on. Look, they took every. There were only 8,000 Jews that lived in Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
They took every single one of them.
Only 8,000 settlers in occupied Palestinian territory. There was only 8,000.
Out in 2005. There was no blockade, by the way, or occupation. 100%. Again, Google it right now. There was no blockade or anything.
When was there no blockade?
Occupation, yeah, but blockade is wrong with the dates.
When they removed their citizens, when they did the disengagement in 2005, anyone could fact check me on this. There was no blockade. They moved everybody out, and
how long? How long was the blockade?
For about a year and a half, till 2007, when Hamas won the elections, and then they killed a whole bunch, about 100 or 200 members of Fatah. They were literally throwing them off roofs after they won the election. By the way, they've never held an election again, so I love it when my friends on the left always say, "Well, Hamas is democratically elected." You're right, they were in 2007, killed everybody, never held elections again. But point is, they didn't leave. They didn't take all of their citizens out to hope that there would be rockets flying at them and have to have an infinite blockade. They didn't.
Either he is a moron and does not realize why Sharon did the disengagement in 2005, or he's lying. There is no way out of that. Ariel Sharon explicitly said that he did not want to have to rule over all these Muslims. It was about demographic concerns. And he also knew that it was going to halt the quote unquote peace process. This engagement 2005. They did not talk to Palestinian leaders who were hopeful that it was going to lead to something. Is it? Rationale and development of the policy. In his book, Sharon, The Life of a Leader, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon's son, Gilad, wrote that he gave his father the idea of the disengagement. Sharon had originally dubbed his unilateral disengagement plan the separation plan, before realizing that separation sounded bad, particularly in English, because it evoked apartheid. In an interview from November 2003, Ehud Olmert, the deputy leader to Sharon, who had been subtly suggesting a unilateral approach for a couple of months, elaborated on his evolving policy. He expressed his certainty that the Israeli government would soon need to seriously and decisively address the quote-unquote demographic issue. He believed this issue would be the primary determinant of the solution they would have to adopt. He observed that an increasing number of Palestinians wanted to move from a fight against occupation to a fight for one man, one vote. However, according to Olmert, for Israelis, it would signify the end of the Jewish state. The parameters of a unilateral solution, as described by Olmert, would be to maximize the Jewish population, minimize the Palestinian population, avoid withdrawing to the 1967 border, and not divide Jerusalem. East Jerusalem's occupied Palestinian territory. He recalled that Moshe Dayan had proposed unilateral autonomy 23 years ago. Similarly, he expressed the need to consider unilateral separation, which would likely prevent dialogue with the Palestinians for at least 25 years. Sharon suggested his disengagement plan for the first time in December 18th, 2003 at the 4th Herzliya conference. In his address, Sharon stated that, quote, settlements which will be relocated, that was the other thing, these were relocated, they didn't even stop, are those which will not be included in the territory of the state of Israel in the framework of any possible future permanent agreement. At the same time, in the framework of the disengagement plan, Israel will strengthen its control over those same areas in the land of Israel, which will constitute an inseparable part of the state of Israel in any future agreement. So he's literally talking about how we're going to move the settlements here, we're going to put them over here, and it's going to make it more difficult to realize the two-state solution because you will have effectively turned the West Bank into Israeli territory, given that you've transferred your population to it, and then it would be majority Israelis. It was at this time that he began to use the word occupation. Bernard Abishai states that the Gaza withdrawal was designed to obviate rather than facilitate peace negotiations. Sharon envisioned at the same time annexing Jerusalem, the Jordan Valley, and the major settlements, and these two major settlements, which he had in the meantime developed, and thereby isolate Palestinians in the West Bank, on the West Bank in territory that constituted less than half of what existed beyond the Green Line. Then he announced this plan to George Bush in 2004, stating there exists no Palestinian partner with whom to advance peacefully towards a settlement. Then they amend it. Where else does he say it? He says other stuff about their demographics as well. Let me see if I can't find it. Let's see.
I mean, that just literally makes no sense.
Yeah, but if you the way that comes across though is from 47 and onward, when Israel just continued getting more and more territory, and okay, then at the end of taking 75% of the land, they give back 5% of the land, and then the Palestinians are still angry. Isn't that justifiable when they say you're not really doing the real deal here?
Wait, but Palestinians want, as I understand it, they want the West Bank and Gaza as their state. There is literally not one Jew or Israeli living in Gaza. Hitler would love the place, right? There is not one Jew living there, right? I mean, you can shake your head, but that's the truth. There's not.
Dude, this is so gross to say it that way.
There's not one.
No,
There's no.
I'm shaking my head at the Hitler reference.
Yeah, but that's the truth. Hitler, it would be one of his favorite places, right? Not a Jew in sight. Okay, so if that's partly what they want for a state, Israel took all of their people out. They said, it's yours, take it, with no blockade in 2005. And if Hamas or the Palestinian Authority or whatever, if they had just said, all right, we're going to start building a state now. We're going to start building a state. And again, that's not easy, and you have to deal with religious factions and
would you say that's a fair deal still at that point? That's an equitable distribution of the land, and that should be enough, and then now you create a state?
No, you still have to deal with the West Bank for sure. This is the first part. They said, we're going to disengage from these people. We cannot keep our citizens here. We cannot do.
Honestly, the first vivid memory I have about realizing that the Israeli narrative was bullshit was when, after disengagement, the line that we left them greenhouses infrastructure and the Palestinians destroyed all of it. And that's the other thing. They had mutually agreed, both the Palestinian Authority, Palestinian authorities at the time, as well as Israel, Israel, they mutually agreed to destroy all of the settlement houses and the real estate that had been developed in Gaza, because the Palestinians, they were like, once you guys disengage, there is going to be chaos. People are going to try to enter those homes. There's going to be fights over who should get the homes because they were of higher quality than any other area of Gaza. So they were destroyed. And the reason why Israel agreed to that is because they were like, if we have to deal with Palestine, like there being news footage that Israelis see Palestinians moving into the homes that we just asked them to vacate, there's going to be issues. So, and then I think an Australian philanthropist, he spent millions. He bought all of these greenhouses, and then they were also destroyed after. Not voluntarily, like they just ended up being looted and whatnot, because they did not really include they didn't include or speak to Palestinians about how this was going to happen or the logistics of it. It was kind of presented and told like, here's how we plan on doing it. Here's when it's going to happen. Deal with it.
Do any of that. So they did exactly what you want them to do. They took all of their people out.
That's not exactly what I want them to do. You know that.
No, what do you mean? They took all of their people out. There was no blockade in 2005. They gave them Gaza as is.
They didn't go all the way back to the 67 borders, though.
No, what do you mean? They gave them Gaza. No, forget. You can't talk about. We're talking about two separate things here.
And Bibi resigned over him doing this. That was the other thing. Bibi was very opposed to it, and Sharon had lost favorability with his constituents because he like campaigns on expanding settlements.
We can get
and
to the West
establishing
Bank,
settlements.
but they tried to do this in pieces. They said we are going to remove ourselves from this. You got to remember, when people talk about a two-state solution, they're really talking about a three-state solution because it's really three separate geographic pieces. The West Bank and Gaza are not connected.
The idea is just you call two of the areas Palestine.
Right, which I don't know that there's any other place on earth where there would be anything like that. But again, as I said, I would agree with Sam. If you could drag every settler, every Israeli, every Jew out of the West Bank and Gaza, and there would be peace tomorrow, I don't even necessarily think it would be morally right, but I think I would do it. I think all the Israelis would do it too. But I think you're missing a point here on Gaza. They left with no blockade. They said, do what you're going to do, build your state. They had people donate millions of dollars to help the economy, and they left all these greenhouses, and Hamas just turned it into a terror factory. That's what they did. Do you think the Israelis left with the intention of every couple of years having to bomb the place because they're shooting rockets? Like, that's just craziness. That's just a crazy line of thinking.
So
I don't think.
Being that but this is my point though. Being that that's not a solution, that we can actually drag out all the settlers by their beards. How would you realistically implement a plan that would?
I mean, they did it with 8,000 settlers.
Are you in favor of a two-state solution? And if you are,
And it took several days and no one died. There was like violence if you count property destruction and fires and whatnot. But
of a two-state solution, how exactly would you go about it?
I have no idea how you.
And the other thing is that they had encouraged a lot of settlers to voluntarily renounce the homes that they were living in within Gaza because they offered them money. They offered them package. They said, we're going to pay you money to move out of Gaza, and then you can come live in Israel proper or these other settlements.
Do it.
So that was also how they incentivized people to move voluntarily, coercively, however you want to say.
What I can talk about are the facts of the situation, that Israel tried to separate and it got much worse. So the idea that if they went back to the night, first off,
but then,
again,
so that's an argument for perpetual occupation then. We withdrew, it got worse. Then, I mean, the logical conclusion is, I guess we shouldn't withdraw. I guess we should.
It's not an argument for perpetual occupation. It's an argument for trying to figure this out. Look, there's a lot of good things happening. No one reports on it. I'm sure you haven't done any stories on it. I'm sure I haven't done any stories on it. But there's a lot of good things happening in the West Bank right now. They have a hugely burgeoning tech industry. You know, Israel is pretty much the number one tech place in the entire world, outside of Silicon Valley. And that's happening now in the West Bank. There's a lot of good economic things that are happening there. And there is a lot of coexistence that's happening there. But coexistence doesn't get headlines. So that's why people don't talk about it. So I don't know what the answer is, but I understand that they tried to fully separate. And look what happened. So now you could leave the entire West Bank. The West Bank, by the way, which used to be called Judea and Samaria. It was called Judea because some Jews lived there. But I would say forget all that. Let them ransack all the Jewish.
Like, he just has to like sneak in all these little points.
Holy sites, which they've done. Let them take all that. Let no Jew ever go back to Hebron and all of that stuff.
Like those greedy Palestinians wanting to hold on to the small bit of occupied territory that they still have.
If that would cause peace, if that would allow for peace, I would be for it, sure.
Okay,
but I just think it's just nonsensical to think that that's the case, but I would be for it.
No, see, I think it obviously would lead to more peace if you did a two-state deal on the 67 borders, and I'm in favor of building a gigantic wall as well, for a variety of reasons. I mean, we've seen this throughout history before. when you have a situation like we have right now in Israel-Palestine, there is an increase in radicalization among the Palestinian population. If you look at the polling data on suicide bombers, for example, Palestinians believe more in suicide bombing than any other group of people in the world. And I don't think that's because, hey, it's just their values are inherently worse or it's all because of religion. I think it's because for a long time they've been getting a raw deal and they think this is bullshit and we want to fight back against the evil occupier. And I think until you remove that root problem of occupation, that's going to continue, which is why I think right-wing governments in Israel are a very dangerous thing, because Netanyahu breeds further Hamas radicalization.
Right, but what you're missing is they tried to do this. They left Gaza.
Yeah,
you know what? You mentioned Egypt before. Right now, this very second, on September 20, whatever today is, 2015, Gaza is between Israel and Egypt and has a border with the water. So there's water. There's an entrance at Israel. There's an entrance at Sinai, which is part of Egypt. The border at Sinai, nothing comes through Egypt. You mentioned, you've done the story. They blew apart 10 miles worth of homes on their side.
I don't think either of these guys have a solution. I mean, it's mostly Dave yapping here.
The border. They're now, they're pouring salt water into all the tunnels. So so they are doing a crushing occupation, or whatever you want to call it, crushing border sealing of Gaza. On the Israel side, every day, thousands and thousands of tons of goods and food and medicine and all that gets through. Now, again, I'm not saying it's perfect. It is far.
No, they've had to. The Palestinians have had to smuggle in a lot of stuff. And granted, I know the counter argument is, well, there's some weapons there too. Of course, there are weapons there too. Medicine, food, etc. Through those tunnels that they're flooding.
Stuff does get smuggled in, but my point is, only one people. If there was an honest argument here of what's going on in Gaza, people would be focusing much more on their brothers in Egypt, who allow nothing to go through, blow up houses, kill people, nobody cares.
Well, yeah, but in terms of occupation, it's not Egypt doing the occupation. It's
what do you mean? We got a piece of land that's
they help uphold it, but they're not the main occupying power.
Between two entities and some water. One, Israel controls their border. Egypt controls.
Cal's no longer a two-stater, so that's a difference from 9 years ago. I didn't know that.
Their border. So who's occupying more?
Right.
I know the narrative says that Israel's occupying more.
No, it's not just the narrative. It's that all the land that Israel is on post 1947.
Cal wouldn't let half these lies get by. I know this whole section would be like twice the length of it.
I know you disagree with this, but it's technically illegal
watching
under
the
international
classics
law because the original partition plan said the 47 borders and that's it.
Oh, this was the other part of it. It was right underneath that. Yeah. So Sharon Senior Advisor then explains like what the purpose is. The significance of the disengagement plan is the freezing of the peace process. And when you freeze that process, you prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state and you prevent a discussion on the refugees, the borders, and Jerusalem. Effectively, this whole package called the Palestinian state, with all that entails, has been removed indefinitely from our agenda. And all this with authority and permission, all with the presidential blessing and the ratification of both houses of Congress. That is exactly what happened. You know, the term peace process is a bundle of concepts and commitments. The peace process is the establishment of a Palestinian state with all the security risks that entails. The peace process is the evacuation of settlements, it's the return of refugees, and it's the partition of Jerusalem. And all of that has now been frozen. What I effectively agreed to with the Americans was that part of the settlements would not be dealt with at all, and the rest will not be dealt with until the Palestinians turn into Finns. That is the significance of what we did. The Finns, ethnic group native to Finland. Demographic concerns, the maintenance of a Jewish majority in Israeli-controlled areas played a significant role in the development of the policy.
Right, but there's no.
Oh, and it also says, the rationale for the disengagement has been partially attributed to Arnon Soffer's campaign regarding the danger the Palestinian womb posed to Israeli democracy. Sharon mentioned the demographic rationale in the public address on August 15, 2005, the day of the disengagement, as follows. It is no secret that, like many others, I had believed and hoped we could forever hold on to Nazarene and Kfar Darom, but the changing reality in the country, in the region, and the world required of me a reassessment and change of positions. We cannot hold on to Gaza forever. More than 1 million Palestinians live there and double their number with each generation. At the same time, Shimon Peres, then Vice Prime Minister, stated in an interview, "We are disengaging from Gaza because of demography." Continued control of Gaza was considered to pose an impossible dilemma with respect to Israel's ability to be a Jewish and democratic state in all the territory it controls.
Israeli presence in Gaza. They have their border.
Well, they do still control the border.
Yeah, but that's their border. That's their border, just like Egypt has their border. So I'm not sure what you're saying.
But isn't it the case that they constantly reject all the? I mean, if you read the news, it comes across that that border is controlled and locked down in essence.
No, the Egypt border, the Rafah border, is the Egypt border. Literally nothing gets through it. They don't let people out. They don't.
Oh, so you're saying because they let more stuff in, you're saying that the narrative should be focused on.
Well, it's an equal. Yeah, if you want to call it an occupation of Gaza, There's never been an occupation like this in the history of the world where somebody's occupying somebody with not one of their citizens in there. Again, that doesn't mean that it's not a mess and it should be made better and all of that.
Well, again,
but you should be angrier as someone that cares about these people. You should be angrier at Egypt over an occupation because they're letting literally nothing through. By the way, do you know that a 5-star hotel opened in Gaza about 2 weeks ago? People should feel free to Google that. Like when they talk about this, like I know they have to frame it that it's just
like again trying to like obscure the like poverty of the place.
Just awful there, and there are horrific things.
He's not wrong. They did open a hotel or whatever, but it was for tourists, I believe. I don't even think average Palestinians could afford to actually use it.
Because Hamas is holding their own people hostage.
Think about it this way. We're having two separate conversations here. One is Gaza, another one is the West Bank, and I keep bringing up the 47 borders, and we're talking over each other's heads. But go ahead, finish your thought, and then I got one more thing I want to bring up.
So my point is that these are two separate entities that Israel tried to leave. They tried to leave and give them the right to self-determination. Do you think that when Israel left in 2005, 10 years ago, that their hope was that they would have to keep that border closed and that they'd have to be doing these wars every 3 years because of the rockets? Of course not. The hope was they'd start building a state. And imagine if instead of, now again,
what would minority rights protections in Palestine need to look like for there to be a Palestinian state? I mean, the conversation about statehood right now, well, there's an ongoing genocide is like pointless, really. The other part of that is Abbas has answered this question. He says, we will treat the minority populations in the Palestinian state the same way Israel treats their minorities.
There's a litany of problems there. But imagine if instead of...
I'm joking, clearly.
Having in their charter kill all the Jews and all that, if Hamas said, we're going to start building a state here. We're going to start building a state, maybe using some democratic principles, maybe not, but we're going to build some sort of nation state here. Do you think Israel would be bombing them every couple of years? It just doesn't stand even the most like simplistic base reasoning. They had a chance to build a state. They left.
Dark woke, yes. Abbas was doing dark woke.
100%. And they got Hamas, which is holding their own people hostage.
So, I mean, I could go and we could bring up the UN report that said Gaza is going to be,
Again, like he will do, like so much of this has just been like tip-tapping around, like calling out Israel, trying to bring in every single other actor in the region to obscure blame and fault and make it sound like really it's, or just like, and then just chalk it all up to like, really it's just internal dysfunction. That's the reason why they don't have a state.
It looks like it can be uninhabitable by the year 2020. And I want to ask you who is largely at fault for that, would you say?
Well, I think in general, when it comes to this part of the world, the UN is a total sham.
I never really watched TYT in early days. Was Dave even good at acting as a progressive? I mean, he was. I got the impression that he genuinely was at one point.
Altogether. So I've read a couple articles on that report.
Yeah, UN's a sham.
Tomorrow, a lot of good things could happen. They could start letting people go in and out. They could increase economic activity in Sinai.
Maybe the Palestinians would leave.
Et cetera, et cetera. You know, before the disengagement, Palestinians from Gaza used to work in Israel. Now they can't let them in. You know what I mean? So there's a huge set of problems. So was your question was?
So you blame Egypt for that? The 2020?
As a general rule, I don't think a lot of things that the UN puts out are true, but I hope that there's a situation that will allow that in 2020 that's not the case. I think if Hamas would simply say, we're not going to shoot rockets anymore, we're not going to teach our children to want to kill all the Jews and put on Sesame Street where they're literally hanging Jews and all this other stuff. And they said, we're going to build a state. I for one, let's say right now, by the way, there hasn't been an Israeli missile attack in Gaza since Hamas stopped firing last summer. Do you think that if today, out of nowhere, Israel just started bombing Gaza, that I would be for that? 100% no. And I would be...
I'm sure that aged really well.
Screaming it at the top of my lungs, and I would do a show about it. And
not like it was true at this point.
Be tweeting about it and all that. When the right of every nation on earth is supposed to defend their citizens. And if rockets were being lobbed into Detroit from Canada, we would bomb the fuck out of...
In that scenario, Jews would be on the Supreme Court in Palestine? I mean, I have no idea. It's going to be a decision that's ultimately going to be left up to Palestinians.
Canada. And now we can argue about...
Like, I would hope that it's like, again, just talking about statehood at this point, it's just like Wizard of Oz shit.
Bombing techniques, and civilian deaths. I mean, how many videos have you or anyone on the left done about the civilians that have been killed in Yemen by Saudi Arabia? It's
many,
thousands.
Actually.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. But it's thousands and thousands, far more than were killed in Gaza last summer, but it doesn't get the play. My point is I think
it's getting a decent amount of play.
Well, not anything close to what goes on when there's a Israel-Gaza flare.
I mean,
I remember changing channels when Dave Rubin was on TYT on that day. Couldn't stand him. You just couldn't take it. Your brain couldn't handle all the high-level ideas.
We're covering it pretty, heavily, but...
Right, well,
don't you think that's a kind of a sidestep argument, though, of like, well, Saudi Arabia is being really fucked up, so let's not focus on Israel? It's like, no, let's focus on both of them. They're both being...
I mean, like, nothing has changed as far as discourse because all of these same points that Dave Rubin brought up, I still hear mentioned today.
Fucked up.
No, I'm not.
On the Israeli side, at least.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's all these other issues all over the world. You know, Turkey's been in a 40-year occupation of Cyprus, right? They moved 500,000 of their people into a sovereign state, Cyprus, which was a sovereign United Nations state. Imagine if native Cypriots started shooting rockets into Istanbul. I'm pretty sure that Turkey would decimate the entire island, perhaps cause a genocide. You know,
so I get talking to you though, I get the sense that you do agree with Harris when Harris, you know, he made the comment on your show that my bias in favor of Israel is a bias against suicide bombing, a bias against, and he just goes down a list of things. And when you say that, it leaves the taste in people's mouths, and in this case it was Harris that said it, not you, but it leaves the taste in people's mouth of, oh no, so it's not just, hey, he's anti-Hamas and specifically against the Islamist aspect of Hamas. It's that, no, he actually is against the Palestinians insofar as he thinks within this fight, one side is right, one side is wrong. The side that's right is Israel, the side that's wrong is the Palestinian territories, and therefore, to defend the liberal values, well, sometimes we might have to do illiberal things.
No, because not everything is equal all the time. I do think that
if you support a Palestinian state, you should understand what that would be like for minorities. The thing is that I have no stake in this. I have no stake in this conflict. In this conflict, insofar as like I'm an American, so like my taxpayer money and the politicians that currently rule my country are completely on board with everything that Israel is doing. But you know, if there was ever a 1 or 2 state solution realized, it would not really be up to me how Palestinians decide to internally govern themselves. I would hope, obviously, it's consistent with ensuring that there are equal protections under the law for every single Palestinian citizen, and that there would be protections for minorities, obviously, but it's not really up to me.
Look, I know everyone on the left wants everything to be equal all the time, and this is I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you specifically, but this is where progressives really lose me. That they want everything to be equal all the time. So take the big 3 religions. So Judaism, Islam, Christianity. They want them to say they're all equally bad. They're all equally whatever. But the fact of the matter is that the people. Look, I'm an atheist. I don't even believe in any of this. I'm not religious in any way.
Do you think it would? What do you want me to say? You want me to say that I think that like what Jews are going to be mistreated by Palestinians? And that therefore we can't give them a Palestinian state? Like, all of your questions are not actually good faith inquiries into what I think about this. You're trying to lead me to say that Palestinians are irredeemably racist. They would treat Jews like shit. They'd be anti-Semitic. Therefore, they can't be trusted with state power because they would use it to oppress Jews and other minorities within their state. I can't think of, unless you want to explain to me why you're asking me these questions, which are very, very far off. What else is the point of this? Is that what I think? No, I don't even think that, though. But I'm saying that that's what you're attempting to like get me to do.
Way whatsoever. As Sam said, you know, and Sam's, by the way, he's only really written one thing about Israel ever. It was that one blog post, right? But as he said, if he's not for there being a Jewish state, he thinks it's a ridiculous concept, a state based on a religion. I'm
just asking what you think. No, you're sea lioning, and you're not very good at hiding it.
Said that this one group of people that have been, as you alluded to earlier, that have been hounded across history and suffered genocide. I have people on both sides of my family, my mom's side and my dad's side.
They'll do to us what we did to them is a timeless trope used by oppressors to reason against freeing the oppressed. Of course. And it's like, you can never disprove it, and you can always justify any form of oppression by doing this. We can't free the slaves because if we free this, like I've spoken to some black slaves and they have really bad opinions of white people. So if we give them freedom, they're just going to kill us all. So we shouldn't give them freedom. You get like that. That's not how anything works, and it's a very simplistic way of looking at it. I think you're scared to answer publicly. I just said I don't even think it would be that way.
Who died in the Holocaust.
But if you want to call in and talk to me about this, you're free to do so.
Many people. I don't take any pleasure in saying that, nor am I trying to guilt anybody, but my people, the people that come, my ancestors, have been hounded and hunted across the world. So Sam's argument is that if one people were to have the most absurdly tiny little place on earth to defend themselves because they've seen what happens to them, and you could argue all kinds of reasons, and you know, are they too insular as a community, and which he's talked about, and maybe that's led to some anti-Semitism and all that stuff.
But like right now, first, why can't you just say what you think would happen? I already said, I already answered what I think would happen. I'm saying I don't think that it would be as bad as you think, for one. And for two, you can either call in or I'm going to ban you because you're annoying.
But if there's one group of people that deserve a state based on those principles.
I'm also more concerned about the population being genocided than the group of people that are already self-determined, have nukes, are backed and critically by practically every Western state, for the most part.
I don't even remember if that had anything to do with the question you asked. But I think
you're scared of your own shadow, of a thing that has no possibility of even existing anytime soon.
I think it's an interesting point.
Well,
anyway, we can't resolve any of this stuff.
But you were alluding to, so you were saying how you don't like not everything is equal.
Watching Rubin on Rogan just take it from Shapiro telling him his lifestyle is an abomination. It was so embarrassing for Dave. He's such a sad person. Yeah, well, he wipes his tears away with the $100 bills because that's how much money. That's the type of money that he makes.
And then you went through the things. But my takeaway from that is, whenever there's not, insofar as it's not equal, let's say, do you understand that the anger on the Palestinian side is not birthed out of some sort of deeply held irrational religious belief or something of that nature, or poor values, that it's birthed out of real world terrestrial grievances that are legitimate?
No, it's born out of both, because are there
No,
not...
I agree with both, but in terms of the percentages, specifically in the Palestinian territories, I think probably most of it is based on terrestrial grievances and geopolitical issues and things of that nature. Would you disagree with that?
Well, I would need to see some polls or something to actually say that. But you know for a fact, as Sam said in my interview, there are things in the Quran that talk about killing Jews and hunt the Jew and find, and all that stuff. So again,
is that where the bulk of the anger comes from?
I don't know. I mean, there's no way that either one of us know what it is. But if you want to say, I'll say it's 50. We can make up a number. But my point is that, yes, I don't think they're more radical. I think humans are humans, and then they get fucked up by religion. They get fucked up by geopolitics and all that. But this goes back to what I said way at the beginning of this thing. It's their leaders that have failed them. So when people give Hamas a pass, when they've been given offers, you say, okay, they didn't take the 47 offer, they didn't take the 2000 offer, they didn't take the 2008 offer. It's not the people that's the problem. They haven't had the proper leaders to say, okay, we will make peace.
And this isn't even true.
Will make peace. It is not easy, and all of them fear that they'll be killed, like Anwar Sadat.
Dave, it's not, I mean, I don't think it's as simple as you're laying it out there, because here, I put this down before the show because I thought it might be important and it might be useful here. But there's like, for example, Bloomberg headline from 2014, quote, Hamas would abide by PLO recognition of Israel, legislator says. And then it goes on to say, Hamas will keep trying to join the PLO, even though it would be required to honor the PLO's recognition of Israel, a lawmaker representing the militant Islamist group said. Hold on, just 1 second. Let me just lay these out. My bad. Times of Israel, 2014. Hamas would accept peace with Israel, West Bank leader says. NPR 2011. Hamas foreign minister. We accept two-state solution with 67 borders. So I feel like there's a constant moving of the goalposts here where, like,
Linden or whatever your name is, you're suddenly very, very quiet. Here's the Discord link so you can call in and wreck me in the marketplace of ideas. So you can follow that Discord link and debate me right now on it, or you will be banned. Pick one.
So you might be right that originally there was the problem where, good deals were not accepted. Mm-hmm. But now we're at a point where it appears to me that whenever there's a good deal proposed, usually through Jordan at the UN by the Palestinians, there's just this outright dismissal from a guy like Netanyahu. And as a result of that, I think we have the data to show that this has led to all of the negative consequences that you and I both hate. So, for example, there was a poll before the last Gaza war where it was something like 45% of Palestinians had a favorable view of Hamas. After the Gaza war, that shot up to 61%. So if the idea is let's cut militancy, let's get long-term peace, I think the only way to get long-term peace is, even if Hamas didn't accept it, which I think they would, do the 67 deal, take leadership if you're Israel, and if you're the UN should lift their veto on this as well, and build that big old wall, share Jerusalem, and call it a day. And I think over time, we'd have a drop in militancy, and also over time, I think you'd have, you just wouldn't have as much animosity towards the other.
Yeah, so in the philosophical realm, that a lot of Sam's critics say he operates too much in the philosophical realm. So you just operated in the philosophical realm.
The polling data I gave you was real. So right after the Gaza war, Hamas got more popular. So the more
I was about to say, Kyle is literally bringing up different parts of the historical record that contradict the simple tale that Dave Rubin is trying to spin here. And he's saying, like, you're just like living in fairyland or whatever.
Israel is in response, the worse the problem gets.
Yeah, again, I'm not defending certain military actions or any of that stuff. I'm just saying the facts are that every time they make an offer, every time they try to disengage, it just gets worse. So
yeah, and I don't think that's a point where we have to agree to disagree, because
that's fine. And then I think the other thing is that even if you did all that, let's say you do all of that, right? Mm-hmm. You build this giant wall. First off, rockets get shot over walls, and then they'd have to respond.
Iron Dome works.
No, it does work. It does work, but for anybody to have a rocket shot over their house and then a rocket blow up that rocket, it's still a certain state of terror that people have.
But that works both ways, though, Dave. Like, I don't think every attack Israel has ever done has been defensive. I don't believe that for a second. Do you?
Okay, that it's been defensive? Well, since the rocket stopped, I don't think there's been any attacks. I mean, they're not looking, you know what I mean? Like,
he will like never straightforwardly answer these questions either.
I don't know if there's been any outright
like, would you say every single attack from Israel has been defensive? He's like,
military attacks in terms of like bombings or things of that nature, but there's been some troubling things coming out recently. Like, for example, the other day, the IDF shot an 18-year-old girl because she wouldn't lift up her religious veil. I mean, there's
I
day
think
in,
we're
day
talking about
out.
the same one. I think she tried to stab someone with a knife. If we're talking about the same one, but again, we're not. Every little thing can be parsed every little way. We can look at every country on Earth with a microscope and see how they deal. As we can do with the United States, which we both do often. You know what I mean? Like we can do that forever. I think we've sort of gotten to where we can get. It's a huge mess, blended with geopolitics and religion. And I don't know what the answer is. I don't think that there really is an answer. And also the one other caveat that we haven't discussed in all of this, and you could blame the United States for all of this if you want, is that the Middle East is in a full-on meltdown right now. Meltdown. Syria is not a country by any standards anymore. Iraq is barely a country. Lebanon is teetering. Even Jordan, who we prop up. And if you want to talk about real apartheid, you know that in all the Arab countries around there, they don't let Palestinians be citizens, except Jordan allowed a certain amount to be citizens. So
this video comes 5 months after Israel killed 1,500 plus in Gaza. Well, according to Dave Rubin, they were just doing that in self-defense.
Kept them as stateless for their perpetuity. The UN also only grants children of refugees. Did
you see the Jordan Peterson Jubilee? Yeah, the VOD's on here and on YouTube as well. Last night I watched it.
Status for Palestinians. No other people on earth get that. So the amount of refugees always goes up for Palestinians. It's not anywhere. The Syrians that are being resettled in Germany or wherever they're being settled now in the United States, their children aren't going to be considered refugees. But the UN has a special agency that deals with Palestinians differently. That's just a fact. You can check it out yourself.
Yeah, because they've never been granted statehood. So why would their descendants have any? There's no citizenship to pass on to their descendants.
But the point is that the Middle East is in such a meltdown right now that making any kind of deal would almost seem bonkers. I wish it could be done. I hope it could.
So just because there's a lot of fighting and turmoil in the rest of the Middle East, that means, we shouldn't, in my view, do the right thing and give the Palestinians a state?
No, I don't think it's not about should or shouldn't, but you have to also take the geopolitical realities of what's going on. Israel has a border with Syria. You know what I mean? Like, for all you know, you grant the Palestinians to get stayed in West Bank, and then literally tomorrow ISIS takes over.
Dave trying to make being stateless sound like a privilege. The most privileged refugees in the world, they're calling them.
They're on.
No,
they're
but Hamas has been fighting ISIS. That's been widely reported.
But that's in Gaza, not in the West Bank, and Fatah's hold on the West Bank is much more tenuous than Gaza. But anyway, again, these are all the minutia things, and I don't think we're really arguing here about sort of really broad things. I think
I mean, they're not, because he's just arguing in bad faith. None of this is actually to talk about realistic discussions, ways forward, or their opinions on that. It's just the whole point is to obfuscate everything, and to give all this context is just supposed to be the justifications for why they have to remain stateless.
Profoundly complex and fucked up situation.
Yeah, I don't know. I just see when you kept making that point about progressives want to make it equal, it's not equal. I think unfortunately that kind of mindset leads some people to view the Israel-Palestine situation as just a total one side is right, one side is wrong thing,
but things aren't
to demonization, I think.
Possibly, but I'm pretty sure the Jews are being demonized and have been demonized for their entire existence. So yeah, the other can be applied either way for sure, right? Like that. I don't think that's groundbreaking anyway. But anyway, my point that things are different or things that are not always equal is that, for example, when some people will talk about Muslim terror, then then there's the subset of people that will always say, well, look at the Crusades, right? And then you can argue, well, are those things equal and should we?
Right.
But Jews never killed anybody. We're always on the exterminating side until the state of Israel was created, and then have had to fight wars of existence. If they had lost any of these wars, when you mentioned the thing about 1947, if they had lost the war, Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Syria, they all attacked. I'm not sure Saudi Arabia, but they all attacked Israel. If Israel had lost the war of 1947 or 1948, there would have been another genocide right then, 5 years after the other one.
But the idea that there's no, Jewish terrorism, and like any time the Jews fought, it was.
And like he leaves out so much context to try to come to that conclusion.
Always in self-defense. I totally disagree with that because, for example, less than 8% of the settler terrorist attacks have resulted in even indictments.
No.
So
but first off, I said
terror.
I said pre the state of Israel. So I'm just saying that.
But then you said after that it's more of a defensive thing where it's wars of existence. Well, what the settlers are doing, it's a war of existence on the Palestinian side. They're losing more and more land, and more and them are getting attacked, and only 8% of them are indicted.
Wait, but we're talking about two different things. We're talking about a state. Now we're talking about a state and what a state does versus what some crazy people do.
Right, and by the way,
nobody's defending those people.
By the way, I think that's the rebuttal too. So the point when people say, oh, well, Muslim terrorism is more prevalent today, and statistically it is more prevalent. The response to that is not, well, but look at the Crusades, and the Crusades was fucked up. I think the rational response to that is, yes, first of all, point granted, in the name of Islam, there is more specifically religious terror today. But if the conversation is just about violence and you include state violence in the conversation, well, then the picture gets a fuckload more murky because then you have the United States and all of their aggressive actions post-World War II. Then you have all the, like, you know, whatever, the invasion of Iraq, for example, the,
Sure.
the drone campaign, like, once you
Sure.
allow, once the conversation is just violence and not specifically religious violence, then the picture gets much more murky, and it is fair to say there is some level of equality around, even
Sure.
with granting the idea that, yes, specifically in the name of religion, Islam has more people doing that today.
Right. Look, at the end of the day, if let's say you just wiped Israel off the map, you just all the Jews are dead. You have a Palestine that runs the whole thing. I'm pretty sure ISIS is going to keep beheading Muslims in Syria. You know what I mean? So those are things that don't have
Like, what does that have to do with anything?
to do. There is an element that doesn't have to do with the geopolitics, but yeah, we
Well,
can
of
talk
course,
about the
of
geopolitics.
course.
But
But
also
again,
just
it's a spectrum thing. You and I
Yeah.
keep coming back to that, and I think I'm on that spectrum somewhere. A guy like Sam would be on that spectrum where he's leaning more towards it's more ideology than geopolitical circumstance. I find myself more in the middle. And also, let me add, I think it depends on which area you talk about. So, like, if you talk about the Gulf states, I think that's almost all religious ideological extremism because there's no oppression necessarily that they're dealing with. They just happen to believe a conservative interpretation of a holy book. But then I always say when you look more towards Iran or you look more towards the Palestinian territories, I think that that has a lot more to do with the geopolitical circumstance because they've been screwed for so long. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just made a really interesting point because I agree with that premise. But you know who basically bankrolls Hamas is the government of Qatar.
Mm-hmm.
So they're bankrolling them. So you're picking Qatar at one of these Gulf states.
What do you think he has to say about Trump taking that job?
And they're the ones that are actually funding Hamas. So that's what I mean about how complex this is and the religion. And by the way, just let's just try to wrap this up in some neat little thing. But everything we've done here, I don't deny that everything you're saying you believe to be true. And I'm not saying I'm right on everything. And I think you would say the same thing, that you don't think you're right on everything.
I'm obviously correct.
Sometimes I'm right, sometimes you're wrong.
Everything I've ever said.
Naturally. But we're having an interesting discussion, and hopefully the comments won't devolve into a lot of Nazi stuff, which there's going to be plenty of Nazi stuff. But
that's all right. They'll call me a Muslim apologist. They'll call me, oh, he's with Hamas. They'll say all that.
Zionist, Nazi. I know all that. But my point is, what we've done here right now is
it's like it's like almost painful how like good faith Kyle's being towards Dave and how disingenuous he's being.
We have an interesting discussion about ideas, right? We've had like the ideas of could you remove these people and could you have a two-state? These are ideas. And we did it without lying about what each other is saying. And we did it without slandering each other and all that. And that, now to wrap this all the way back to where we started, and then I'm done, that's why this conversation about Sam and the progressives and Reza and Glenn, that's why it's been so fucked up. Because again, without mincing what everybody's saying, one side's having a conversation, and you could argue if you sit down with Sam one day and tell him that he's wrong, and maybe you'll get him to agree with some of you or whatever, then you'll have a conversation about it. And the reason everyone's fucked up and angry about this is because it hasn't been a conversation, it's been a slandering and smearing, when everyone knows that Sam and Bill Maher are not neocons and all that, and I know you agree with me on that. So that's I think, otherw's we could never end this thing. So that's my closing argument.
I'll say my closing.
Sam Harris, not a neocon, that aged so well.
Piece here, and we'll wrap it up. Yeah, I think that I think the overall conversation is a little bit more legitimate than you think it is. I think a lot of the people that you are angry at, a lot of that is rightful anger over certain points that they refuse to accept. But I think that it's not hard to interpret what Sam's saying as being the thing, which is what they keep repeating, which is that he's generalizing about Muslims. Again, I don't think he is, because I think he points to specific poll numbers, but I do think the fact that he doesn't focus nearly as much on the non-ideological aspect of it hurts his cause. And again, I'm not saying he doesn't even necessarily agree with some of the stuff you and I are saying, and he doesn't necessarily agree with a lot of the geopolitical circumstance stuff, but
but then they should debate him on that, not the lies about it.
No, and I agree, which is why my criticisms have been fundamentally different than what a lot of other people are criticizing him on. Yep. I like to think that, mine is more specific policy based than anything else. But how much longer, final thing, how much longer is this thing gonna fucking last, man? I mean, I thought my ceasefire video, I'm gonna sound like such a douche here, was some of my best work. Like, I thought I did a great job there laying out, okay, 5 points for you guys, shut the fuck up, 5 points for you guys, shut the fuck up.
Okay, now he talks about that. But let's read this Adam Friedland thing. How are we doing? My thing looks blurry. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. Focused. Okay. If you're watching me on Twitch, you should follow me if you aren't already following me, or you can subscribe, and that way you can get rid of any ads that interrupt this stream. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream or subscribe to me if you aren't already. And if you want to support me, you can go ahead and follow the donation link that is pinned in chat or in my YouTube description. And my Streamlabs tip link is there, as well as my Ko-fi link. And you can buy me a coffee for $3. Let's see, let's do... Are the ads working? It's been like 2 hours since I've seen one. Yep, they're on. Hello, excuse me, who made you a princess? What constitutes internet royalty? I mean, it's something that you're born with. Either you have it or you don't, you know? So this article came out. Culture for GQ for cool Adam Friedland. Adam Friedland could be the millennial Jon Stewart, but does he want that? The 38-year-old, he's 38? I did not realize that. He looks younger than that. Started his YouTube series, The Adam Friedland Show, mostly as a joke. But in the wake of an election that podcasters helped swing in Donald Trump's favor, he's fielding interview offers from politicians desperate to connect with disaffected young voters any way they can, even if it means getting trolled on camera by the former co-host of a podcast called Come Town. Who the fuck is knocking on Adam Friedland's door trying to get on that podcast? Like, what politicians? Only seconds into the podcast, Adam Friedland shot himself. It seeped through his white linen pants onto his red camping chair, leaving a little puddle of diarrhea, per co-host Stavros Halkias, who spent the first minute after this happened guffawing like a hobgoblin. It's a classic moment, but it's not even the most ridiculous thing ever to happen on Come Town, Friedland and Halkias' weekly podcast with Nick Mullen, which amassed a serious cult fan base over the 6 years it ran. For a moment, they became superstars within the edgy progressive cohort known as the Dirtbag Left, though the boys in the pod seemed much more intrigued by penis jokes than politics. For a certain subset of nerds who love puerile slacker humor, Come Town was a parasocial obsession and the peak of comedy forever. I don't think we realized it, but it was the funniest podcast. Friedland chuckles now, his glasses bobbing a little as he talks. We're in the... Give me a second. Someone's asking for the link to this. Hold up. We're in the Flatiron studio where he's been filming The Adam Friedland Show, a spiritual successor to Come Town, whose second season premieres this week. Wearing a Yankees cap, a greenish flannel, and denim, he proudly walks me through the floor. There's a recording studio and a hallway that leads to an office and a second room that'll feature in season 2, packed with what appears to be old transistor radios and chunky TV sets from the 60s. I ask if they're authentic and he looks at me like I'm a moron. Where Come Town was late 20s and then early 30s, men behaving like 11-year-olds, as Friedland puts it. The Adam Friedland Show takes itself more seriously. It's like a flip of the talk show format, where Friedland provokes star guests like Julian Casablancas and Neil deGrasse Tyson. The set is a recreation of talk show legend Dick Cavett's studio with lush blue walls and leather seats. But instead of bulletins, they're making it sound so regal. Hold on. This is how it looks. Get a look at the sick interior design. Only a year ago, episode 16. Feels like the show's been around for longer.
Yeah. Overheating. Which is a big problem now because of climate change.
Yeah.
A lot of people dying of heat stroke. You know, heat kills more people than any other type of weather.
Really?
Yeah. I would have thought snow after the Jeremy Renner thing.
Yeah, I would have thought that. Yeah.
I bet he feels stupid.
He was trying to make us worried about the snow.
He's like, yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah, but instead of bulletins with notes about the Vietnam War, the Adam Friedland Show's office wall has a corkboard festooned with the faces of the Nelk Boys, the massively popular YouTube pranksters beloved by Donald Trump. Friedland is about to interview Nelk member Steiny, and he's just come off a 4-day research bender spent constructing FBI-style psychological profiles of the frat bro influencers. He speaks about an in-video feud between Steiny and Steve will do it like it was the Cuban Missile Crisis. Friedland has matched wits with plenty of content clowns like Steiny, but he's also applied his wry approach to interviews with more sincere heads, such as the writer-activist Norman Finkelstein. I wonder how does Norman Finkelstein consider himself an activist? That context collapse often produces the show's funniest interaction, and he's doing it more season 2, with guests like California Representative Ro Khanna. Okay, that's who. It's like, what Democrats want to be on the show? That makes sense. And the ex-congressman and prolific disgraced sexter Anthony Weiner, who's staging a political comeback. Of course he is. Of fucking course he is. After Trump won over Zoomers by working the podcast circuit and liberals yearned for a Joe Rogan of the left, Friedland suddenly found himself fielding interview offers from politicos willing to try anything in order to connect. While the show rarely veers explicitly into serious politics, substantive discussions were always undercut by Friedland doing a bit. The 38-year-old host has an innate knack for disarming even the most buttoned-up guests. So Friedland is now at a crossroads. Once a comic who set the internet ablaze because he called Chelsea Clinton ugly. Greatest tweet of all time. Hold on. I misspelled their name. So this is the tweet that they're referencing. Chelsea Clinton isn't even Jewish. She's just ugly. And then she responded to him, and she actually thought that photo of Christopher Bosch was him, and like she called him ugly in response or something. He's becoming the Jon Stewart of this generation, someone who can meaningfully influence disaffected young people if he wants to. Friedland, a two-time Bernie voter and longtime progressive, was always into politics. He worked for his local congresswoman in high school and vividly remembers her melting down on the day George W. Bush got reelected as president in 2004. He says he was bullied and called gay for liking politics. In 7th grade, I cried at home because Bush stole the election. In high school, he claims he staged a walkout in protest of the Iraq War, but only 2 women left with him. People were like, losers, he recalls with a slight quiver. Of course, the goth girls are going to walk out for the Iraq War. They don't believe in anything. So just some casual goth girl slander. Okay. Friedland mostly grew up in Las Vegas, but spent a couple of formative years in Cape Town, where his parents are from. This is in South Africa, right? He learned how to swim and worship Nelson Mandela. His family moved to the States because his father, an architect, faced mandatory conscription into the apartheid-era South African army, which had a role in the Angolan Civil War. Friedland thinks it's utterly ridiculous that his countryman, Elon Musk, has so much power now. He drives me insane. How is there a South African guy in charge of America? At George Washington University, Friedland initially wanted to go into politics until he met the people who were actually running for office and found their personalities repellent. He started doing stand-up across the DC circuit. I'm sure that's fucking depressing. Which is where he met Mullen and Halkias. His passion for the craft leaps out when he lists favorite shows and comedians. These include the black stand-up of Def Comedy Jam and Comic View, white Americans like Conan O'Brien and Stephen Colbert, and a whole bunch of Brits. He name checks Ali G, Brass Eye, Alan Partridge, The Day Today, Chris Morris, and Armando Iannucci, the man behind Veep and its UK precursor, the foul-mouthed political comedy The Thick of It. For non-Jeremy, he chirps when I mention Peep Show. He theorizes that Brits are so good at bleak satire because of how they've been imperialistically cuckolded. A nation of, quote, weird pasty white guys who used to own the world, now confined to their sad, quote, gray island. Not for one moment have I ever thought of Adam Friedland as the new Jon Stewart. Dude cracks me up, but he's not serious about much. He definitely could be, but he would have to really pivot from, like, the way the show is now. This is like saying that Eric Andre could be like the next Jon Stewart to me. Like, I just don't see it. Because I think it's more important to them that they retain the comedic aspect of the show as opposed to, you know, be more legitimized. As Friedland tells it, the genesis of Come Town sounds more like an accident than anything thought out. The trio never prepared for rehearsed lines. They just shot the shit for an hour in Mullen's living room. Friedland didn't know podcasts could be profitable and describes the experience of telling his dad about it as akin to a coming out conversation. He's like, what is the Come Boys? I was like, Dad, you know that project I told you I've been working on? This is what it is. It's really good. And he was like, do you think a woman will ever marry a Come Boy? Oh, ye of little faith, the boys' charismatic banter became a massive hit, eventually racking up so many Patreon subscribers that they were making over $100K a month. At the time, Friedland says they thought they sucked. He speaks about the podcast as if he almost blacked out for 6 years, with little memory of jokes or bits because he never listened back to the recordings. I mean, how could you? Only recently has he revisited the pod by watching some of the fan-made Come Town compilations on YouTube, which is one of the big reasons it reached so far, with diehards basically doing free Clip Farm PR for them. The pod's fan base is feverish, full of young men whose personalities were shaped by listening to the show every week as if it were appointment TV. On YouTube, people have made popular animations to go along with bits, such as the boys pretending to be mafia members with Down syndrome and imagining Joe Biden as a Twitch streamer. Wait, can I play this? I hope I don't regret this. Let's see. Is there an N-word in this? No? Okay, then we can watch it.
Analogy would be that I'm the rare Pepe and you're the small crying people.
But real close? What does that mean?
You're Apustaya.
Yeah, it's true.
That's true, bitch. Get Biden on Twitch. Let's get Biden saying poggers.
Yeah. Poggers? What the hell is that? I thought that was a shorter way of saying it's a song, Kanye and Jay-Z. I don't want to say it, but a couple of fellas went to Paris. Yeah, I think you guys know what type of fellow we're talking about.
We
used to
catch the vibe.
Yeah, so it's when they're over there in Paris, you call them poggers. Over there breaking.
He thinks the N-word changes by which city you're in.
They're over there breaking nuts in Paris.
Yeah, they're in Dubai. Doogers.
Do-biggers. I got a couple of do-biggers over there in Dubai.
Poggers in Paris. Do-biggers in Dubai. Come on, man.
Come on, man. I don't want any do-biggers in a restaurant. That's how we got to open up back all the restaurants. Well, who's coming in here? A bunch of do-biggers.
Mr. President, please, I need you to focus. The fireside chat starts in 1 minute.
Yeah.
Stop saying the word do biggers.
Just read the paper.
Just listen to what's in your earpiece and repeat it.
How you doing? I've had too many hush puppies, and now I got a blood sugar issue. And I just want to say this. How come the black people in the
technical difficulty?
Dude, it's so funny to watch videos of Biden from like even 10 years ago.
Yeah.
We love Saul. Okay, where are we? The Reddit is a clown fiesta of ironic insanity, where the regulars include a guy who says a month-long cocaine and Ritalin binge pushed him to make an illegal Cumtown mashup album that horrified his family. There are also normal posts where people share their favorite lines, including one person who coded an entire directory where people can search for their favorite Cumtown and the Adam Friedland Show bits. But the magic couldn't last forever, and Cumtown dissolved in 2022. Halkias, who had just released a comedy special and had been on the road for 2 years, had become exhausted and quit the show. Well, exercise has never been Stavi's forte, methinks. So Mullen and Friedland launched the Adam Friedland Show in 2022, partly as a joke, thinking it would be funny to make the self-deprecating nebbish guy the star of the show. They were initially clueless. Friedland says they didn't know how cameras worked. He typed journalism into Google search to learn the basics of interviewing. But then, gradually, the jape became a job, a real one, something he took seriously and worked hard at. I really could waste a day back in the pod days. I could crack 3 movies. Girlfriends come work from home. Tell her that I actually had a hard day too, he says. The Adam Friedland Show was genuinely maybe the first time I was like, I'm going to try as hard as I can on something. Because it's scary, right? It's really scary to try. But what you find is that it's way better to be trying and working hard than lazy. Friedland puts a shit ton of effort into the show now, scripting little skits that air before each conversation, including a genuinely artful taxi driver parody. Yeah, this is hyperlinked.
So what do we got? Big show for us this week. We got Paul Schrader. What are we thinking for what do we got on this one, huh? You have any? Okay. All right, I'll start you guys off. Paul Schrader. So where my mind always goes is parody. And so like kind of there's like an isolated male protagonist, kind of a, yeah, you.
Is that the guy who did Starship Troopers?
taxi driver.
Wait, what'd you say? Taxi driver? Very good. Okay. That's pretty funny. No? All right. Taxi. Sure. Okay. It's good. I think I would call it today. Call it. Thanks a lot, everyone.
We still get $500.
Thank you. All right, you guys, phenomenal work today, guys. Phenomenal.
I like this. It's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, I want to touch penis with you real quick about an idea I have. Yeah, you know Taxi Driver?
It's kind of like that.
Why are they using this song? Isn't it in Scarface? Not literally this song.
Name's Penis Fazio. I'm a producer down in Louisiana. You work in the industry yourself?
This guy is Gary Penis Fazio, a Louisiana Jew.
I'm actually Jewish myself.
Penis was a small-time crook turned adult film producer who wrote his first piece of erotic fiction at age 7, a novella titled The Girl's Pussy.
They call me the Jewish Rosa Shreveport.
Gentlemen, thank you for coming tonight, and most specifically, thank you very much to my friend over here. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for him over here. Okay, whatever. Please enjoy the New York premiere of the parody of Taxi Driver written by me or whatever. So let's here we go.
So cool. Funny.
Cinema. This is actual cinema.
So good.
Harry, answer that.
So what do you want to hack for, Bickle?
Can't sleep nights.
There's porno theaters for that.
Yeah, I know. I tried that.
So what do you do now?
Now, ride around mostly subways, buses. Figure I'm gonna do that, I might as well get paid for it.
Want to work uptown tonight? South Bronx, Harlem?
I'll work anytime, anywhere.
Will you work Jewish holidays?
Anytime, anywhere.
All right, let me see your chauffeur's license.
May I interject for 1 second? I just have to say how long the picture is because I have a brown eye to catch down in Louisiana I don't want to be late for. How long is the picture?
I think probably around the same run time as Taxi Driver.
My chops, you can take it on the arches right now, you understand?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't mean that.
Physical.
Clean.
Age.
26.
Education.
Travis, you run all over town, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you handle some pretty rough customers, huh?
Look. Piece of Errol Flynn's bathtub.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I got the same problems, you know. I gotta get organized, little things like my apartment.
What is the joke?
No. Just. You know you have beautiful eyes. Okay. Pull over the curb. Right over the curb. Over there. No, don't. The fucking meter. What are you doing? What are you doing with the fucking meter? Did I tell you to put? Did I tell you to put
this next part is fucking hilarious. Don't just
let the numbers go on. Put it down. Put it down. That's right. Put the thing down. Just sit.
It's parody. June 29th.
I gotta get in shape now. Too much
Riz.
sitting has ruined my body.
Good luck with this.
Can you just put your phones away? From now on, it'll be 50 push-ups each morning, 50 pull-ups. There'll be no more pills, no more bad food, no more destroys in my body.
Are you talking to me?
Is this so Adult Swim?
I'm the only one here.
It should be in the Criterion.
You're talking to. Oh yeah? Oh yeah?
Listen, you fuckers, you screwheads, here is a man who would not take it anymore, who would not let... Listen, you fuckers, you screwheads, here is a man who would not take it anymore, a man who stood up to the scum, the cunts, the dogs, the filth, the shit. Here is someone who stood up. Why do you want me to go back to my parents? They hate me. Why do you think I split? There ain't nothing there.
Yeah, but you can't live like this. It's a hell.
The girls should live at home. Didn't you ever hear of women's lib? What do you mean, women's lib?
You're a young girl. You should be at home right now.
You should be dressing up and going with boys. You should be going to school.
Hey!
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest living American artists, filmmaker, screenwriter, critic, Paul Schrader.
Thank you, Adam.
I can't believe it.
Okay. Someone said this is crazy. What did they mean? But hold on, I'm gonna pull in Aaron Brown for a second. Let's see if this this works. Okay, can you hear me? You're a test. Try speaking. I want to see if it works. Wait, I can hear you, but I don't think my stream can. Hold on. Fuck. I'm so bad at doing this. Okay. Can someone in my chat tell me if I have a call? If I have a call going on in Discord, well, they can't hear you. They can't hear you. If I have a call going on in Discord, how do I add the audio source so that you guys can hear the Discord call that I'm hearing? I added IDK, you guys. That's on YouTube. I can't fucking do this myself. Hold on. Let's see. If I do properties. No, wait. It's not. Yeah, I am. But like, I also use voice meter for my own mic, and so that makes it so it doesn't want to like feed in the audio track from Discord because it's pulling from voice meter. Wait, okay, I'm looking at, wait, try speaking. That doesn't come up on voice meter at all. Fuck, how do I do this? Here, I'm putting my BRB stream. I'll be right back, guys, hold on. Kid, come help me. Come, I'm in the pond. Come join. Come join live and tell me what to do. Kid knows tech stuff. Okay, hi kid. What do we do? What do we do? I don't know why, but my Discord, I'm streaming through OBS and they can't hear you guys in Discord. So I added on that scene like an audio capture device, like an output capture device, but it didn't do anything. Yeah. But when you guys speak, nothing is registering on voice meter. It's only my mic. Into, well, yeah, voice meter. Yeah, voice meter goes into Discord. But it sounds really bad if I do that. I could send it, but it will sound really, really terrible because I have it set so that I have like the noise gate and compressors or whatever, because otherwise everyone can hear like every single sound of my breathing. No, I do not use those virtual audio cables. Yep. Wait, I'm a genius. Hold on. I'm a genius. What if I just open my Discord in a browser and then the call continues from there? It'll pick it up, right? It'll pick up the call if I'm not actually in the Discord app, but just like in a browser.
Was it the audio? You said you're using an audio output capture?
Wait, do you guys hear what Kid's saying? Oh, wow, it worked. Okay. Well, this is a Band-Aid solution for now, but it's all I need. But thank you, Kid.
Oh,
for inspiring me to come to the revelation that I should just open it up in the browser. Okay. Thank you, Kid. We love Kid Not Kid. He's our number one tech support guy here. But feel free to stick around. Aaron Brown is about to share. He was about to spill tea on Adam Friedland because he told me an Adam Friedland fact. I was intrigued. Oh wait.
Oh, you muted yourself in Discord.
Oh my god.
That's why.
Wait. Hold on.
Oh, I'm on.
Wait, why am I allowed this time? Okay, there we go. It's because I didn't. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say. So, and Kid, thank you for doing tech support. Feel free to stick around. Aaron Brown is gonna spill tea on Adam.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are we live?
Yes.
She doesn't know that we can't hear
Wait,
her.
you can't hear me? Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm using
Now
her,
they can't hear me, you guys. Now they can't fucking hear me.
to hear her.
Oh no.
Can you
Hold
hear
on.
us? Straight rate.
Like,
Yeah, I can hear you, but it doesn't want
She
to.
can't hear us. I just can't hear her. I'm getting a delay on her. Okay, how about I'll just... No, we can't hear you through Discord.
I know, I'm like realizing this. Hold on.
It's straight raid. Straight raid.
I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm gonna mute the stream and I'll be
Okay, so we'll do it like
It's a
this.
bit. We're doing a bit.
Okay, so we couldn't figure that out, but I have to. So apparently exclusive. Tim Pool is going on Adam Friedland. Like he's already went, it's just unreleased, and it's just a matter of time before he releases it. So exclusive from RM Brown. So if he's lying, blame him. Okay. Let's get back into this, you guys. Someone tell me why the Paul Schrader one is crazy. So the team is small and even smaller now that Mullins left the show to work on other projects. Friedland previously employed a young man who liked Travis Scott and wore chrome hearts as a professional clip farmer. Why does this hyperlink? Okay, it just hyperlinks to an article about Travis Scott. I thought it was about to hyperlink to something else. As a professional clip farmer, someone who posts highlights of social media but has since let him go. Now it's just him and a couple of writers and camera operators. For heavier lift interviews, he preps with podcaster and journalist Noah Colwyn, his new fiancée Maya Laforteza, who doesn't work on the show but came in halfway through our interview with her friend, the writer Honor Levy. Laforteza is armed with a massive bouquet of French tulips. There's no vase or container big enough, so she puts them in a recycling bin. After she leaves, Freedom turns to me and says, "Did that seem contrived? If I did that, that'd be so psychotic." In the bigger picture, Friedland and the Adam Friedland Show are still underground. His biggest claim to fame so far might be facilitating a conversation where Matty Healy laughed at a racist joke about Ice Spice. We must see this racist joke. Oh my god, another GQ article? I just want to see the clip. Which sparked national news headlines and made Swifties send Friedland death threats. Swifties are notoriously peaceful folk. So this is slander, I'm sure. He's notorious in the local New York edgelord comedy space, friends with people like Nora actress Ivy Wolk. Ivy Wolk? That girl gets a lot of shit on social media. And Peter Vach. Ivy Wolk. She was this actress. And seems unconcerned with higher level fame, but his profile is steadily rising as he feels an increasingly revered guests to his show. As he reels in increasingly revered guests to his show. This season, in addition to the politicians, he sat down with Sex and the City Sarah Jessica Parker and former NBA player Blake Griffin. He interviewed the music critic Anthony Fantano, whom he thinks he pissed off. I got really mad at him. I was just like, you can't talk about the lyrics only. It's about the soul. I really went boomer mode on him. Listen, apparently Paul Schrader said that he thought a single digital... Thank you for subscribing, Getaway Sticks. Paul Schrader said that he thought a single-digit-year-old was attractive and then looked around and said, "What? Doesn't everyone?" Okay. Bit of a self-report. Whom amongst us haven't admitted that sort of thing on, on the podcast circuit? It's been known to happen. He talks about interviewing like he's solving a puzzle. There are specific juicy substantive points he wants to reach with certain guests, but he often isn't sure how to get there conversationally, so he has to subtly manipulate the discussion in that direction. For instance, when he interviewed Chris Cuomo, news anchor's team told Friedland that he couldn't ask about Cuomo's lawsuit in CNN or his controversy-riddled brother, Andrew. So that was a cool project because they have a limit. So it's like, how do I broach those things? Even though I'm being told no because I'm a bad boy, how do you break the rules? So you bring up the political family and your dad's the governor and those things naturally come up. But he's not really trying to break news. He thinks comedy is ruined when you insert politics, aiming for claps instead of laughs. So when Cuomo started opening up about how his daughter resonates with the empowerment principle, I only remember seeing parts of this.
Dua Lipa.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. My daughter is a
I
singer.
would let her.
And she would sing Dua Lipa. And I love what she does.
I don't know her
some
songs.
people will say, "Oh no, too sexy, it objectifies." But I'm telling you, I watched my daughter and her kind of resonating with the vibe, and the empowerment principle of it.
I don't know the songs.
I loved it.
I would let her shit in my mouth if she wanted.
What the fuck?
Where does that come from?
I like Dua Lipa.
Just fucking hair. Okay. What is it? The empowerment principle of Dua Lipa's music. Friedland fucks up the vibe by murmuring that he'd let the singer shit in my mouth if she wants to. He insists the show doesn't have a scatological bent, but it's definitely a motif. It's not just this show, it's just Americans. Americans can't help but make poop jokes, laugh about, talk about shit. It's like in our DNA. Men specifically, men love nothing more than seeing another man throw up. It's like peak comedy to them. A year after his interview with Cuomo, with whom Friedland might have had the most controversial rapport out of all his guests, they remain in touch. We're boys still, we text. Sometimes I harass him. When Biden hadn't dropped out, I was like, what the fuck is going on? I got to see Friedland's problem solving in action a week later when he interviewed Nelk crony Steiny. When I entered the studio on a lovely midday afternoon, everyone is buzzing. Producers are trying to rig a Happy Dad, Nelk Seltzer brand, onto the rafters so they can pull it down like a freestyle mic. Friedland tells me he loves Dave Blunt's voice and that he DM'd the rapper to ask him to make a cameo in a Sarah Jessica Parker interview for the hell of it. The team prepared more than usual for this one, thinking it would be cool if they took a B-tier Nelk boy and went Nardwar on his ass. Nardwar is that music journalist that does deep dives on celebrities and will know random shit about like, hey, so tell me about your favorite cafeteria lady named Jane and why she always gave you a pudding cup. Like he'll know stuff like that. I watch as Friedland switches on in live time from chill prep mode to his signature look of cross-legged and quizzical. His physical comedy, the way he makes himself look bookish, is underrated. Friedland had spoken with Steiny's sister, a longtime cum girl. And he was ready to startle him with an insane amount of lore, like how he apparently lied to girls that he was an All-American quarterback named Tommy Smith and went to yo-yo summer camp. Halfway through, Friedland surprise calls Steiny's dad, one of the top defense attorneys in the U.S., and asks what he makes of his son associating with, quote, people who are ushering in a new era of fascism. Friedland opens up to Steiny's dad, revealing that he lost his mother, and Steiny immediately interjects that he lost his mom too, for 8 months because he loves Trump. The convo starts awkwardly, and Steiny clearly wondered if he was being set up, but Friedland disarmed him easily. He belittled himself to make his guest comfortable, then suddenly poked with the scalpel, digging him into questions about facilitating Trump's rise and whether Steiny, a Jewish man, regretted doing a show with Candace Owens. The entire time, Steiny sat there slumped over, wrapped in a hoodie, cracking happy dad after happy dad. During the recording, I couldn't tell if Friedland was actually enjoying his company. He said the guests he expects to dislike, he usually ends up liking the most. But after Steiny dipped, it was pretty clear that everyone thought he was a schmuck, a prick who said unconscionable things. Friedland described the experience as a schizophrenic episode and says that he entered a fugue state at the end. Getting to turn the tables on Friedland, someone who plays with his guests like they're cat toys, was a funny experience. He was forthcoming, but obviously not going to fall into any traps. He's not a cold media-trained ghoul, but he's not going to accidentally divulge anything he doesn't want to. When I ask him about his ex-girlfriend, Dasha Nekrasova, the cult co-host of the Red Scare podcast, who blew up as Sailor Socialism and now full sends Trump, he rambles much like Steiny did when Friedland asked him something that made him uncomfortable. I don't know, it's people. The phone is broken, people. I don't know about Dasha. People are right-wing now? It blows my mind that people are right-wing now. I'll say that. I think Red Scare's influence on culture is overstated. Many people are saying this. Friedland seems allergic to pretense, the kind of guy who lets things glide off him and doesn't want to be put on a pedestal for his ideas. When I ask him about music, since he used to run a DIY venue, he tells me about a particular subgenre he's been into lately, then asks for it to be taken off the record. In a roundabout way, he explains that he grew up abhorring the notion of hipsterdom, of trying to be cool by flexing esoteric taste. I have a real aversion to it in adulthood. Here's this Swedish 7-inch that 3 people have heard. It's just repulsive. He's a man of culture. He's so modest. This leaks over into the way he talks about his own work. He says comedians think they're geniuses like Noam Chomsky or Pablo Picasso nowadays, when they're actually just content creators. He speaks about his show's aims broadly, to entertain, to make people laugh, and to feel good, to be a remedy for a political and digital landscape that has broken people's brains. This is the most demoralized I've ever seen people, he says. Everyone's just bummed out. In the 90s, dude, when I was growing up, we were like, this is the best year ever, and next year's going to be the best year ever. It was incredible. People were buying Hummers. You could mistake the way he talks about his show for an apolitical irony poison pussyfooting, but it's really just a desire not to be didactic or sanctimonious. Friedland's friend Ray Spelton, a host of a leftist podcast Chewing On, whose previous claims to fame include a voluntary tour of duty with the Kurdish militia during the Syrian civil war, tells me over the phone that Friedland does indeed have political convictions. While some might call him, quote, the rudest person on earth, Belden says warmly, he's actually, quote, a great role model for people who have grown up in a pretty tough society with either genetic or intellectual disabilities that see somebody who resembles them on TV. He has to be cracking up when he was saying this. Where's QAnon? This is like my highlight and like favorite moment of the day on this website is he is now started to reply to different accounts at, like trying to get Grok to do weird prompts or replying to people pretending to be like a reply guy and asking them to talk about like college anti-Semitism. Whereas I wonder he was doing it with like May Musk. Like this. So May Musk was like, yeah, my book is available in Japanese. And then he put at Grok, remove her hair, give her a shaved head, put a large silver septum piercing in her nose, make her wearing a tank top, give her small tattoos, put her in large denim shorts. Remove the background, place the woman behind the counter of an expensive coffee shop, put a speech bubble from her mouth containing the words, can I take your pronouns? I couldn't complete that last part. Remove all Oriental writing from this image now. Well, it tried. Remove the numbers in strange Eastern writing at the bottom of the image right now. Finally, success. Please make the woman in this image much younger and more pleasing looking. Please dress this lady like a baby, including a diaper. Please more like a baby. Even more like a baby, especially the pants and shirt. It just like goes on like this. Look, where were we? It cracks me up. Belden doesn't think Friedland would travel overseas to join a revolutionary socialist militia the way he did, but that's mostly because Friedland is smarter. Despite his demeanor and general attitude, he does believe in things. Belden met Friedland 5 or 6 years ago. He says they both dated Nekrasova at points. They now... Scandalous. I didn't even know this. They now hang out a couple of times a week, sometimes at the Russian and Turkish baths on men's only night, which is known to be tactile and welcoming. Belden says he, and sometimes 20 other friends, receive constant unsolicited calls from Friedland, who loves talking on the phone. It's sort of one long, slow, humiliating experience as opposed to a sudden, acute one. Belden says of their friendship, every time we've hung out, it's basically been the equivalent of a guy shitting his pants a little bit. It's getting full. He's got to wear those giant officer pants they wore in the 1910s now. The last time they hung out, Belden went over to Friedland's home in Brooklyn's Fort Greene neighborhood, where Friedland bragged about his Bob Dylan bootleg collection. Belden speaks about the show like it provides a borderline therapeutic or rehabilitative service for celebrities gone, spiritually or career-wise awry. Thank you for subscribing, Peak Level. It could be, he suggests, that Adam is so empty that your soul has to not only fill the vessel that it contains, but part of his as well. His pal was mostly just taking the piss, but it's true that Friedland's... Wait a second. But it's true that Friedland humanizes his guests. His goal is to create a platform that lets a demi-celeb like Chet Hanks, who mostly gets treated like a clown by other comics, show he's a normal person. Or in Cuomo's case, make the quote meathead Italian CNN guy seem like just a guy. The internet, Friedland says, doesn't make people feel that way typically. It's nice if you've registered that humanizing. That makes me feel really good. At worst, you could say he's norm-washing evil dudes like Steiny, but it feels more like he's revealing their vapidity. Inspiring or unsavory as the guests are, his interviews catch them in a doofy yet vulnerable light. Unlike the many new gen influencers who glaze Trump or treat their guests like a means for metrics, Friedland seems to possess morals that come from a life spent in leftist spaces, a kindness lurking beneath the abrasive surface. I think Adam's heart is mostly in the right place, Belden says earnestly. He works on this motherfucker more than YouTubers do. In the wake of Trump's re-election, people have been scurrying from a new left liberal media ecosystem, from the sitting governor of California's podcast, This is Gavin Newsom, to Doomscroll host Joshua Citarella, who featured Adam in an episode and wrote a post openly declaring his desire to build a new left-wing pipeline built on class consciousness. Joshua Citarella is like so pure for thinking that could easily be done. While Friedland would never make his aim so explicit, he's too anti-scold for that. It's easy to imagine the Adam Friedland show becoming a node in this hypothetical network. Who knows what will happen over the next few years? Maybe the pivot to pod will fail spectacularly, or maybe today's emerging YouTube host will decide every future election. For now, he's geeked that the Adam Friedland show is even a thing. His dad is finally impressed by his efforts and no longer worries about his son living as a cum boy. He gets to troll celebrities for a career. I'm the luckiest dickhead in the world, he says, grinning. He was the luckiest boy in the world. He was just a bug man growing up, fighting his way out of the suburbs of Los Angeles. And look at him now. In New York City, the greatest city in the world, baby. Interviewing Cuomo. What the hell is next, you guys? But he's friends with Cuomo now. They text, apparently. Okay, well, the ad break's about to start, so that is a fantastic time to say that if you are not subscribed to me, you could avoid the ad break. Wait, no, it's the opposite. If you were subscribed to me, you could avoid the ad break. And if you should be subscribed to me as well on YouTube, or like the stream if you're watching on YouTube, and you can donate in either chat, no matter if you are in Twitch or YouTube, by following the donation link that is pinned in this chat here in Twitch, or looking at my donation links in the description box of YouTube. And if you want to follow me, I'm at straighterate or straighterate_ on everything. It's $5 a month. Oh, wait. To subscribe. I don't even know how much it is. But I don't know. Should I review? I don't know what I'm going to do next. Review this, like, I'm thinking about reviewing this Wick panel. Hold on, where is it? Oops, why did I put Wick panel? I meant to put Wick TV.
So it's like, I'm not.
Okay, I was thinking about doing this free speech and its limits, Trump's crackdown, Hasan's 24-hour ban. Because we watched this, he's done another since the Rally and Child Terrorist stream. He has, because he did this one to talk about like if the pro-Palestine movement is causing stochastic terrorism, but I don't think it ended up focusing on Hasan as much as he wanted to, and so he did it again. So I kind of like might need to cover that. I don't know, but we'll decide after the break.
Wow, it is.
Sorry. We're back. We're back. Okay, I think I am going to watch this Wick panel. Fuck it. Now I can hear your why is that happening? Give me a second. Let me turn them off. I don't know why that's happening. I saw somebody say that before I left. Been happening the entire time. Weird. Okay. Fix it. Fix it. We have the VOD. What are you talking about? Do this Wick panel. Oh, talking to somebody else. Got it. Got it. New.
TV, it's a cross-site.
Okay, so this is free speech and its limits. Trump's crackdown, Hassan's 24-hour ban, and pro-Palestine. Get your chat arena. You can find your chats.
Okay. I've clicked all the buttons. I've dialed all the...
No, I have them turned off. I think what happened is when I tried to add the Discord audio, when I was trying to get RM Brown's sound to come through, all I did was like made it so that you guys could hear those Discord notifications.
Knobs, I think we are live. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues, both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, we got a bit of a show for you tonight. Hasan has been banned for about 24 hours from Twitch for mishandling terrorist propaganda. And with the tragic and senseless violence and murder of the 2 embassy workers, once again, we're here to talk about free speech, its limitations, if any, and stochastic terrorism. And we've got a great set of guests to do that. I'm going to give them each a chance to kind of introduce themselves, give a little a brief intro on their thoughts, and then we'll get into it, gang. And remember, if you enjoy my content, as always, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're on YouTube, if you're on...
It's not that big a deal. Why is everyone talking about Hassan? It's a big deal to these people.
Kick or Twitch. Click the follow button, and you'll always see me. With that said, let's give the mic first to first-time person on my show, Misfit Patriot. Welcome. Thanks for coming, and tell people a little bit about who you are, why they should listen to you, and what are your thoughts on all this? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Misfit Patriot. I talk about I do political commentary with a focus on calling out the extremism on both sides. So I'm not necessarily well liked by my side or some of the people here, because I'm just completely unfiltered, uncensored. I was on a debate with Wick, and the person that he was with was just nonstop talking. So I made this thing called the Pisco timer. I don't think we're gonna need that today, but yeah, that's me.
Welcome to the show, and yeah, it was a raucous one, and thank you for agreeing to kind of show up. We'll see. Not so erudite. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Not So Erudite. You can find me everywhere under that name. Some of you might know me from Bridges podcast. I'm back, baby, I guess. I haven't really streamed much in the last 2 years, so I'm trying to be a little bit more considered in that. And thanks for having me, Wick.
Always a pleasure. It's nice to have you back. We've missed you. So welcome to the show, and we'll get into it, I'm sure. It'll be a fun discussion.
Opening statements are so pointless. Just, get into the content.
Maybe.
Please.
Soy Pill. Go ahead. Tell people who you are, what you do. And
yeah, I'm a Soy Pill. I make video essays. Sometimes I stream and call congressmen slurs. I am here to talk about stochastic terrorism. So yeah, I'm excited to do that.
Okay, I guess I'll start with I guess what's most recent in the debate sphere. Hasan's ban. Do you think Hasan should have been banned for talking about the terrorist manifesto, or the terrorist manifesto that he read on stream, the shooters, to be clear? Do you think he should have been banned for that? Why or why not? Do you think that was a righteous ban? What do we think? Go ahead.
Was he banned, or was he temporarily suspended?
It's temporarily suspended.
24 hours, yeah.
That's what that means, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not banned. I mean, sure, it would be lovely if we lived in a world where there was no
Do you think he should have
rules
been
on
banned?
any. I don't know I know that he read something. I don't know exactly what he did, but I know that every platform.
I love when panelists come to the panel and they're clearly informed on everything they're about to discuss and give hot takes and opinions on.
Forum has these community guidelines, and people get temporarily suspended all the time. I don't like it either. However, the way you're framing it makes it sound like he didn't do anything wrong. He was just exercising his First Amendment right, and the government took away his voice. That's not what happened. Apparently, he was temporarily suspended. He might have broke the.
Is anyone seriously under the impression that HASAN is being censored by the government? When people say it's anti-free speech, they're not saying that it's a matter of like fucking government intervention. They're talking about that like Twitch TOS should not be restricting people from reading these things or talking about these things or whatever it is that they're arguing over.
The rules. He might not have. I don't know exactly what he said or why, but he didn't get banned. So let's not say that he got banned if he didn't get banned. He got temporarily suspended. He took it. He got a 1-day timeout. You know, X has given me 1 week timeouts because I said to Nikki Haley, I hope you get bed bugs. Right? It was stupid, but it's just how it's how the internet works.
Other thoughts? What do we think?
I mean, of all the things that HASAN could be banned for, I don't think this one was particularly bad. I say this also in ignorance. I haven't seen the clip on him reading said manifesto. I did read said manifesto, which is honestly, other than the fact that it is, used to justify horrible murders, like the prose and what it is itself is not particularly egregious. It's not calling for like other people to, well, I guess it's arguable, but it's mostly just like, hey, here's the description of what I think is happening. And then overall, I think this justifies what I
That was a long rant about the semantics of ban versus suspension. Well, he doesn't really know what he's on here to argue about if he doesn't even really understand or know the context that well. So he has to fill the air with something, right?
and did, which compared to a lot of manifestos I've read is not nearly so bad. I don't think it's that bad, but depending on how he handled that on stream, maybe he should have been banned for that. But given the other stuff he's done, it seems like not one of the more egregious things to be banned for, which is interesting.
Any thoughts, Kyla?
Yeah, so I think we need to be specific about, so I'm so tired of like taking HASAN's narrative of what happened and be like, that's why. So like HASAN says he got banned for reading the terrorist manifesto. If anyone's actually watched the clips of him reading the terrorist manifesto, it's possible that it was for reading it. It's more likely the fact that he does like a lot of that, like, you know, when Nick Fuentes will be like, look.
Wait, what?
Manifesto. If anyone's actually watched the clips of him reading the terrorist manifesto, it's possible that it was for reading it. It's more likely the fact that he does like a lot of that, like,
he was reading the manifesto, and it's possible it was for reading the manifesto.
You know, when Nick Fuentes will be like, look, Adolf Hitler was a great painter, right? It was a lot of that behavior, right? So he never said it's okay to go and kill Jews, but he said, well, this guy isn't really a neo-Nazi. And, you know, the narrative around.
More likely, did she watch it or not? I'm not getting the impression that anyone actually watched the clips they're here to discuss.
People, you know, this manifesto writer, he's pretty reasonable here. He's look, he's such a good writer. His prose is great. And using that to somewhat, I'm sorry, I'm trying to like fix this bright light going on.
Okay.
And people are using this to basically, he's using this to fundamentally like wash out the extremism within the actual manifesto and like the thinker. And he keeps insisting, for example, that this guy doesn't hate all Jews. You know, he's just really upset about Gaza. But then he makes this weird comparison to Luigi Mangione. And even in his own chat, they're like, they can't track it because his own chat is being like, yeah, he's different than Luigi because Luigi targeted the guy who actually affects healthcare. And then this guy targeted people who don't actually affect the war. And then like, oh, wait. And I think in the middle of that, he realized that he's basically justifying anti-Semitism. And then he's like, yeah, anyways. So
I actually want to push back on that, Kyle. I mean, like,
I'm so confused by this.
What's based on what I read, I don't know this.
Like, is it rational to murder people? No. Is it wrong what happened? Obviously. But these were, you know, of course, like having to get into the mind of somebody who's like fucked up enough to go senselessly murder people. But they were Israeli diplomats or like aides to diplomats. They were not just like random people.
This guy's whole motives. I just read the manifesto. It did not seem particularly anti-Semitic. It seemed like a totality of all the things that I would say most of the left wing thinks now, which is Israel's actions are abhorrent. There's peaceful things are being tried. None of this is working. Now, correct me if I'm wrong because I don't know. Did he target these two individuals specifically?
No, he went in to kill more than just these two people. His gun ended up jamming. He shot these two just because they were the first two that he saw.
Right, which is why it's so ridiculous, right? Because it's
he shot them, and then his the girl that he shot, I can't remember her name, Sarah, I think. He shot her once. She was crawling away, and he went over her body and shot her in the back a second time. So it was execution style, and his gun jammed. This is per the reports that the police put out. So for all we know, he was going to kill 15, 20 more people.
Yeah, mass shooting as much as he could,
Yeah, but it's just his gun jam.
Here's the reason why this is anti-Semitic. I would agree that if you read the manifesto, it's never explicitly anti-Semitic. It's always baked into anti-Zionist talking points. The issue is that what he did is he went to a Jewish embassy and just shot random Jews. That's what he did.
Yes.
Wait, this wasn't at an embassy. It was at a Jewish museum, but they were hosting an event for young Israeli diplomats.
Well, hold on. Targeting anyone related to the Gaza situation. In fact, if he looked into it, he would have known that the meeting that was happening.
Also, this explanation only makes sense if you think anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism or whatever, because I have read that manifesto. I can't read it on stream, obviously, but he's talking about like geopolitical situations and the United States complicity in it, was in the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
Fundamentally about trying to broker peace and find a ceasefire. And so, if anything, he's targeting maybe the
Wait, what?
Really targeting anyone related to the Gaza situation. In fact, if he looked into it, he would have known that the meeting that was happening was fundamentally about trying to broker peace and find a ceasefire. And so, if anything, he's targeting maybe.
Okay, wait. So the event was there to talk about getting and distributing aid back into Palestine, into Gaza, but it was not about. There was no information about them calling for a ceasefire or anything like that. And you wouldn't really see that because like those types of orgs don't usually take political stances or whatever. Like if you're part of a humanitarian org, it's not, they usually won't talk about calling for a ceasefire.
Be the worst Jews?
Like, should they? Of course. Was that what they were doing? No. But it's totally irrelevant. These people could literally have been there because they love the Likud party and they could be holding a gathering for young diplomats that particularly love Likud. And it still wouldn't justify killing them. So there's no need to, over exaggerate or overinflate their devotion to Palestinian peace or anything like that. It's completely irrelevant in the context of this. There is no belief that they could hold that would justify them being murdered.
To target, but he's targeting them because they're Jews. That's why he's targeting them.
Well, that's what's interesting. Is it? Well, I think you've kind of baked in two positions there, which
also wasn't the other victim was a Christian Zionist.
I guess I don't agree with, which is if you look at the manifesto and you see that he is vehemently anti-Israel. Obviously, it's like, look, Israel's actions are awful. I think Israel's actions are awful. But then to say that this
was about aid, but it wasn't a peace delegation or ceasefire. Yeah, that was my understanding as well.
Is the same as anti-Semitism. As a Jew and a anti-Semitic Jew at that, I would say that this is like specifically like him targeting the perpetrators of what he perceives to be one of the worst evils of today. And if he had gone into a synagogue, I think you'd have a much more strong case for that, because that's like these people are completely unrelated. But the fact that he went to the embassy of the country that he thinks is doing that, like I still don't. I'm not saying it's impossible that he is just anti-Semitic. It just doesn't really strike me as that.
Am I wrong? And perhaps I'm mistaken, but I don't think it was the embassy. I think the embassy workers were at an event outside a Jewish museum.
It was.
2 out of 4 people on this panel were under the impression that it was at an embassy.
Sorry, excuse me, the museum, yes.
I think it was at the embassy.
It was a Jewish youth event. He was going there to kill Jews. I mean, let's not play this game of Zionism versus Jews, right? Because 80 to 95% of all Jews are Zionists, right? So if you hate 80 to 90% of a people group, you hate the people group, right? And
there it is. Okay, so I do not understand for the life of me why this is a good argument to anybody. Okay, there was at one point, Kyle Kalinske was just talking about it. At one point, the majority of Palestinians supported suicide bombings. If you oppose suicide bombings, do you oppose Palestinian liberation? Do you hate Palestinians? Do you hate Muslims? Do you hate Arabs generally? Do you hate Islam? Or is someone like these two? Kyla is a Christian, I believe. He is a Christian. This guy probably seems like a Christian. If I oppose Christian nationalism being established in this country, do I hate Christians? They would answer no. Well, I would hope so. But in this particular context, they're not willing to say that.
There's people that are like, I'm Jewish and I'm anti-Zionist. Okay, are you a religion?
Like, if I oppose Christian nationalism, for the majority of people that I will be disagreeing with in that movement, they will be Christians, right? Does that mean I'm fundamentally anti-Christian?
Religious Jew? Are you an ethnic Jew? Because there's a big fucking difference, right? Religious Jews, they say that the numbers are upwards of 95%, like actual religious Jews. With actual ethnic Jews and Israelis, the numbers are very high. And then there's this polling and demographic of young Jews, right? It's basically secular Jews who are only ethnically Jewish. And the high number of them are becoming more and more anti-Zionist, it's really conflating two different things, right? There's Jews and there's Jews, right? Like there's people who just have a Jewish mother, Jewish family, Jewish ethnicity.
That's
and
me.
Then that's probably you. Now, this guy went to a youth Jewish event, and
It's so insanely anti-Semitic to treat Israel with Jewish identity. I know that's the insane thing to me is that conflation is. Well, I'll get into that in a little bit. Hold on.
He didn't target. I don't think that he was going up to people like, "Are you
Let's
Jewish?"
let
and
this guy
then
finish.
pulling the trigger. He was going there because it was a Jewish event. Period. Right? There's no justifying it away. And his manifesto, which was talking about how you need to actually enact violence in order to enact peace, is bullshit. It's terrorism.
Right.
You know,
No,
it's-
it is 100% terrorism. But I
No,
want to
there
be super
doesn't
clear
need
here. The reason I'm even pushing back a little bit is because I've seen the big difference between someone who like ostensibly is like, hey, every Jew is bad, like these like super far right like Nick Fuentes' types. And I'm not saying that being, I think that there's clearly a distinction between I am against, like, tell me if this is crazy. If I'm just a average American, I'm not bought into all this internet crazy politics, and someone comes up to me and says, hey, look, the Israeli state is doing this in Gaza, regardless of whether or not you think it's the worst thing in the world, doesn't matter. They're just like, hey, this is what's happening, this is how many people died, and this is how many children died. And then I say, wow, I really don't like the state of Israel. Would you consider that anti-Semitic? Because I think there is baked into that a lot of anti-Semitic people, but I don't think that inherently is anti-Semitic, and I think a lot of people will criticize the state of Israel for its actions. And because it is, the Jewish state, they get to hide behind that label of anti-Semitism, which I don't think is always the case.
And
Not to
just
say
to-
that there's
yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
anti-Semitism painted at these people, because there absolutely is. If you're just, I don't like what Israel's doing, I don't think that is inherently anti-Semitic. This guy might have been.
Before you answer, before you
Unfortunately,
respond.
But just on that or whatever, just this conflation between Zionism and Judaism, like, is there a relationship between those two things? Obviously. Is it intrinsically linked? No. And I just feel like the people that attempt to connect these two things together are, whether they realize it or not, you are legitimizing collective guilt, which is one of the root mechanisms of anti-Semitism.
Just real quick before you respond, I just want to remind people, like, this isn't the core of the discussion and the debate. I mean, obviously it relates to it, but I just want to just kind of after you guys
We can
have
move
this
on.
back and forth, I want to try to get us back a little
Let me
bit.
just do one quick response, then we can move on, because I know you really want to talk about the free speech restrictions on people. So here's the thing. There's this word game that's going on between people who are they're like, I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm anti-Zionist. I just don't like what Israel's doing. I just. And you may be right that there are some people who feel this way. So there's some people who are like, I don't like government.
Not just some people. Does he honestly think that there is 100% consensus among Jews or Israelis globally?
Corruption, I'm anti-war, I'm a libertarian, this, that, and the other. The vast majority of people that have adopted the cause. So if you have a big tent filled with a bunch of people who hate Jews, and you're in the tent, but you're going, I don't hate Jews, right? It's like, hey, but you're going to be lumped in. It's the same thing that we do with everything else, with any type of tribe. It's like, oh, all MAGA's racist, or all this or all that. And you go, but I'm not. Oh, but all these other people are. You're viewed by the company you keep. That's all I'm trying to say. And we can move on to the free speech thing.
Well, do you
Can I ask one real quick clarified question?
Because I want to get
Or
on
maybe
this
you can.
too, right? Okay, fine, go first. Fuck it.
I mean, I agree. You're viewed by the company you keep. The majority of MAGA is racist. This guy seems like he's MAGA, therefore he is racist.
Well, yeah, I guess my to just take this to the absurd extreme, like, does that mean that because, like, anti-Semites will always hate Israel, right? Because they hate Jews and it's a Jewish state. Does that mean that no matter what Israel would ever do, like, even if they nuked...
But also, does he actually think that you are going to be able to shield a state from criticism in this way? Seriously?
Gaza, or if they,
like,
were like committing like literal Holocaust.
Clearly it works, but within this conversation, within at least just this discrete conversation, do you think you're actually, like, it sounds like there is really no criticism of Israel that you could make that he wouldn't say is anti-Semitic.
Level, like, I am putting all these guys into camp, we're just gunning them down, 10,000 a day. Like, would criticizing that no matter what be anti-Semitic? Like, are they immune from criticism? Is what I'm asking.
No. I've criticized them before. I'm a theological Zionist, so I only support the Jewish people. I don't support a state or a country of Israel. However, I have also looked.
Okay, earlier he was like, people do this thing where they say, I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm anti-Zionist, but, and all the buts just end up show them exposing themselves as anti-Semites or whatever. Then what does he do here? Literally.
I criticized them before. I'm a theological Zionist, so I only support the Jewish people. I don't support a state or a country of Israel. However,
it's different when he does it though.
I have also looked at this evidence. I've followed people like John Spencer, military experts who are covering this war, and the way Israel is handling it. It's not this genocide that everyone keeps saying.
Who the fuck is this guy? John Spencer? John Spencer, Israel. I've never heard of this guy. John Spencer talking to Elon Levy, always a good sign.
Saying now, you can have that opinion, and that's fine, and you can criticize Israel's actions, like allowing certain things to happen. I mean, I don't want to get into the specifics because we'll go down a rabbit hole, but I think that there's corruption in every government.
So is he a Christian?
I think that Israel is a government, and I think there's corruption in it, right? Sure. That being said, they are no more or less corrupt than our own government. They are no more or less corrupt than many other governments around the world. The hyperfixation on Israel's response to a terrorist attack where they raped and murdered 1,200 people, it's just bullshit, right? We had the World War II, like the Allies with the Royal Air Force bombing Hamburg, Germany, 9,000 tons on Hamburg, 250,000 displaced, 40,000 dead, 40 more thousand injured. Nobody called it a genocide because it's a fucking war. So just be honest and say what's happening is Israel is fighting a war.
Wait.
Hamburg, 250,000 displaced, 40,000 dead, 40 more thousand injured. Nobody called it a genocide because it's a
Are we talking about like things during World War II that like led to the advent of like genocide and these laws being codified?
Fucking war. So just be honest and say what's happening is Israel is fighting
Thank
a
you for
war.
subscribing.
You don't like the way they're fighting it, and you want to criticize the way they're fighting it. Perfectly fine. Perfectly reasonable. Please do it. Just don't wrap it in this I'm not anti-Semitic shit, because 95% of the people that you're hanging out that are agreeing with you, those people are.
So when he criticizes it, he has found the secret life hack, the only way to criticize Israel in a non-anti-Semitic way. But everybody else, all you plebeians, the way that you do it is anti-Semitic, and you need to just own it. You just need to own that you're an out and about anti-Semite, and that's why you have criticisms of the Israeli government. And then we can talk.
And again, that's
then we can we're not starting a good faith dialogue until you basically admit that you're a closet Nazi, and that's the only reason why you could be possibly criticizing Israel.
But you're getting
But it does seem like you're granting it. Oh yeah, Kyla, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you're muted. As a Gentile non-Jew, I just wanted to quickly weigh in. I think saying that he wasn't anti-Semitic when he went to not Israeli embassy, they have.
As a Gentile non-Jew, I'm going to be saying that every time I'm in these types of conversations.
Embassy workers. He went to a
Capital
museum.
Jewish Museum. Yeah, Capital
He just went
Jewish
to a museum. Jewish museum, right? He was going there to target Jews. In fact, he was going there to target Jews in the same way that Hamas does. He was targeting young Jews specifically, which is one of the main groups that Hamas will often try to target because it's symbolic of killing the future of Israel. It's very, very important to Hamas, specifically.
Okay. What happened? The shooting happened just after 9 p.m. on a street outside the Capital Jewish Museum, where the American Jewish Committee was hosting a reception for young diplomats. The museum is in the heart of of official Washington, among federal buildings, embassies, and other museums. The U.S. Capitol, the FBI's Washington field office, and the headquarters of the Justice Department are all nearby. So we want to wind that back just a little bit.
Not Israeli embassy. They happen to be embassy workers. But he went to a
Capital
museum.
Jewish Museum. Yeah, Capital
He just
Jewish
went to a museum.
They happen to be embassy workers. Okay, so if you're acknowledging they're embassy workers, so why were they at this particular museum on this particular night?
Not Israeli embassy. They happen to be embassy workers. But he went to a museum.
Capital Jewish Museum. Yeah, Capital
He just went
Jewish
to a museum. Jewish museum, right? He was going there to target Jews. In fact,
So all these Israeli young embassy workers and aides and diplomats all just went to the Capital Jewish Museum on 9 p.m. on the same night, where the American Jewish Committee was hosting a reception for young diplomats. This is just a coincidence, apparently.
he was going there to target Jews in the same way that Hamas does. He was targeting young Jews specifically, which is one of the main groups that Hamas will often try to target because it's symbolic of killing the future of Israel. It's very, very important to Hamas, specifically to killing young Jews. So to say that this isn't anti-Semitic, but to go back to HASAN, to zoom back out, whether the shooter himself was anti-Semitic or not, doesn't really matter. Sorry, I was just waiting for you to finish talking to your chat. Doesn't really matter. What matters here is how he covered it, right? Is he bad for reading a manifesto? I think you and I would probably agree, no. I don't care if people read people's manifestos. What matters is the way that they engage with the manifesto afterwards. And I would say that the way that he engaged with the manifesto, while not nearly as bad as half the shit that he's done in the past, was, I would say, basically dismissing and normalizing and basically sane washing a terrorist who killed Jews.
How responsible, if at all, do you think that people like HASAN are for what happened in last week with
just on this topic, though, only tangentially related. Article from Ken Klippenstein 4 hours ago. I interviewed a half dozen people who knew Elias Rodriguez and went over countless private messages of his and couldn't find any anti-Semitic remarks. Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
The killings I know that I've seen some people suggest that
Back
this
to
was
HASAN.
a form of stochastic terrorism, that the people like HASAN, not just HASAN, but many other pro-Palestinian kind of messaging, globalized intifada.
Many
bring the
people are
wall
saying
home,
this.
et cetera, acted as sort of a stochastic, terroristic kind of thing to make it more likely that someone would go out and do this kind of violence. Cards on the table here. I don't agree with that. I don't believe that. I don't think that's true, but I wanted to hear what you guys think.
Anyone who seriously has this viewpoint, again, what do we think has more impact on people's perception of what's going on in Gaza and Israel? Do you think it has more to do with HASAN's Twitch stream or the tens of thousands of Palestinian bodies buried under the rubble in Gaza?
On that, and I want to have a discussion about that. What do we think?
I personally don't think HASAN is that powerful. That's just me.
Is HASAN responsible?
If you read the manifesto itself, I mean, HASAN is part of the narrative.
I realize he gets 25,000 people watching him all at the same time. I cannot fathom this, but I somehow think that all the dead people have more bearing on people's opinions. Just saying.
That is
It's like Hamas wrote it. Like the manifesto looks like Hamas wrote it, though.
I mean, considering how extreme Hamas is, I don't think it's particular. Like I said, I think 90% of it is very much like I am a disaffected person with the system. And I see like the Luigi Mangione like comparisons, because it's like you take this thing where you've got a very difficult position, you don't see a lot of movement. And by the way, this is going to sound a little bit like what Hasan's doing, where it almost sounds like I'm justifying it. The problem is you can take this very frustrating position, see that nothing's really working and nothing's changing for the better, but then your jump from that to, okay, now I have to go kill innocent people is the kind of insane part, which is why this guy's insane, instead of, hey, how can I affect change? How can I like make sure people change their minds? Like what are the several thousand steps in between being very frustrated and disaffected with the state of politics and committing a mass shooting can I take? And these people never do that. They just say, okay, let me go murder someone. But the thing is, I don't think Hasan really contributes to the way this is done insofar as it's more than anyone else is saying. Because if you look at the manifesto, it's, hey, politicians say that they're angry about it, but they're not doing anything about it. Violence is still being committed. Israel is clearly bragging about the fact that America's not, holding them back. And all of that stuff is empirically true. Now, whether or not you think it's justified, I know Misfit thinks like, hey, like analyze-wise, this is like, a low civilian to terrorist death ratio or whatever, or they're doing the best they can given the circumstances. Regardless of that, the circumstances are incredibly frustrating for people who want it to stop. And I think that it seems to be what inspired him to do this, insofar as like he's like, well, this is the only thing that could do it. Or like Aaron Bushnell's like, well, I have to set myself on fire or else nothing's going to change, even though clearly both of these things are not going to stop what happened. I don't think the actual material conditions that led to the frustration are Hasan's fault. He's just talking about it, although he is spreading the word at the very least.
I didn't see the clip of him reading the manifesto. If he read the manifesto word for word and said, I'm just reporting this manifesto, then obviously that wouldn't be stochastic terrorism.
Can I give you guys a quote from that, actually? This is from the New York Post.
From the manifesto? Because when we're talking about stochastic terrorism, Hasan and the embassy.
No, we're talking about
Hasan.
a Hasan quote from his stream where he was reading the manifesto.
Okay, I was curious. If we want to talk about stochastic terrorism, though, we have to talk about his language before the killing, right? Like not how he responded afterwards, right? So like, when it comes to stochastic terrorism, I don't really see a grounds on legally how you do anything about it, right? And it's like an impossible thing to quantify of like, okay, well, is Hasan doing stochastic terrorism because he's talking?
I think all those Sandy Hook victims who ended up suing and getting like what was it? I think Alex Jones owes like $1.4 billion to all these different victims of Sandy Hook. I can't remember if it's like that collectively, but split between all of them. So I think there are ways to hold some of these people accountable.
Really, really, really grossly, like disgustingly about Israelis. It's definitely mean and bad. What about Noah Samson, who basically walks you all the way up, talking about how we have the means to basically go and kill like Raytheon owners and like military industrial complex workers, right? Is that stochastic terrorism? That's probably more in its ilk. But again, even if
Noah Samson is a stochastic terrorist, I don't get what people think this word means. It's not just you said a thing one time and you were way too ambiguous about leaving the door open for violence. It's not like that. So there's a book called The Age of Lone Wolf Terrorism. I read this book. It is a book by these criminologist and a sociologist, and they talk about what goes into like the mechanisms behind stochastic terrorism, understanding it, and it's like 200 different cases of it. And it is not enough for these small-time influencers to say a thing one time, to even advocate violence one time or glorify political violence or anything like that a single time, and that makes it enough for them to be considered like a stochastic terrorism or trying to promote that sort of behavior. You would need to like repeatedly dehumanize a group. You would need to vaguely encourage things that might include violence. You would need to use dog whistles to, you know, incite that sort of violence covertly. You would need to create repeatedly moral justifications for extrajudicial violence and killings. You would need to have parasociality with the audience that you're talking to. This is also why, and they talk about this in the book if I remember correctly, like Jake Tapper might have 5 million viewers passively because he's a major anchor on CNN, which is broadcast to millions of Americans every single day, but he doesn't have a parasocial relationship the same way someone like Alex Jones, and he has a case study in the book, had with his fan base, or even HASAN. Like there is an argument, obviously, that like HASAN has at any given moment that he's live, tens of thousands of people watching him, you know? But just because somebody has like a lot of subscribers, or they even have videos that have lots of views, that does not mean that they have that sort of parasociality with their audience.
Noah Sampson's viewer goes out and kills a Raytheon worker and cites Noah Sampson. I don't know legally on what grounds.
Like when Noah Sampson was live doing his like Palestine thing, what is it? The most views that he got, I think he got like 20,000 concurrents when HASAN and Bana Benado were speaking to one another on his stream. But then every other time I clicked into it, he had about 1,000 to 1,500 people watching him live.
We go, you're at fault, and now we can like criminally or civilly charge you. I don't know.
It's calls to violence in the same way you violate the First Amendment. If someone says like, so like say someone says something like, wow, the Second Amendment people should do something about that. That is clearly like, I am implying that someone with a gun should go and do something with a gun to this person. I think that is criminally chargeable, is it not?
I'm pretty sure in these cases where you walk all the way up to the line but don't cross it, you don't cross
right,
it.
if you don't cross the line. And obviously I think HASAN is, well, didn't he post has he not posted a picture of the gun used to kill Shinzo Abe in response to a senator saying something mean?
He has. The issue is how do you criminally and civilly persecute this to say he's now at fault if somebody went and killed that person? That's really tough to do. I genuinely I don't know how you do it.
I think the main issue is a lot of people, not just HASAN, there's a ton of people on the internet who try to toe this line, and they know exactly what they're doing. Like we mentioned earlier, you know, the from the river to the sea, right? It's like there's a lot of people that are like, that's just free speech. And I'm a free speech absolutist, but one thing I don't endorse is
love that. Love a sentence that goes like this. I'm a free speech absolutist, but
you know, openly
music to my ears.
Terrorism and calling for genocide. I don't think it's free speech. So when you say from the river to the sea, you're talking about from the river to the sea, all Jews die, right? And if you press people on that, they'll be like, no, that's not what it means. Okay, what does it mean? They don't have an answer because it's what it means.
Okay, let's establish facts, you guys. What's happening in Gaza, all those dead people, all those dead kids that you saw, see, we can't say for sure that that's a genocide. Here's what we can say for sure, though. We can say that from the river to the sea, that's a genocidal statement. These are just the facts. I'm just laying out the facts, okay? You can disagree with me, but we need to at least agree to those premises.
I think that all of them think that, though. I don't truly. I know a lot of these people chanting it, and either they don't understand that or they don't really think they want to genocide Israelis. So
the people in Nazi Germany that were just like repeating what Hitler was saying, right? That's stochastic terrorism. It's like, you know, when you indoctrinate a group of people, when you have a massive following, like Hitler back in the day, or any Twitch streamer now, when you say something, your followers just repeat it. They don't need.
Why is now all hateful speech stochastic terrorism? I don't get this.
Need to know what it means. They don't need to actually know that they're repeating this call for genocide. It takes effect, and it's this mass movement, and it's very dangerous. So yeah, there is something to be said about the responsibility that you have as a streamer and a platform, to make sure that if you are saying something like, if you go, hey guys, everyone's chanting this from the river to the sea thing, and you know that actually really is basically calling for genocide. Maybe we should change the language on this. But they don't. They do it on purpose. One person does it on purpose. And to this, I'm sorry, I forgot your.
So like a huge assumption that's also baked into it is not just that like HASAN is using like emotive language, like he's like lying about it being a genocide. See, this is why this argument is so disingenuous, because he's like, it's not a fucking genocide, like, but it kind of sounded like he was saying agree to disagree on that, but it's not this neutral disagreement that he has, because if you go on to talk about it, he's going to say you're inspiring terrorism because you're describing it far worse than it actually is.
Your name to this
There's also no way to have this conversation without establishing whether you believe it's a genocide or not.
The lady's point about how do you prosecute it? That's the tricky part. They know that it's very difficult to prove that in court, because how do you prove intent? You know, they're just going to play dumb. It's the same thing like when people dox other people. They dox.
I mean, not even. It's not even about them playing dumb. There's the fact that like hasn't Tim Pool and like Ben Shapiro and Lauren Southern been explicitly called out by names in the manifestos of people that have gone on to like commit mass atrocities and mass shootings? Nothing happened to them.
Awesome, and they go, "Oh, this is public information. I don't really want to."
And it wasn't because they got pulled into a courtroom and they said, "Your Honor, I had nothing to do with that," or anything like that. Like they just don't get prosecuted.
They getting hurt. Bullshit. There's some people who know what they're doing, and then their followers don't know what they're doing. But that's the problem.
I want to be clear. I'm not playing dumb here. I've never chanted that. However, I have heard many people who do chant it who I know do not have the genocidal intent of it. And when you make the Hitler comparison, I think it's very different because the explicit Hitler language is, hey, I want to exterminate, eradicate the Jews. I think if someone's saying, death to Israelis, I think that's a much, much different thing than what can be interpreted and has been explained to me as, I want the Palestinian people to be free from Gaza and be free to operate inside of Israel all the way to the sea, right? So I can see that as a non-genocidal chant. And a lot of people can, unfortunately. I think that's a lot less explicit than something that would otherwise be very clearly stochastic terrorism, even if you think that no matter what, it's genocidal.
So in order for it has to be so clear that it's like just like I want to kill the Jews. You can't play word games or else it doesn't mean it. That's the problem, right? These people know exactly what they're doing, and they're mincing words, and they're towing the line. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to prosecute it, right? I do not. I don't think that you should. I don't think
Soypel, do you want to prosecute stochastic terrorism? Like if you say
if it's very obvious, I mean, if he was, I don't think that anything he has done is so blatantly legally obvious that he could be prosecuted for it. However, I know.
Posting.
One more time.
Vosh when he was Fed posting. I don't know if you remember that.
I'm not familiar with the. Could you tell me what happened? Just to be clear, let me give an example. Like what I said would be probably prosecutable is if someone says, "Wow."
I mean, did Vosh actually do this? Didn't he just say that trans people should get guns? And like, be wary of a fascist takeover of this country where their rights are stripped?
Someone should go out and do something.
Now encouraging people to arm themselves, which is a constitutionally protected freedom. Now this is stochastic terrorism. That his comments have only aged perfectly.
About this guy, and then someone does go out and try to commit violence against him. I think that's probably a call to
Fed posting is when you encourage people to exercise their Second Amendment rights.
Violence that I would think would be not under the like.
No,
it depends on how. Okay, let's say it's more explicit. Like let's say, hey, the world would be better if this guy was dead, and someone should make it happen.
Let's use your example. Let's use your example, right? Okay. And then let's push it. Okay, so it goes to court. First of all, you have to prove A, that person was watching that person, and B, that they were watching that person when that person said that, right?
Yes, right. So like this is one of those things where remember. Oh, well, then you can't prosecute them. Exactly, right. So there would be a large burden of proof. But the thing is, especially, like...
You gotta let Kyle...
Oh, sorry, go ahead. She cut out for a second. I thought she was done. Go ahead.
So, yeah, you said, like, in this case, like, you wouldn't be able to prosecute them. And so I'm saying, like, every single person who's not just, like, a complete dunce...
Me when I interrupt a woman, I thought they just cut out.
...is going to walk that line. Like, every single content creator, even Noah Sampson, is explicitly walking that line. They walk all the way up to it. Sure. They give a little wink and a nod, but they will never say anything that quite goes over the line, except for, like, the extreme cases. But the extreme cases are never going to be large content creators. It's not going to be Nick Fuentes, right? It's not going to be HASAN. It's not going to be Noah Sampson. So,
but you see, there is a line, right? Like, we agree, like, had they tread over that line, there's probably something obvious there. And that's why I don't think any of these people have necessarily crossed it.
I'll give you a recent example.
Well, the issue, what I'm saying is, like, you're not talking about stochastic terrorism. You're talking about incitement. We already have this. We already talk about it.
Okay, fair enough.
We all agree that you can't, like, point at a bunch of, like, brown people and be like, guys, we should go fucking neck them, right? Everyone agrees that is bad and wrong to do, and all the versions of directing people to do violence. The issue with stochastic terrorism is you do everything up into the point of directing violence, but you never do. You never do say, we should go get them, right? They'll just be like...
Can I give you a recent example that just happened a couple days ago? This is Stu Peters. I don't know if you guys know who that is, but...
Why does that dude have a propeller hat? Because he's cool. He's cooler than you.
He's straight up anti-Jew. He's like espousing Hitler. He's not saying I'm anti-Zionist. He's not towing the line, and he's been calling for a final solution, right? Okay. So this was the day before, or the day of, I think, actually, the shooting at the Jewish Museum in DC. He posted, solutions are great, final solutions are better. Somebody calls him out and goes, see, this type of language is exactly why these two people just got killed. And he responds with, show me where I called for a genocide. And then Community Notes is like, final solution means genocide, dumbass. But as long as he's not saying, I think you should go out and kill every Jew.
I mean, he's not wrong that this person sounds like a fucking dumbass, but the idea that you're laying you're resting your argument on a community note, give me a fucking break. Even if it happens to be correct in this case, it's just like...
And he only says, final solution. Where do you draw this line that people...
Me and Soy bullied Rachel Wilson for hours shortly after this. A great day for the Soy gang.
keep on walking up to.
We're big fans of his propeller hat.
Because that's what we're trying to get to.
No, I get that. And maybe just to clarify, I think the reason that I am using what Kyla, you've already pointed out, is already kind of the legal standard, is that, yes, it is very ambiguous up until that point where you're clearly inciting violence. And I think there's so much ambiguity up until that point that I wouldn't be comfortable prosecuting people just because it's vague.
So then what we're talking about isn't stochastic terrorism. Because if we're saying like, yes,
I finally agree. We're not talking about stochastic terrorism.
stochastic terrorism is all the stuff before and incitement, and the only part of it, stochastic terrorism, that's bad is incitement, then we don't really have a conversation because everyone agrees with that, right?
It's not about what's bad.
Yeah, incitement's cool. No,
if
the
we want to talk
question
about
here-
the rhetoric
Hold on.
being bad.
Let me finish here. The actual conversation is, what is stochastic terrorism? Is it bad? And is there anything that can be done about it legally, morally, socially? That's the conversation that we have to have. So
I mean, when you can't even prosecute the former president of the United States for an insurrection where like he incited extremists to attack the Capitol on January 6th, like what? You got a snowball's chance in hell of like getting any of these influencers on this shit.
maybe we need to back up and just define stochastic terrorism, because the moment something moves to incitement, I would say that's no longer stochastic terrorism. That's incitement for violence. That's hate speech.
And keep in mind, just to guide this, right?
As someone mentioned the term lone wolf once, in this debate, are they working with vibes-based stochastic terrorism? I mean, stochastic terrorism is when Noah Samson says a wacky thing. That's the baseline definition that's been laid out so far.
You can be against something and not think it should be prosecutable, right? So I can say, well, hey, I understand that there are reasons why we can't codify this into law where we say, okay, now we can prosecute you for XYZ, right? But you can say, hey, when I see it, I can condemn it. I can, platforms can ban it perhaps, or we can say in my community, we don't want this kind of shit. And if you do this kind of shit, you're gonna be kicked out. We could do all sorts of things other than prosecution. Let me read a couple of these super chats and we'll get right into it, because I think that was a good reset point. So let's just read a couple of these real quick.
Vibes. I mean, it's charitable to even say vibes because they are making things up.
Okay.
They are making the vibes up out of thin air. To say that there was anti-Semitic intent from the shooter to like, and every time you say from the river to the sea, that's inherently genocidal. Like, this is not even like vibes based. This is just like when you make things up and say it's what's happening.
$2 from Cameron 502 say he targeted them because they left a Jewish museum. True. $10 for Feder Mephitis says, I just got here. This better not suck. My girlfriend was going to give me an exfoliation treatment with a cheese grater and then a massage with kerosene, but here I am. Thank you for the $10, I guess. Appreciate you, buddy. $10.
We have confirmation that single people are not the only ones that watch Wick TV.
$10 from Doobie to say, if from the river to the sea is genocidal,
Doobie.
when Palestinian activists say it, what does Misfit think it means in the Likud party charter? Is it genocidal there too? If not, why? Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, it's a whataboutism argument. Look, it just means what it means, man. I fucking hate whataboutism. It's the dumbest, laziest fucking way to do any type of argument. But what about doesn't mean shit to me.
Oh my God.
Focus on what I said. From the river to the sea is a call for genocide. Period. It's what it is. Whether or not people mean it that way, whether people don't understand that they're saying it that way, it's what it fucking means. Right? So I don't want to hear bullshit about the Likud party. I don't want to hear bullshit about, but what about MAGA saying fucking the Muslim ban? I don't care. Focus on the fucking argument.
Whataboutism is when you bring up context, apparently. So, okay. The easier thing to do would just be to call this guy a fucking moron, because he is a fucking moron. But I'm going to try to engage seriously with what he's saying. Is it technically whataboutism? Yes, but not in the way that actually invalidates the point. Because it would only be fallacious if you were bringing that up to distract from wrongdoing. But in this case, Doobie, who is the hero that super chatted in that $10, was bringing it up. Why is he bringing it up? He's obviously bringing it up to make this guy reckon with the fact that there's a clear double standard here. So if you're not willing to acknowledge that the Likud's official platform is also talking about a single ethno-state from the river to the sea that's obviously not going to have Palestinian sovereignty, then that's not you doing whataboutism. That's you bringing up critical context and seeing if this guy can be consistent in applying his principles and thinking to both sides of this conflict. So why is it, if it's inherently genocidal, and Likud also says it, then why is it only genocidal when Palestinians or Palestinian advocates say it? But when literal Israeli ruling parties pursuing the same goal, that's somehow not, that's different, that's not genocidal.
Misfit, maybe I can give a little credence to them. Like, do you remember the whole like OK symbol thing that was going around like 10 years ago or whatever? So like obviously this has been OK for decades, right? And everyone knew it meant to that. And then 4chan did the troll where they're like, hey, what if we make this a white power symbol? And then actual white supremacists use it to mean white power. And to a degree, some people who do this do mean it to mean white power. Some people are doing it that way. Obviously, majority of people don't. However,
Imagine saying it means what it means when people ask about the Hamas charter.
just because it is that, and it does not, diminish its meaning as an OK symbol, but it also
Contend with
doesn't mean
my
that people
argument.
using it to mean white power don't mean white power. I think the problem is if you could show me somehow that most of the people that do say from the river to the sea do have genocidal intent, I think that would be much more compelling than just, well, even if the original meaning of that was genocidal intent, my experience with the people chanting this is not that they want to genocide, and that's why it's frustrating, because maybe they're co-opting it, maybe they're taking it back. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like most of these people are saying it.
The original meaning behind the Nazi flag was a symbol of peace. When you change the meaning of something, when enough people adopt something, it becomes that thing. All right.
Exactly. I agree 100%. Yeah.
So I think what you're asking me is,
Isn't there kind of a power imbalance in order to claim Palestine is the threat? I mean, this guy is like living in a universe where he's unwilling to confront an ongoing genocide right now and instead wants to distract about a perceived genocide that would come about if we completely flip the power dynamics.
have enough people adopted it to mean a genocidal intent? Yeah, I think they have, but maybe you're not seeing it. But I'm pretty sure.
I'm not, yes.
I'm pretty sure that
Can that work in reverse?
It can.
It can work in reverse. You can take something that's a horrible thing and then make it to something benign.
I believe so. I mean, yeah, thank you. Good example. A retard. We love that word, right? Like so. No.
Wait, like what?
Horrible thing and then make it to something benign.
I believe so. I mean, yeah, thank
queer.
you. Good example. A retard. We love that word, right? Like so. No. I'm just joking, but.
Like queer, and then he brings up like retard. What?
What I mean is, if you look at the people who are protesting on the college campuses, calling for this genocide, a lot of them were not these peaceful protesters that were just fucking looking for they were literally writing death to Jews. They were chanting death to Jews. There were people in New York City the day after October 7th. There was one guy that was holding up his phone and it had a swastika on it. And I think that if this is where people lose me on the pro-Palestinian side. I can have immense respect for pro-Palestinian people if they do what I do and call out their own side, right? If I see people calling out the stuff that I'm talking about, I have immense respect for them. Same thing about the Palestinians, right? I say, how the Palestinians can get my respect, and a lot of people's overthrow their fucking government. Hamas is their de facto government.
This guy is a living embodiment of like, that's not very good for your cause, coming from a guy who doesn't care about you or your cause.
There's millions of them, and only 4.
The pro-Palestine movement should really be thinking, how do we get this guy on our side?
40,000 Hamas fighters. And the reason they don't overthrow their own government is because they don't want to. There's a lot of support for Hamas in that region. I'm not saying all of them. There are peaceful Palestinians. There are Christian Palestinians. There are great Palestinians. I'm not saying that every single Palestinian is a terrorist. However,
also this whole like, okay, you're bringing up isolated incidents of anti-Semitism, which have no doubt manifested and occurred at various like pro-Palestine protests. If we're just going to be defining every single movement by their worst of the worst actors, then I don't think the Israel Defender wants to get into that sort of battle.
There isn't enough of them calling out the bad actors in their own, I guess you could call it country. It's not really a country, region.
Because it's like, in his instance, he's talking about random shitters that are holding up their fucking phone in Times Square after October 7th, 2 years ago. Okay, well, I can bring up an Israeli official that said horrible fucking shit in Hebrew yesterday, who has power in the government, not just like a random person.
Right? You got to be able to take self-accountability and use it as the reason why people should support you. Right? If you aren't calling out the bad shit on your own side, you don't deserve people's respect. Period.
But also, I mean, even the ones
I agree. So you don't deserve my respect or anybody's.
who are still getting bombed. So it seems like a kind of a collective punishment sort of thing, right? Like, yeah. Can we move back to
the point of this
stochastic
conversation
terrorism?
is Israel-Palestine. I think there's a lot of nuance being missed on every single side, and it's also not the point of the conversation. Going back to stochastic terrorism for the purpose of like not, because I think something that's happened already in this conversation is what I hate the most. It's like the Heidegger chatter, right? Where like we keep on using this word.
I think the opposite of nuance has been happening in this conversation. Because none of them really seem to have any context. They didn't seem to even watch the segment where Hasan went over this manifesto. They don't really seem to be familiar with the actual facts of the event, even if they didn't watch the manifesto part. They don't know what the fuck stochastic terrorism is, but okay.
Stochastic terrorism, but we aren't actually all agreeing on even what we mean by it. So we could just keep talking past each other. So I can offer a definition.
Yes, please. Actually, can we define it?
Sure, yeah. So I essentially, hold on, let me pull up my Obsidian. I wrote one. Situations where public figures use mass media to demonize.
They never read a book. You don't even have to read a book. You would literally just need to spend 10 minutes watching that HASAN segment, wherever it is. It has to be somewhere. He's literally one of the most documented men on the internet right now. And spend 5 minutes, thank you for subscribing, Bilby, and spend 5 minutes reading a fucking news article about the thing you're going to talk about.
Demonize a person or group, increasing the likelihood that someone committed a violent act against them. Importantly, the speaker does not issue direct commands, allowing for plausible deniability. So I define it as it's saying everything you can to incite violence up until the line of inciting violence. You never cross that
Like,
line.
why are we pulling up the AI summary of what stochastic terrorism is on the, like, 37 minutes into the panel that you knew you were going to be on?
Once you've crossed that line, we call it hate speech. We have a word for that.
And they're
That's what
stochastic
I'm
because
calling
they're they're probable but individually unpredictable. This is what I have here. So that tracks. That's
Why
exactly,
is he pulling it up?
exactly what it means.
So my issue then, the reason
Oh,
I got
man.
confused. Yeah, I agree with the definition. The issue, Kyla, that we were getting, or I was getting, like using a more obvious, like, illegal thing at the beginning is there's so many of these cases where even if I don't agree with what they're saying, I think people might feel justified in going and committing violence because of what they hear, right? So we look at both of these cases, the Luigi case and the, what's his name, Elias, right? And it's like, both of these people, I think, had a very strong foundation in reality, which is there is a very fucked up system that is doing things to millions of people that I think is unjust, right? And if I am someone who reports on the healthcare system of America and says, I don't like this is unjust, I could arguably say that people like CEOs are killing, tens of thousands of people in America every day. I don't think anything I've said right now should be considered stochastic terrorism, because I think that is a justifiable, defensible thing to say. And I've seen similar things on Hasan's side. Now, this is not including the having terrorists on, saying I love Hezbollah. Like, these are just the I am describing the reality of the situation as I see it. And
wait, what?
Thing to say. And I've seen similar things on Hasan's side. Now, this is not including the having terrorists on, saying I love Hezbollah. Like, these are just the
Do we still think that Yemeni teenager is a terrorist?
I am describing the reality of the situation as I see it. And the problem is, if you can then say, well, he didn't directly call to violence there, because he didn't, but someone reasonable who's a little more crazy might go and do something violent because of that. I don't think that's something we should shame. I don't want to, I would be more scared, not of the violence that may come from the craziest parts of people seeing that reality, but rather from the pushback on the free speech of people just saying, hey, I think this is a bad situation. I'm much more scared of that.
Yeah, you essentially are saying, like, fundamentally, I believe in the, like, right of free speech versus, like, the consequences of really nasty speech that we hate, right? I think all of us probably here agree, like, Nick Fuentes sucks. Like, I don't think any of us like him. But at the
he
same
tried
time,
to pipe on my house once. Do you guys know this? No, I was on a panel with him with Stardust, and back when he'd go on Stardust's panels, and he's like, I'm going to pipe bomb your house. And I was like, okay.
So here, actually, this is a good point if I could jump in for one quick second, because Nick Fuentes,
Thank you, Wick. Very cool.
I think he's pretty smart. I hate giving him credit, but he really is. In the
Why bring that stuff up? You're just going to make it sound funny.
The way that he uses his language, he creates a cult-like following. Like, he literally said, everybody that's, and I know that he's just going to say he's joking, and I think that this does tie into stochastic terrorism, where they try to make this like, oh, I was just kidding, but Nick Fuentes is like, I will kill, rape, and die for Nick Fuentes, and he goes, put your hand up and say, I will kill, rape, and die for Nick Fuentes, and he's going to go, hey, I was joking. But just about a week and a half ago, Sarah Fields was threatened, had a death threat against her from one of Nick Fuentes' followers, and he said, he literally was in a space with me after he was saying that he was going to rape and murder her. And he said, I will kill, rape, and die for Nick Fuentes. And he was not joking. This kid had mental issues. So what is the line? How do you define?
What, Groyper's having mental issues? No way.
Like, we already went over this terrorism. It's coming up to the line, not crossing it, and then hoping
that doesn't sound like
will
them.
do something that you're just giving the winky wink nod to. And this is why I brought up the from the river to the sea thing, because I believe it is a form of stochastic terrorism. I believe that when the left was saying that all the white people and all the rich people are so evil, and the healthcare CEOs are killing people, and this, that, and the other, I believe that's what inspired Luigi Mangione. How do you draw the line? You don't, right? Because what we have
again. The left TM saying that white people and rich people are evil. That inspired Luigi Mangione than anyone doing 10 minutes of reading into how the American healthcare system functions. Got it.
Have to do is we have to protect free speech at all costs. And the way to combat bad speech is with your own speech, and you have to start drowning out the own voices, which is why
these people think that like words are like spells. Like magic. That you can just like hear a thing or read a thing, and then you can like be driven to do that thing. And that your material circumstances, your income level, your gender, like none of this is going to have any bearing on it. It's just if you hear a thing, you might do a thing.
I'm saying.
If you listen to it over and over, you might do a thing.
That the way that I think should be fixed is in-house. I think that when you see something on your own side and you don't call it out, you're complicit in it. That's why a lot of people on the right hate me, because I'm calling out what I call the woke right. I'm calling out these Nick Fuentes types, Stu Peters. I'm calling these people out, and we vote the same way. But why am I calling them out? Because it's wrong. It's wrong what they're doing. I'm trying to make my voice bigger than theirs.
No, I agree with that completely. Oh, go ahead if you want to say. I was already talked, Kyla.
Yeah, so going back to stochastic terrorism, I think to be functional here, we should probably
To just casually say you vote the same way as Nick Fuentes, just okay.
talk so I don't think that there are grounds by which we can legally do anything about it right now. There's nothing that I can think of, because I can't think of specific criteria that I might be able to apply to somebody like Noah Samson, who I think has done much more explicit things that I call, that is for sure stochastic terrorism. Like, I think he's very extreme on that, in like some of his recent statements about Raytheon, that I don't know that I couldn't apply.
I'm sure people are creative. Can somebody help our panel out here? What is the way that we can amend the legal code so that we can imprison Noah Samson but keep everybody else free?
To Lauren Southern, but I don't know if I blame
Start
Lauren
brainstorming.
Southern's great replacement theory videos for
Christchurch.
white nationalist shooters. Right, exactly. And so it's like, well,
Wait,
PewDiePie
what?
was named as well.
Oh, what the fuck? Hold on,
That
wait.
is for sure stochastic terrorism. Like, I think he's very extreme on that, in like some of his recent statements about Raytheon, that I don't know that I couldn't apply to Lauren Southern, but I don't know if I blame Lauren Southern's great replacement theory videos for
Christchurch.
white nationalist shooters. Right, exactly. And so it's like, or
What
PewDiePie.
the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. So Noah Samson is more complicit in the shooting of 2 Israeli embassies, but we can't say for sure whether or not Lauren Southern, who literally helped mainstream the Great Replacement Theory, if her videos had anything to do with the Christchurch shooting. What? What is
was
going
named
on?
as well. I obviously don't blame PewDiePie for this. So
No.
we're not going to take the word of the shooter, because we don't trust crazy people to know like what caused them to do this. And so my issue with legalizing stuff around stochastic terrorism is that I don't know how you create a satisfying criteria that you can absolutely.
Again, Lauren Southern, who literally went on like a world tour airing this grievance out, who literally wore like a White Lives Matter t-shirt, or It's Okay to Be White t-shirt, who literally went on a tour with Stefan Molyneux, who got banned from multiple countries for advocating for this, and then made a bunch of propaganda videos to talk about it, to instill this fear in people. But Noah Samson, though, okay.
Apply to somebody like Noah Samson that you definitely couldn't apply to Lauren Southern, because I think Lauren Southern's like great replacement video is also really fucking awful. It's just less in the direction of like walking you up to the line of violence.
Yeah, God forbid the law that we construct to imprison Noah Samson also hits Lauren Southern. We want to dodge a bullet there, right?
It's Noah Samson's Raytheon comments. But again, like,
What are the Raytheon comments? I haven't heard them. Could you tell what are they?
I'm gonna butcher it. So I'm gonna give you the gist. Somebody might correct me in chat.
Get your super chats ready to correct Tyler.
Just to clarify, before you say
$20 to correct Tyler live on air. Okay, gang, come on, get your super chat. Anyway, sorry. Go.
I want to clarify before you say it, because watching the Lauren Southern video is like, I don't know how bad his comments are. Her comments are like, hey, we are being invaded. Our people are being killed. Like, I would say that is.
Okay, the other thing is that they're not true. It's based on falsehoods. It's not even true.
Is right up to the line of like, you are arguing for someone to go out and do something for this without saying it specifically.
So you think that
It's not just that she says all of that stuff. It's based on lies. That's the other thing.
We created legal criteria for stochastic terrorism. That was before.
Like, now we're going to evaluate if someone is inciting stochastic terrorism, and we're suddenly not going to actually be concerned with the truth value of any of their statements. It's just about if they say things like this.
Incitement, right? So we have incitement. Now we have.
Well, right. I don't think she should be legally prosecuted, because I think it's too vague. I agree with you. I'm just saying, however bad Noah Samson is, I don't know how the comparison is. I know she's really fucking bad. So
yeah. So essentially, again, I'm going to butcher it, but he was talking about he was talking about the manifesto and the killings and Gaza and stuff like that. And he said, guys, we have direct access and means to just stop people who are supplying all of the weapons. He said, I bet you if you go out, you could figure out like a nearby Boeing officer like around you. And basically, he like left it at that, and then did his like.
Okay, that is damn. I guess that is worse, because it literally.
I have to just play the clip. Hold on, I'm playing the clip so we can have the context. Where does he say this? Noah Samson calls. If I just put calls for. Look at this.
West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places. But really, politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
You can lay it out very easily.
Okay, this is the context.
Is, hey, look these people up. And but here's why I don't think, I agree, this shouldn't be legal, is because even though that is damn near like, okay, you are saying go out and kill these people. J-Reg, I don't know if you saw his video on the Luigi Mangione video. It was very funny where he's like, isn't it crazy how all these CEOs and politicians are just walking around with explodable heads? Isn't that amazing? Isn't this weird? And then he does the like satire, like 3D like thing spinning around. And like, I don't think he's sincerely calling for violence. I don't know for sure, but like based on what I know about him, I don't think he is. However, I would say that
Wait, who, Fuentes?
Mangione video, it was very funny where he's like, isn't it crazy how all these CEOs and politicians are just walking around with explodable heads? Isn't that amazing? Isn't this weird? And then he does the like satire. Like,
did she say he was talking about the manifesto? If she did, I didn't catch that. Because yeah, the Noah video came out months ago.
Like 3D like thing spinning around. And like, I don't think he's sincerely calling for violence. I don't know for sure, but like based on what I know about him, I don't think he is.
Oh wait, I think her argument is that since the video came out months ago or whatever, those types of like calls to violence or whatever, the things that like fed into what inspired this the guy who shot up the Israeli embassy workers.
However, I would say that that is almost one-to-one with what you just described with Noah Samson of like, yeah, someone could absolutely read this and go do something about it. Now, I agree with Misfit, who I guess is back.
Yeah, I didn't kick him, gang. I didn't kick him. It was not my fault.
I don't know what the fuck just happened.
No, but Misfit, I was just about to give you credence, which your idea of like policing your own is 100% like, if we want to make this panel calling out, and I think we should, people on, well, at least my side, I don't think you're on the left, but me and Kyla are, saying, hey, HASAN and Noah Samson, and like, as much as I might understand your plight with Gaza, I think this is awful and we should do something about this, you are pretty much saying, go out and do something about this in a violent way. That is, I would say that Noah Samson one, absolutely stochastic terrorism. I don't know if legally I want to pursue it, but 100% we do be like, hey, this is bullshit and you can't do this. Like, this is, at the very least, be deplatformed from a private institution.
Okay, I'm gonna let Misfit weigh in, that I gotta get through these super chats.
Also, to be clear, you can like call out HASAN for these things, you can call out Fuentes, but like really the only people that can coerce those types of figures to change their behavior, it's not just going to be a matter of public backlash. It would also have to be more instances of like Twitch and their platforms actually forcing them to moderate what they're saying.
So
okay, you guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
But I feel like these people would still say like, but they haven't really changed their opinion. They're just finding more covert ways to say it. So it just seems like there would never be a way out.
It's saying I can't. Okay. I wouldn't even go as far as to saying prosecute. Like, it's like, this isn't, or even deplatform, right? I don't like the deplatform.
So gracious. I'm not calling for jail.
Platforming thing. I don't like the censoring and banning thing. I think that Kanye should be able to make as many Nazi shirts as he wants so that we can identify these fucking people when they walk down the street. I think that it's really as simple as calling out your own side just in that regard. Literally just start being the voice against the other voice, right? Because I think what happens too much is people get into this tribalistic mentality of, well, we're on the same team, so I don't want to say anything about, Susie over here, who's being really bad, because Susie has a lot of followers, and I don't want Susie's followers to start coming at me, and I don't want to get kicked out of the group, right? If you get into that mindset, like this is what I say about this, like the squad and everything, like AOC and Ilhan Omar. I think that the reason why the Democrats lost the 2024 election was not because Donald Trump was so well liked. It's because the Democrats were so well hated. Like, that you guys went too far, way too far left. You allowed the crazies in your party to become the most prominent voices, and people,
Kamala Harris, known far leftist,
were like, the regular people that aren't on either side, just the people that don't fall apart, they go, no, I'm not down with this. Calling out your own side will give you a lot of credibility. So that's what I think should be done. It doesn't have to be deplatformed. Doesn't have to be.
You should actually spend more time attacking your own side and doing pointless infighting. That's not going to lead to anything. That's definitely going to be good for your cause. That's definitely not going to be weaponized against you by the people that you're trying to defeat.
Arrest doesn't have to be prosecute. Doesn't have to be anything.
I got to push back on that last thing.
You should listen to him because he's a Republican and he definitely cares about Democrats winning.
Because like, no one's calling out Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Boebert, and you guys still won. Like, no, you did, but the majority of people are not. All right, and like, I appreciate you because they're fucking insane. But like, I don't think that is the reason. I mean, I'm sure people view those people as radical, and that can turn off independence. But like, there's like, this doesn't apply to both sides at all in a way that I think is affecting.
I love how he says he's like, the Democrats went too far. That's why they lost or whatever. When like currently the government is controlled by MAGA. in the executive branch, the Supreme Court, Congress, and Senate. Yeah, Republicans won this election because they moderated their positions and they appealed to independents, normal people. They weren't calling for like federal abortion bans. They didn't want anything crazy like that. They certainly weren't saying that they were going to cut Medicare benefits or anything like that. Nope.
All right, I don't see that, but it's fine. It's not
Just common sense conservatism.
We'll get into. Let me get to these.
Maybe let's get into.
You know, it's not like his candidate ran on like a mass deportation program, one of the few policies that he actually, you know, went around talking about.
Social response, because I think we're all agreeing that there should
It's
be
all about
some,
moderation,
like, if there
folks.
can't be a legal response, then there has to be a social response, because I think we all agree that stochastic terrorism is bad, right? And my issue with the lack of
Okay, the social response in this is that the prescription to that will just mean people need to tweet about it more.
legal response is that I think
I don't mean to be uncharitable. Tell me what else it means.
legally we very much believe
Do
that
more
sticks and
Twitter.
stones will break your bones, and we try to legislate around that. But in the age of the internet, words can sometimes damage people in like massive ways, in ways that they never have been able to before. And I think that that really matters, right? This is why I think that there should be harassment charges based on how you platform and talk about other people. I think that there should be a number of different things that can be criminal based on your online
Wait, harassment charges
around that. But in the age of the internet, words can sometimes damage people in like massive ways, in ways that they never have been able to before. And I think that that really matters, right? This is why I think that there should be harassment charges based on how you platform and talk about other people. I think that there should be a number of different things that can be.
There should be harassment charges based on how you talk about and platform other people.
Be criminal based on your online.
So stochastic terrorism, there's no way we shouldn't legislate that. But harassing people, so being mean on the internet and platforming meanies, that is something that we could criminalize, and that this is somehow compatible with free speech. This is why we don't. I'm worried about Canadians.
Behavior, even though it's just words, right? And so
Former
I'm curious what you
Canadians,
guys think,
whatever.
like, what is the social response as far as like people doing stochastic terrorism, people engaging in it?
Like, that is just
for
fascinating to me. It
when
makes
I
no
look
sense
at
to
someone
me.
like Nick Fuentes, if I knew that somebody ran into him or they confronted him at some sort of event, like a Jew, and were getting big and mad, and then they punched him in the face after they started fighting a little bit, I would still think that the assault is wrong, but I think it's way less wrong than if that Jew went up and punched a random person, or even just a random Nick Fuentes. Because I think in many ways, Nick Fuentes is almost permanently existing in a state of provocation.
Are you doing a stochastic terrorism right now? Not even joking. Like, isn't this kind of the same
I
thing?
was gonna
Like,
say,
you're,
what?
you're saying, look, I don't advocate the violence. However, I think it would be less.
I did not think not defense, but like tacit approval of far-right figures in the United States being punched in the face, literally in person, would come up in this conversation.
It's better than this thing. I think there'd be completely understandable given Nick Fuentes' background. And by the way, I'm not saying you're wrong on any of this. It's just, this is exactly it right now happening in real time. I don't know if you were doing that on purpose, right? Like that is kind of, someone's going to hear you say that, and there's a good chance they might go and punch Nick Fuentes. Like, right?
Sure. I just would also say you should go to jail for it.
Okay,
sure. But if someone said, I think you should go to jail for shooting up the
I have
Jewish
a
museum.
couple thoughts.
However,
I agree. This is why I think legally engaging with civilly punishing stochastic terrorism is muddy, because I think you agree. I'm at like the very far end right now, where it's like nobody listens to this and is like, that's really bad, right? But when they listen to Lauren Southern being like, guys, they're coming in, or they hear Vosh being like, trans people should arm up, they obviously understand, like, for example, guilty mind. Like when they hear me talk about this, they know that I wouldn't think that it's a good thing necessarily that you're assaulting somebody. I would think it's less bad in this case, whereas Vosh or Lauren Southern, potentially, you could possibly presume, or Noah Sampson, that there's some mens rea, that they would believe that it is good. They have some level of guilty mind of like, it would be good to do these actions, right? Which would be the delineation between perhaps me and Noah Sampson.
Yeah, the question also becomes, because I do
can I
have to
pick
get
apart
to
an
the
example
super
there,
chats,
though?
or I'm never going to get there, right? But the question also becomes, on that vein, is it always wrong to call for someone to, like, shouldn't we stop bad things? Like, if there is a horrific event going on and people are engaged in a horrific act, should you not call upon others to stop that horrific act? Right?
Well, that's a very vague statement. But I see what you're saying, Wick, but it's very vague, right? Because that could be like, hey, because by the way, I think I super chatted Vosh about this back in like 2019, where he was watching Steven
super
Crowder.
chatting Vosh and not Wick?
In 2019, I didn't even know who you were, Wick. I'm sorry. So, like at the time, he was watching a Steven Crowder video, and he was
Wick
saying,
disrespect off the charts.
This is 100% confirmed. He said, "Man, like someone, like this guy should die," or something along those lines. If not, also like it sucks that like shootings happen to other places, but not places like this, where he's doing this like open panels or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that's like clearly like calling to violence, or at least like some sort of stochastic thing there. And I said, I don't think you should do that. But I don't think that's on a very different side of the spectrum of like, hey, like if there was someone like the government today in California was rounding up my friends and shooting them in the street and me saying like, hey, someone should go stop this. I think that's much more justifiable. And to just say like, should we not advocate for bad things to stop? I think there's a huge gap between, Ben Shapiro says bad things and someone should stop him, and hey, someone is killing my friends and someone should stop him, right? There's like a huge difference there. Can I really quickly pick apart, Kyla? I'm curious because
can you hold on to it? Can you write it down? Because again, people are.
I got it in my brain. Go ahead.
And they
make money.
I can't defraud my customers. Okay, $10 from Doobie to say he targeted an event held by a pro-Israel lobby organization that has
Doobie should be saying me that $10.
been fully in support of Israel's actions in Gaza. This wasn't about anti-Semitism. Reducing it to that is dishonest. I'm just going to go through them, then we can respond to them, right? $5 from Old School to say ask Erudite or anyone to define what a stochastic process is. No cheating. We'll get to that, right? $10 from Doobie. Quick reminder that Misfit, the guy pearl clutching over responsible language, is the same idiot who posted, I'm okay with as many dead kids as it takes to stop Hamas. Then $10 more to say, to be clear for everyone, Misfit,
Why should I be surprised that that's real?
thanks from the river to the sea. This guy doesn't like you. Is genocidal. So he thinks Likud is a genocidal party. They run Israel right now. He supports them. Is this stochastic genocide?
Was
And
this?
then finally, from $5 from Old School to say the way Kyla defines stochastic terrorism shows that it's nothing more than a meme created to further undermine the free speech rights of those we don't like. And then $2 from Testicle Johnson. George Bush did 9/11. Thank you for.
Yeah, I'll address the one directed at me because it's
Okay. Okay, well, he's about
so
to address
funny.
it. Let's
I
see.
love that I have to keep on. I'm not defending. I love that I have to keep on explaining this this tweet because I did it
Not defending, just explaining. Critical distinction, people.
for the purpose of ending the struggle session, where people just keep on going, are you okay? Are you okay with Israel killing kids? Are you okay with Israel killing kids? And eventually I just went, you know what? Fucking, yep, I am. And here's why. And then they obviously leave out the whole, multiple paragraphs I went after. The comparison I was making was, yes, I'm okay with it. I don't like it, right? Just like I'm okay with how Nagasaki ended the war and saved more lives in the long run. Just like Operation Gomorrah in Hamburg, Germany, like I just mentioned earlier, was the right thing to do, targeting civilian areas. I don't like it. I have never called for, I've never endorsed, I've never relished or joyed in the fact that an innocent person is dying. But if you are constantly doing this struggle session with us, going like, and I know it's emotional blackmail, I'm eventually just going to pull your card and go, yep, I'm okay with it. Right?
I'm eventually just going to say, yeah, I'm evil.
And that's all that was. But it's not even. I'm not backpedaling.
I'm not defending it. I'm just saying.
I am okay with it because I believe that Hamas is an evil organization, and if it is not stopped at all costs, then more people are going to die. So, in a pragmatic way, yes, I'm okay with it. Do I like it?
Okay, so again, let's establish facts. From the river to the sea, genocidal. Him tweeting out that he's okay with Palestinian children dying so that he can get Hamas. That's just neutral, bold, truth-telling language. Not genocidal.
Unironically, even though I probably disagree with you a lot, Misfit, the way that you phrase that, especially using examples of much worse wars, I don't.
Okay, so yes, I said I'm okay with the response from Israel to Hamas, which is resulting in dead children. Yes, I meant that shit. No, I won't be apologizing for what I said. If you're okay with God striking down the firstborn of every man in Egypt because the Pharaoh wouldn't release the hostages, then you should be okay with the steps Israel is taking. I am clearly not the target audience for this. When met with pure evil, the only way to stop it is with consequences. The 10 plagues didn't do shit. It wasn't until they realized they wouldn't have a bloodline left if they kept fucking around. This is... I bet a lot of people were moved when they read that. Israel, with the help of America, understatement of the year, is on some Old Testament shit. And yes, I'm 100% okay with it. Let my people go. There's 5.5 minutes of yapping that accompanies this. We're not going to be listening to that. I'm sorry to say. Free Palestine equals Hamas supporter. Very, very cool. I have failed the purity test. Shower me with your judgment. You said you don't care about dead kids to get Hamas. If it stops Hamas, that's fine with me. Correct. Very cool. justifying Israel bombing schools. Somebody put, who's coming to defend the defenseless? Israel bombed a school full of children today. He corrects that and put, Israel bombed a school full of terrorists today. I'm okay with as many dead kids as it takes to stop Hamas. You people sound like woke leftists trying to make an emotional argument so you can argue from a position of moral superiority. You may as well put a rainbow flag and pronouns in your bio. If you try to emotionally blackmail me, I will pull your fucking card. Literally every single Palestinian can die if that's what it takes to save Israel. Okay. How many kids were in Sodom and Gomorrah? God didn't give a fuck about how many because the number of people who believed in him was 0. Okay. These people, not only do they exist, they are voting, and they are voting in large numbers in this country, and they have been doing that for decades. Just throwing that out there. What about the firstborn children of the children in Egypt? How many children died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? I guess the answer to that is supposed to be a lot, and it was okay. All of them, that's my acceptable cost. Palestinians raped and murdered 1,200 innocent people, took Americans hostage. Fuck them and their whole bloodline. You fucking pussies didn't give a fuck about all of the tragedies of the world until it's the people who chant death to America. Fuck them and fuck you too. 576 likes. So to him, he sees like fellow right-wing people or like left-wing people having concern for children as like, oh, boo fucking kids dying. Yeah, like fucking so what? You're just supposed to own that shit, apparently.
Don't agree, but I'm like, I get what you're saying, and I don't think that's stochastic to say, hey, I think the cost of how bad this is in Gaza is worth the outcome that I want. Sure. Yeah, that's an opinion to have about the war that I might not share, but that's at least I think you explained that well enough.
It's an honest one. It's an honest take, and you might not like it, but it's just an honest take.
It's an honest take, and you might not like it, but it's an honest take.
Okay.
And I don't like that everybody just tiptoes around it, because what the goal and the motivation, especially online, is.
He's particularly aggrieved that people are experiencing any form of like cognitive dissonance about how they reconcile their support for a country that's actively killing people that are effectively helpless and a captive population that are poor and stateless. And he is here to tell you, no, just don't worry. Don't even think twice about that. Don't worry about it. Just lean into it and actually just embrace that you're fine with dead kids. That will definitely just be honest, you know? I mean, in the fucked up way, it's like, sure, I can respect it that he just says the quiet part out loud. I mean, like, what truly is less annoying, right? What is more annoying? Somebody who supports everything Israel's doing, but then they hand-wring about the deaths. I mean, sure, give me the misfit patriots any day of the fucking week. The ones that just come out and say it, like, you know, follow the logical conclusion of the policies that they advocate for and completely throw their support behind. I mean, it is that. Like, it is kind of a sign of, like, moral degeneration that you're willing to just kind of out and about be proud about it and vice signal like that. Sure. I will say that that's not a good sign that you feel comfortable openly stating this. But, yeah, it's like, it's more honest. Sure. Instead of, you know, the typical refrain, which is, you know, war is hell, this is so bad, but
they have to, right? One of the issues that, like, I think is going on in the Israel-Gaza war, for example, is that, like, nobody in North America really has, like, a sophisticated theory of violence. Like, we don't really understand violence. We don't know, like, what justifies violence when it's not justified. Like, we don't even have the beginnings of this. We just think violence bad, basically, except for maybe self-defense. And I think we're seeing...
But again, these people will be, like, genuinely confused when people are like, I think what's going on is a genocide. They're like, why? All I said, what gave you that impression? All I said is that I'm fine with every single Palestinian dying if it means that it saves one Israeli. How did you divine genocidal intent from that? I don't get it.
Seeing that with, like, war. Like,
I think you just hate Jews.
Ukraine is an easy one to solve because it's
I think you're just an anti-Semite.
But most wars are not like that. Like the India-Pakistan war, there isn't really a good guy. Like, there's not really a good guy. And
now, Patriot there definitely thinks he's a theory of justified violence. I mean, it's not a particularly sophisticated theory. It's like, just, you know, quit with the bullshit and stop being a fucking pussy about it and say you're okay with dead kids. But yeah.
That's the case in almost all wars.
I think there's a difference between a political war and an ideological war, and I think that the war in Ukraine and Russia is a political war, right? It's over land, it's over hubris, it's over I don't really support Zelensky that much. I support the Ukrainian people. I have nothing against those people, but I think that with the Israel Hamas war, it really is a good guy bad.
How does she know there isn't a good or bad guy between Pakistan and India? I mean, none of these people understand anything about that conflict. So
because you have radical Islamic terrorists who are chanting death to Israel, death to America. There is no appeasing that ideology. They really do just want to kill every Jew.
But hold
And
on, Misfit, you do understand that there are people on the Israeli side who are talking about nuking Gaza, glassing Gaza, killing all
I'm
the
one of them.
Palestinians, getting rid of all of them, and that's
You're one of them?
also
Yeah,
I mean, like
I'm one of them.
just the same way that
You think we
Hamas's
should nuke
comments
Gaza?
are bad, right?
I
You
think
can
that
recognize
if you
that
were
is
to-
also bad, correct?
No.
Wait, I want to hear him explain.
Wick is like, but you don't really mean that, though, right? And he's like, no, yeah, I believe that. Yes, that's what I am saying.
Never going to talk about stochastic terrorism, by the way, guys.
I'm so like it was.
My question
so
will bring it
hard.
back, but I want to finish this because this is very interesting.
Again, I'm supposed to take the concern from this guy who is openly avowing his support to nuking the Gaza Strip. I'm supposed to take his cry bully shit about HASAN being an anti-Semite and talking about the Shooter's Manifesto in a way that displeases this disgusting motherfucker. I'm supposed to take that seriously. Okay.
It's so hard to separate. But go
I'm not
ahead.
saying I
and
want-
get
I'm
back.
not
I'm
saying-
sorry. Yeah.
I'm not saying I want to. What I'm saying is I've made this tweet as well, which I will defend. I said the logical thing to do, not the moral thing to do, the logical thing to do after October 7th was to nuke Gaza, right? And I'm saying logically. I'm not saying I like it. I'm saying if you think about it, that would have been over, right? It would have been horrible, but it would have been over. Instead, what we have is a year and a half of brutality, right? Versus one event, which would have been brutal. So no, I did advocate for it. I take it back. I don't think.
How can you not call it a genocide when you have those statements, though? If you're like, literally, that would be better.
This is the problem with using the term genocide, okay? If you use the
Okay, get ready, you guys. Here's how advocating to nuke Gaza is not genocidal. Here's the life hack. Get ready.
term genocide, you have to understand what genocide actually is, right? Genocide is trying to eliminate a people group, right? It is the systematic eradication of a people.
Oh, okay. So if you just feel bad when you drop the nuke, then it's not genocidal. I forgot about that part.
Hamas is not a people group. It is a terrorist organization. It's not a people group. They don't want-
If you drop the nuke and you say, I swear I'm aiming for Hamas, it's fine, you guys. Okay.
But if you
I get it now. I did it before.
Israel does not want to kill Palestinians. That's the problem.
No, I'm okay. Whatever. This isn't the topic of the debate. I'll go back to my question.
Also, the definition of genocide is in whole or in part. You don't literally have to kill them.
So, Kyla, one of the examples you brought up, because you did Lauren Southern, Noah Sampson, both of those seemed really bad. But the specific Vosh one, I gave an example of which I think is a bad Vosh one. But the Vosh one you said trans people should arm up. I have said some.
That's kind of the justification for dropping the nukes on Japan. I mean, the United States was at least in far more honest, quote unquote, in the sense that they were like, no, there are no civilians because they're in a state of total war. So every single man, woman, child, elderly person, baby is complicit in this. So they're not a civilian because they're all fighting.
Similar comments in the recent weeks, because I think that what's happening right now.
But this guy is actually trying to say that there's a way to drop a bomb on people. And if you just cross your fingers and say, I swear it's just I'm just trying to get Hamas, that it's fine.
In the government is very scary.
The genocide loophole.
And I think that
I forgot about that part of the Geneva Convention.
There's a very justifiable fear of people like door knocking, overstepping their bounds, and like a fascist like kind of a takeover of an oppression of minority groups. And I think there's nothing stochastic necessarily about saying, hey, you should arm yourself just in case. Especially if you add on, I don't think people should be going out and committing violence against the government right now. I think this is incredibly unhelpful. If you look at this Elias Rodriguez situation, not only are they going to be using this to persecute people who say free Palestine now or who wear the keffiyeh, but it's just this didn't move the needle, I think, at all.
Sure.
But to also say you should arm yourself, do you think that's stochastic terrorism?
No, because I think terrorism is a key part of stochastic terrorism. Like, right, when we're talking about terrorism, there's an element of using violence to intimidate and targeting civilians is a really key part of typically terrorism, right? So like when you're talking about but the reason I bring up the Vosh example is on the continuum of stochastic terrorism. A lot of people might claim that Vosh is he's the stochastic terrorist here, right? And so I think this is why we have to kind of.
So just to recap, because we're about an hour in, let me just recap. So people that are definitely stochastic terrorists, Noah Sampson, Vosh, for comments he made like 2 years ago, HASAN because of tweet and because of reading the manifesto. Here are people that we know are not stochastic terrorists. Lauren Southern, this guy, even though he said that we should nuke Gaza, those are not stochastic terrorists. Let's continue.
have better conversations about this concept, because I think if we're going to wield this word and make it punchy and meaningful and essentially say, you're being a terrorist, right? Let's like remove the stochastic part. You're being a terrorist. You're just not killing civilians. I think we need to be clear about what, as a social group, what that means, what that looks like. And I feel like we don't have a clear line, because right now, like you said, me saying like it's less bad potentially to punch Nick Fuentes because he exists like basically in a permanent state of like fighting words, which is like one form of defense that you could use in an assault case, right? And you're like, well, isn't that stochastic terrorism? And it's like, not really, because I'm not saying that people should go attack Fuentes. I'm saying it could be a plausible defense. However, some people who really love Nick Fuentes probably would feel upset by that and might claim that it's stochastic terrorism, which is why we have to have some level of like social conversation about like, there has to be some line of where we would say this person is actually being terroristic, right?
The problem is
and
it's subjective. That's the
Wait, what?
I'm saying it could be a plausible defense. However, some people who really love Nick Fuentes probably would feel upset by that and might claim that it's stochastic terrorism.
Okay, yet another saying that there are justifications and ways that you could feel fine about punching Nick Fuentes and other far-right figures, also not stochastic terrorism somehow under the same definition that we're operating under.
Terrorism, which is why we have to have some level of like social conversation about like, there has to be some line of where we would say this person is actually being terroristic, right?
problem is
and
it's subjective. That's the problem. So like trying to make a line on something so subjective, the line will just keep moving. Like, so we had this
You are arguing against the concept of law. I don't understand this argumentation of like, it's so subjective, you could never this, you could never that. We have found ways to put into law things that are very complicated. We have justifications for locking people up in tiny little boxes and throwing away the key. You could actually do this if you were serious about it.
This kid,
you can make a line for yourself and you can advocate for that line. And then this is the way all of social,
like I don't want this law or whatever, but like I don't understand this whole like we could never like regulate that. There are ways to regulate these things. You could potentially regulate anything.
Have you guys seen the Your Favorite Guy kid that was advocating for the shooting after the fact, and he said it was an act of resistance. He was essentially using Hamas language. Like he goes, no, this was an act of resistance. This was not an anti-Semitic attack. This, that, and the other. And he's like, and we need to do more to stand up and fight against these Zionists, right? And I think that would be definitely a clear stochastic terrorism type of post.
Sure, yeah. Taking a violent thing and saying, do this again, like 100%.
Yes, exactly.
But if that might be Kyla's thing.
Unlike his tweet where he just called for nuking Gaza.
This is already over the line of this could even be perceived as illegal, right?
I think that.
Oh yeah, the FBI is going to be going to his house.
I hate this subjective argument because I think all it does is it like turns our brains off to be like, well, I guess we can't really decide and think about it, and it's like.
True. I actually agree with this.
You can't. Things can be
I want to.
You can.
Relative, right? Because what I'm saying isn't subjective, it's relative. Fundamentally, what I'm saying is it's relative. Like in the case of Nick Fuentes, I think we have enough.
It's not a question of like, it's impossible to do it. It's just a question of should we do it or not? But this whole, we shouldn't do it because it's too subjective is so stupid. Just say you don't want to do it.
Patternicity of his behavior, his rhetoric, his actions to suggest some level of mens rea, where like he is knowingly, intentionally, and like explicitly trying to radicalize people because he hates Jews and he's willing to lie to them to do this process because he believes in like a number of horrible fucking awful things, and he would probably be okay with harming civilians for his like glorious Catholic monarchy revolution, whatever, right? And so what we have to do, just hold on, when we're talking about this, we have to essentially establish what is reasonable.
For a second, I like lost the plot about who she was talking about, and I genuinely thought for a second she was trying to describe Noah Samson, but it was Fuentes.
Belief, because I don't.
But a bit sad that what she was saying, based on the other things that she was saying, was actually going to, like, that could have been about Noah Samson.
I think anybody reasonably would listen to me saying like maybe one of the ways that you deal with stochastic terrorism is that you basically say that somebody like Nick.
It is a helicopter beanie, or like it's like a propeller hat.
Fuentes is in a permanent state of being provocative, right? And that matters if somebody does an assault on him because it would weigh in on the court's decision of the assault or crimes may be done to him. And we can say, no, I don't like this idea. That's totally fine. But we have to engage with this because there is some level of reasonable belief where we can establish this is a stochastic terrorist. And as a social group, this is a reasonable response to those labeled as a terrorist.
I think it's very.
A permanent state of being provocative. You're just, now we're arguing against the concept really of free speech and arguing against the concept of there being civilians, because how do you reconcile that with protecting unpopular speech or radical speech? And I don't just mean Fuentes, I mean literally any single provocative or radical speech ever. If you're saying that makes you exist in the state of provocation and that could make you a target.
Very important as well, just real quick.
She's like not saying to do this, but like that it could be somehow, you could do this somehow and it would be compatible with free speech.
I think it's very important that we have to recognize someone saying it once isn't enough, even if they say something terrible, right? Like say someone should go out and get guns and take care of this problem just once.
One tweet.
It's not.
Stochastic terrorism is a concept for academic discussion. You cannot make it a law without infringing free speech, but you can do the next best thing, which is go on a Wick panel and talk about it.
Enough. There are
Why not?
people, the people I'm talking about, the people I think that are more concerning are the people who are doing it over and over and over constantly. HASAN.
Well, not just concerning. That is actually getting closer to the definition of what it means to be a stochastic terrorism. It's not, did a person say a crazy thing once or a thing that could be interpreted as a dog whistle for violence? It would need to be repeated. It would need to be coupled with dehumanization. It would need to be coupled with all of these other, with parasociality. It couldn't just be, you said this thing once.
The one time is bad, right? Like
Well, the one time is bad, but like, so Nick Fuentes said about me. This is something that he just did last week. He said, in a better society, Misfit Patriot would be murdered by his government. Right,
How are two people posting their fucking L's here? Why are they doing this?
Because I called him out, right?
It also depends if one time is bad, if we've agreed on what one time even means, right? So you said what I did is stochastic terrorism.
Like, stop talking about how Fuentes bullied your stop it. You're just making him sound funny.
I reject that because I think it's a deeply watering down of the term, and I want the term to mean something. I want it to mean something when I say this person is being a terrorist, right? And I don't want it to just mean somebody being like, I kind of get what Luigi Maggioni did. I don't want to call that person a terrorist. I think it's stupid and it wastes the word, right? And so we do have to create a reasonable belief of what is bad enough that we call this person a terrorist. We do have to do that.
How can I bet we couldn't even get all three, if not four of us, to agree on a belief here today, which is why it's like I agree with you. Like, obviously, even in legal terms, like there's a standard of a reasonable person would believe, like that's a thing that exists, that judges even then subjectively have to determine themselves. But there's something there where it's like, okay, obviously someone could see this, or like you can't claim negligence to a crime for not doing it. And in this discussion, I think there's a very good conversation to be had about how we're policing our own. I think we can keep going example by example and say, okay, this one absolutely is, and we should call that out, and this one isn't. But is there really going to be a way where like, okay, the line is this specifically? Because I don't think there's going to be a way to do that.
And that's what I was saying. I wasn't trying to diminish or water down what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that soy pill was. Sorry.
Yeah, when I said about the punching.
No. What I'm saying is when I said it's subjective, I wasn't trying to water it down, but it's a reality that it is subject to interpretation. And if you have something that's subject to interpretation, like the line that we're talking about, if it's not something that can be okay, so like murder is a very objective thing, right? Assault is a very objective thing.
What about pornography?
Pornography is a very objective thing, it's
How can I hate this guy when he has this I'm trying to be annoyed with this guy and he has this adorable Boston Terrier dog that's been like going around the background the whole time.
Yeah, you could try to make the art argument, but no, pornography is pornography.
Can you define it for me?
I would say showing nudity online. Right, like
what about like a biology textbook? Is that pornography?
If I took my shirt off right now, would
it's a little harder to define, I would say, than murder. To your point.
All right, nudity with an erotic connotation.
At this point, can they just use ChatGPT to debate? They were doing that earlier.
If that's
intent.
Yeah, intent.
Pornography makes an intent.
And yeah, I guess you could say that pornography is subjective. I will concede that argument. What I'm saying is, with the line of stochastic terrorism that we're trying to find, right? You can't find it because it's going to what you just said. Nick Fuentes, who deserves to be punched in the face, I don't think he should be punched in the face. He just deserves it. If you punch him in the face, he becomes a martyr. And people that follow Nick Fuentes and like Nick Fuentes will be like, "You punched him in the face for no reason. How dare you? He's just speaking his mind. He's just having his First Amendment right." And then you have people on the other side that will be like, "No, he should have been punched in the face. I'm one of the people who thinks that Nick Fuentes deserves a punch." I would never do it, and I don't think anybody should do it because I don't want to make him a fucking victim. I want him to keep talking, and I want people like me, you, and you, and you to talk against him. I think that the only way to combat these people is with your voice. So,
can I use your example though? The Nick Fuentes example that you had.
Kyla first, and then we'll go to Soy. Yeah, just to respond. So when we're talking about subjective, we are able to make determinations of subjective things all the time. Like a large portion of civil court is fundamentally subjective based on the judge and the jury, with some level of like precedent and standards that we've erected over time. So just because something is subjective, it doesn't mean we can arrive at it. And I'm not saying to this panel, let's solve stochastic terrorism. But for example, one thing that I think is really important to do for yourself and for your audience is go, what is stochastic terrorism to us? Like, what does it actually look like? Does it matter that much? And the issue is that when we say subjective, then we also like create this excuse where we don't really have to wrestle with it. And I think the issue is that when it comes to things like violence, which is increasingly becoming an issue in society, we don't think about violence enough, and we need to. We really need to. I agree that I won't have the same line as Soy Pill necessarily, but it's reasonable to believe that they'd be a lot fucking closer than super far apart, right? I don't think you'd actually point them.
This almost has an SNL onion feel to it.
Saying it's less bad to punch Nick Fuentes.
Very real.
That's a terrorist.
Right? I want to ask Kyla a question real quick. Because we're talking about communities, right? And I don't know about you, Misfit, but most of us have communities online that we built, that we moderate to varying degrees with varying amounts
I
of
don't.
success.
No Discord for
Right?
me.
Well, luckily
neither.
for you, so I feel Discord's horrible. Never have one. I guess my question for you, Kyla, would be if someone in your community were to say something like, you know what? I don't think what Luigi did was that wrong, and I think that we need more Luigis. Is that stochastic terrorism to you?
Nope, not necessarily. I don't think that would be a terrorist at that point. That's not far enough along the line.
Really? That
How? I don't understand how. How is that not that?
That seems like they're explicitly calling for more. But
Based on the standards that they have laid out, how is that not? Why would that not conform to their definitions? I don't get it.
that might even be like, especially if they have a platform, might even be like legally.
Terrorism's a
viable.
really big word. Terrorism's a really big word. So I think that we should be cautious when we're talking about this. So for example, if when they talk about the United Healthcare, they start streaming about it all the time, right? They constantly keep.
We should be cautious. Has been nothing but not careful with the word the entire time.
Reminding people how to arm themselves. They start talking about the best ways, potentially unrelated, totally unrelated. Just like, what are some ways that you can hide bodies? You know, if they started doing a whole bunch of behaviors alongside this, then I would totally grant that it's a terrorist. But this is why, like, a single moment, this is why, like, it's subjective and it's relative fundamentally. It's why it can't be solved in legality. And it's why even things like porn can't be solved, like, just legally. But you can kind of look at it and feel it out and hopefully put your finger on when it's starting to happen and go, okay, this is obviously bad.
I think you know porn when you. That's what. This is perfect because I'm gonna agree with Kyla here, right? You ask what porn is. You know porn when you see it, right? If you see a National Geographic, article from like some tribe in Africa where the women aren't wearing shirts, you instinctively just know that that's not pornography, right? So if you are scrolling online and you see an OnlyFans page and a girl is like, biting her finger and doing the fucking pose, you're like, that's porn, right? And
the problem, Misfit, is, I mean, and this is going to be a really dumb example, but like, I only know this because I've been on the internet so long. If you scroll and you find a picture of a very inflated Sonic the Hedgehog, you might be, that's a weird drawing. And yet that is 100% porn from DeviantArt that people jerk off to because they have an inflation fetish. But to call it porn explicitly relies a certain context and knowledge and
How does he know this?
the fact that I don't think everyone has. And you gave two very explicitly obvious examples where I think there's a whole spectrum in between.
Yeah, there could be a spectrum based off of fetishes, but I think that what we can do is use common sense to define traditional pornography and not get into that area of somebody could look at this erotically, right? Or just use the common sense examples of literally just a human being like naked ish or doing suggestive things, because like you scroll on Instagram, my Instagram feed is like I literally have to block these porn accounts all the time because Instagram has literally turned into an OnlyFans ad.
Porn is anything I can do.
Is it,
No, it's algorithmic. It's based on your searches, right?
yeah, I was literally about to say this.
It's really not to me. Well, maybe it is. I don't know, but maybe it's because I'm
Maybe it's because I'm blocking too much porn.
blocking them. I don't know, but yeah, what I'm saying is to go down the.
Oh my god, the self-report.
Yes, it's subjective, but like what Kayla was saying, she's right. Where it's like we
Kayla.
can obviously define it based off of what we know, which I think is good.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with this at all. The problem I have, or not even a problem, but it's just one of those like, what do we actually do about this? Obviously, right, Kyle, I'm not asking you to solve, here's the cloud of stochastic terrorism today, and we can put everything in. The problem is, I know we can go through a list of 10 examples, and for each of these, all four of us are going to have a slightly different opinion on whether or not we think that crosses the line. I think we can agree, already we have, that we need to call out people on our side when it's happening, and we can look at stuff like HASAN and Noah Samson and be like, okay, this is really bad, this is a pattern behavior. But even the example that you gave, Kyla, which was someone talking about hiding bodies, someone talking to ARM, someone streaming about the United Healthcare CEOs, like that's a very explicit, like, okay, very obviously, yeah, you and I would probably agree on that, definitely 100%. But I think there's so many more vague examples of this where even just HASAN posting that makeshift gun thing and reply to that sender, I think that's stochastic terrorism. I think that is absolutely saying, hey, I'm referencing a time when a person went out and killed a politician, and I'm saying this should happen again. I think that is an incitement to any and all of his viewers. And that's just one thing. That's not a pattern. It is in the context of his pattern. I think, yeah, if a private institution has if a private institution has a some nebulous cloud of like, we reasonably have a board of people that looks at this and says this is stochastic terrorism, yeah, 100%. I think that one was way over the line of what I would consider stochastic terrorism, because it's not an explicit call to violence. It's just a picture. There's
If these people had access to like create legislating laws or whatever, they would definitely like say goodbye to like trolling on the internet.
Plausible deniability, and yet everyone knows what it is. And the perfect example of this, which is going everywhere, is the meme right now of someone should do it, right? That means nothing, right? That means absolutely nothing, but everyone knows what that means. It's calling for the assassination of a politician. So
thank you for subscribing. This is Elton, and he's I think he's 8 months old, and he's very bad.
If HASAN retweeted someone should do it, that's one thing. Sure, it's in the context. If it was out of context, if he had never, if someone like Kyla, I don't think Kyla probably has done anything stochastic to my knowledge. If she retweeted that today, I would say that's stochastic terrorism. And so like the problem is none of us are going to agree 100% what it is. We do have to look at all of these on an individual basis. I guess that's my kind of take on it. There's never going to be 100% thing. But if private institutions can come together and kind of have a reasonable definition of this, I think that, yeah, if there's like I don't know if we need like the council of Twitch streamers to come in every time something like this happens, but I do think we should be doing that. To all of your points, we need to do that.
The issue with it, and this is an issue with I have even on a social level, even as a social level, and even as like a platform such as Twitch or Twitter or whatever, right? Doing these things is that I wonder what the cost is versus the benefit to doing it. So the benefit to doing it would be to tamp down the rhetorical temperature, if you will. But the cost to it, I think, is characterized most clearly by the recent response to the 8647 stuff. You guys all saw that? The 8647 people who'd been used.
I mean, he's just proving that you really don't even need the stuff to be codified into law for it to be weaponized. And for, like, Comey is literally being visited by the Secret Service and FBI because of that.
Using 8645, 8646 for years, all of a sudden, 8647 was definitely a call to violence. And there was no mistaking it. There was
And I mean, speaking of this, the fact that they, like, I mean, I didn't really hear any pushback to him saying that From the River to the Sea is genocidal. Maybe that occurred because they didn't feel like going down that rabbit hole and it's just off topic or whatever. But that is like literally on the same level of delusion as, like, again, Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that 8647 spelled out in seashells and posted by James Comey is a genuine call to, like, assassinate Trump.
No, just let me finish real quick, right? Just let me finish real quick, and then I'll let you respond. There was no nothing. It could be nothing else, and it was used as a weapon against people's political enemies, which will absolutely happen and has happened on platforms where people will try to weaponize the rules to attack the people that they're going after. And I worry that the cost of codifying this on even a societal level, right? Like even as a platform will not be worth, the juice won't be worth the squeeze. Go ahead,
let me agree with you on, in general, I don't think people should be censored, right? I don't think that people should be banned. I think that, honestly, I think the way the internet should work is you should give users, like the actual people on the platform, the ability to device ban other people so that you literally just don't see them at all, right? You device ban them.
This was the whole meme. There was this whole meme of people on camera saying, okay, guys, seriously, someone needs to do the thing. Yeah.
You get rid of all their backup accounts. They can't continue to harass you. However, in your specific example of James Comey doing the 8647 thing, originally, right when I first heard it, I was like, that's not a call to violence because I worked in the restaurant industry. 86 just means get rid of something. Okay. However, it was pointed out.
You don't need to work in the restaurant industry to know that 86 is not a call to violence. It's fucking Pinhead.
To me, that James Comey is a fucking FBI director. So he worked for the government. 86 in that sense, he more than reasonably would know that it does mean kill in criminal terminology.
Oh my God, he actually thinks it.
I don't think that, there should be any criminal charges, but I do think the response to it was correct, where we should condemn that. We should start saying, hey, dude, maybe for at least for, like, and especially Trump. I know some people.
So we should just be crybabies at all times. Got it.
People here don't like him, especially Trump. The motherfucker got shot at. He literally got shot at. They tried to assassinate him twice. The guy has had call for violence after call for violence. I think that there should be some level of social outrage against James Comey being like 8647, even if he tries to backpedal and say, I didn't know it meant violence, right? I think that we should go, bullshit, dude. You worked for the federal government as a law enforcement officer. That is well known to be the code for kill. So that's all I'm saying.
Which federal
question.
agency uses 86
terrorism?
Oh, anyway, go ahead.
Is it stochastic?
Should we condemn people saying 86 all of Gaza? Apparently, we should not only not condemn that, but you should encourage it. And he also encourages fellow conservatives to just say they're okay with, like, dead kids and nuking Gaza.
Terrorism, if you advocate for the killing of, like, what you view as, like, a military opponent in, like, potentially, like, a political struggle.
Well, let's define terrorism, right? Terrorism is the unlawful use of violence or intimidation, especially against civilians, to achieve political, ideological, religious, or social objectives.
Yeah,
right?
so say it's not against civilians. You're like, I don't want to kill Republicans. I want to kill only Trump. Say that's your position. Is it terrorism, right? Because I think this is part of the interesting conversation. Because when you look, like, everyone is fine with some levels of violence, even political violence, because most.
Oh, I have 50 people on YouTube. Hello, we're watching this free speech and its limits panel, the meeting of the minds.
Most people support the Civil War, right? Most people support the Revolutionary War. And so I'm sure right before those wars broke out, there were a lot of people inciting a lot of violence against people who were not at that time explicit military targets, but would later become them, right? And so I think this is this really interesting conversation where essentially we are obviously okay with talking about violence and doing violence to others to some degree. This is obviously true. And what we have to do is get mature enough to figure out when those lines are being crossed, right? Is it reasonable to joke about killing the president if you think he's literally destroying the country?
Okay, so now we're at the point where it's like, okay, everybody is implicitly or explicitly in some cases okay with political violence. It's just how we do it.
And tearing down the Constitution or something like that. And I think we have to have that conversation because in that way, potentially, then he's kind of like a military target. So is it targeting civilians or is it targeting the leader of what you think is bad? Is it bad for pro-Palestine people to say that maybe Netanyahu should die? I'm not sure. That's the question we have to answer.
I don't think that criminally it's illegal.
Why are you asking the question of if it's good or bad when you should just be asking the question of if it's attempting to incite terrorism and violence?
I think that it should be.
Like, that doesn't require a moral judgment to be rendered. You're just asking how you should categorize it.
I think that it should be. I think that it should.
But I mean, it gives insight into these people. Just the rules are based on what they think is good, and that should be permissible, and what they think is bad should not be permissible.
Should be frowned upon. I think that it should be called out. I don't think that. Look, I mean, I think that I hope, at least, I really fucking hope, that everybody on this panel agrees that Hamas is a terrorist organization that did an evil and awful thing on October 7th. Can we all agree on that? Yeah. Everyone? Great. Thank God. All right. So when I say I hope every member of Hamas is killed, right, I'm only talking about terrorists. I'm not saying every Palestinian should be killed. I'm saying I really hope that every member of Hamas
You did mention that you want to nuke Gaza.
Hold on. I was about to give you this layup. But when I say even if that means Palestinian civilians dying, then people go pearl clutching, not realizing that what I'm actually advocating for is less people overall in the long run dying, right?
Okay. See, what you didn't get is that him saying that what it was. Let's just. I want to be super precise here. I'm okay with as many dead kids as it takes to stop Hamas. See, that was actually a humanitarian gesture and like call for goodwill, because if you really think about it, it probably would lead to less kids dying.
I am of the firm belief that leaving Hamas in power, leaving them to regroup, reassess, and just continue their terrorism down the road, I think in the long run it will lead to more people being killed.
Yeah. The problem I have with that take and Kyla's take as well, right, is that you have to compare it to what we are at now. So I'm going to deal with Kyla's take first, right? So when people call for what your point about Trump being possibly a potential military target.
Your speech cringe and terroristic, my speech based in humanitarian field
in the future, or people can see that as a military target, right? If we get to the,
I just don't, this fucking moron, this absolute fucking imbecile making the argument that, again, him explicitly saying that he's completely fine with as many dead kids and like as it takes to stop Hamas. You're supposed to interpret that as this high-minded humanitarian argument, this like 10D chess humanitarian argument for calling for less suffering overall. But from the river to the sea cannot be interpreted any other way except genocidal. When they tell you that, oh, it's a call for one person, one vote in a single secular democratic state, don't believe that. But when he says, I'm okay with as many dead kids as it takes to stop Hamas, or like says things like, oh, you should drop a bomb on Gaza to get Hamas, that's humanitarian speech. This is the speech of a peace activist.
The point where the United States is in another,
like, I know it says I'm okay with as many dead kids, but that's not what it means. It means the opposite.
Frankly, civil war. I think that where we are at today does not justify morally someone calling for a civil war, because a civil war will, in all cases, be far, far worse, far, far bloodier, far, far more violent, do far, far more harm than whatever Trump can do, whatever Trump is doing right now. Even though I specifically call out and oppose what Trump is doing, a civil war would be worse than that. Just as to Misfit's point about how saying, well, you know, at all costs, at any means necessary. I don't agree. I think that we can review a large numbers of things that would be worse than Hamas remaining existing, right? Nuking Gaza would be worse for a host of reasons. I think it would lead to a cascading effect.
I think, first of all, Israelis would die.
The world would be a worse place if Israel decided to nuke Gaza for, again, not just because all the Palestinians, Hamas or otherwise, would be dead, right? But because of how the world would respond to that and what it would do in just.
I really did think he was going to say because it would like splash back on Israelis.
The Pandora's box it would open up, the allowances that it would lead to, if not responded to forcibly, for other countries to start to do, it would be just horrific all around. So I get what you're saying, but I think that we have to compare it. Like we can, in hindsight, for the Civil War, we can recognize that the state of America was better after the Civil War than it was before. But I don't think the same holds true today. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do. And let me try to explain where I'm coming from with my nuke Gaza, which I really don't think they should do, by the way. All right. Like I just said, I said it would be a logical thing. And here's why, right? Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
He was just doing facts and logic.
I think it was somewhere between 100 to 160,000 civilians were killed. Right. And it was one event. 160,000 people. That's awful. Women, children, innocent people died. But it got Japan to surrender. And
I mean, is he tacitly acknowledging that Israel's civilian to militant ratio is so bad that dropping a nuke would actually result in less destruction than what they're currently doing now?
Military expert, every historian will tell you that Japan would not surrender.
Because he said overall it would be less violent.
And they were going to pull us into a greater war that was going to
A nuke is apparently more precise than what the IDF is doing right now.
Continue, and hundreds of thousands, maybe up to 1 million more people would die. So when you look at it logically and pragmatically, and when you say, would you be willing, it's the trolley analogy, right? Would you run over one person to save 5 people because you have a train coming down the tracks or a trolley coming down the tracks? That's what I'm trying to say.
Can I give you an out? Can I give you an out, Misfit? This is because I think I understand what you're saying. Like I've had these like hypotheticals where I'm like, okay, like obviously this is an ongoing conflict, people are dying back and forth, what if we just like took out one side of this? Wouldn't that make it better in the long run? But hear me out. First of all, I don't think all historians agree with that, but that's regardless for the Hiroshima thing.
But yeah.
Many do, but here's the thing.
The same people that tell you like one state, one person, one vote is like completely unrealistic will literally turn around and say we should probably nuke Gaza because like that would result in like less death, right?
Right now, one of the policies of
without a shred of irony, they will say that.
Israel, and I think Trump has endorsed this, is to completely ethnically cleanse, not by murder.
Democratic state, equal rights for all. You're fucking insane. Quit living in your like leftist fantasy world. Anyway, so back to my plans about how why we should nuke Gaza and how it would actually be the humanitarian gesture to do that.
But by removing every person from Gaza and putting them somewhere else and relocating all of them, right? Which is literally nothing cleansing. But regardless, this would eliminate the problem of having this border country or state or territory that is at war with you. I think you could say that that is the same thing of what you're kind of saying. Like, if we got rid of all these people from this area, there would not be this back and forth conflict. And as much pain and suffering as that would cause, this would, in the long run, make it better for the conflict overall. I think that's a much more defensible take to have than nuking Gaza is the logical choice, because I think the ultimate like not absurdity, but the ultimate what do we do? Remove one of these sides. In that case, is not killing literally every single one of them.
Yeah, well, it just sounds bad when you say it, right? Nuke Gaza. It just sounds bad, which is obviously
it really doesn't ring off the tongue very well. Yeah,
it's gonna get a reaction out of people. But I don't. To be completely frank, I don't care how bad something sounds if I'm just being honest. When I was trying to say if I
nuking Gaza, that sounds bad. It does kind of sound bad, but who cares?
I think personally, something in the long run will save more lives. It will lead to peace. It will lead to a solution. Then I think that's a pragmatic approach. Now, you just said like it is technically an ethnic cleansing to remove the Palestinians from the equation, resettle them.
What do you think would happen if you asked him to apply this logic to like justify October 7th?
In Jordan,
do you think he would like explode?
In Egypt and other places. I did a podcast where I was talking to the opposition leader to the King of Jordan, and he was
maybe this dude should just not be honest.
Was making some really good arguments about why that would be a great thing to do, and they would be accepted in Jordan, not under the current leadership, but the people in Jordan would welcome them, because there's a lot of Palestinians in Jordan. I think there's 11 million of them, so they would fit in over there. If Trump's plan was to remove those people, let's say even temporarily, potentially rebuild Gaza. I understand, but let's say hypothetically, right? Let's say that Trump's plan. It's actually not hypothetical. This is actually a potential possibility. Trump removes Palestinians. He rebuilds.
I was going to say, he's talking about this like it's hypothetical, like it's not actively being discussed right now by the upper echelons of the United States government, and what Israel has been talking about for like the last 2 years, practically.
And he rebuilds it with the partners of the Abraham Accords. All right. So you have Saudi Arabia, you have Jordan, you have Egypt, you have other people that are building in that region. And essentially what he's doing is creating an alliance in that region where
he's like, the Palestinians would fit in like so well within Jordan or whatever. What do you think this guy's opinion on like refugees and immigrants coming to this country is?
Iran, Hamas, Houthis, all these other people were to attack it, then they wouldn't just be attacking Israel. They would be attacking all of the neighboring people that have now created an alliance. And then, which is why I said potentially temporarily, if you were to create some type of peace in there and have these Muslim nations.
Or like, could you imagine if like some pro-Palestinian person said to him like, what's the problem with destroying Israel? Can't all the Jews can just go back to like Brooklyn, New York City, and like Europe, right? It'll be fine. They'd fit right in there.
That are maybe even occupying it, bringing them.
And then they just said, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest with you.
Palestinians back would not be that big of a stretch as long as they would agree to adhere to the laws under the new government, right? Like
I'll let Kyla respond to this. Go ahead, Kyla.
I don't really know where to respond because I don't know. Is this just an Israel-Palestine debate now?
Yeah, we can go back to stochastic terrorism.
Yeah, obviously, ethnic cleansing is always it almost often is presented as a temporary fix and becomes a permanent outcome. Like that's just the reality every time, right? So I don't think that ethnically cleansing Gaza for now and then promising their homes back is the solution. I also think that like people need to be really real about like Gaza Palestinians. Like if it wasn't Hamas, it would be Fatah, right? And if it wasn't Fatah, it would be the the Brotherhood.
Fatah.
I can't remember their name. That's there. The Jihadist Brotherhood, right, from Egypt. So this idea that like, yeah, anyways.
Well, yeah, but like Misfit, like this is why I'm a little confused because like I can understand like if you idealistically play this out, there could be a way this works out. But I mean,
she's so close though. It's like wow, it's almost like there is no governing body that Palestinians could have that Israel wouldn't use as a pretext to justify terrorizing them.
Would you advocate for the same thing for like Russia nuking Ukraine or vice versa? I mean, it seems a little over the top. And the reason it sounds bad is not just because it's, oh, how dare you advocate for the killing, but it's also because like realistically, like Wick said, I think if you really saw like the implications of Israel nuking an entire territory, I think a lot of Middle Eastern Muslim countries would probably this would turn into an escalating thing. It wouldn't just be like, oh, problem done, right? Like
to tie this back to stochastic terrorism and follow up Misfit, just to follow up that question, Misfit, isn't it possible
The lights are on, but like no one is home with this dude.
That if in the future, if I could tell you, Trump is going to make it a civil war, there is going to be a civil war, isn't it possible that by Comey doing 8647 and therefore maybe resulting in the assassination of Trump is actually offsetting major future destruction because if he's not there, then the civil war potentially never happens and all the harm comes from it, right? So it's like...
Well, under that hypothetical, then yeah, it would be just like the, the founder saying that King George, it needs to die, it's like, but the problem is that's not based on reality. Trump is not going to create a civil war, and I don't see how there's any evidence that he will. I mean, I get
let's
you can
talk.
on it.
Yeah, let's not to interrupt you. I'm going to pass the ball right back to you, but let's talk about that for a minute, right? Because Trump is rounding people up and deporting them because they are criticizing Israel. They're rounding people up.
No,
and
he's
supporting
rounding
them
people up
because they write
aren't
op-eds,
citizens,
right?
They aren't citizens. Like that, we did this in our last debate.
These were permanent residents, though.
We did,
right? Where we agreed that I think that we agreed that the person you're referring to, the one that wrote the article, went through the
This guy earlier in the debate said he was a free speech absolutist, BTW.
entire due process and was found not to be.
She was released. She might still have trials coming up. I haven't checked.
Yeah, but
he's like black bagged for like writing an op-ed. She's not a citizen. Like, what's the problem? Wait.
Oh, so isn't that the system working as intended? I understand that you might not like the fact that she wrote something that was disagreeable and that maybe originally looked like it may have been in support of a terrorist organization, and then maybe people went too far in arresting her.
Did you read it yet?
The system, the system worked.
Wick, you know the answer to that question.
I have to ask you a question, Misfit, because this seems completely at odds with your previous position, which is we should never.
I'm not actually convinced this guy can read. I mean, you could get pretty far writing these types of things just using text to speech.
Deplatform anyone, and we have to have all these opinions out, and Kanye should be able to print all his Nazi shirts. But now you're defending the idea that if someone says something that might be slightly interpreted as terrorism, the government should be able to lock them up and throw them through this arduous legal process.
I think that they should definitely be able to investigate. 100%. I mean, that's. But
that's not what it's just. It's not just an investigation. It's I'm arresting them and putting them in prison until we go through this process and make them go through all the intimidating them and potentially locking them up even longer. Like that's much worse than deplatforming.
I agreed that they shouldn't have done it. Right, like if there was if that woman did nothing wrong and the process played out that she actually didn't, then they obviously shouldn't have arrested her. However, people make mistakes, and this justice system is not perfect. So what I'm saying is, if you
okay. So see, when that woman was black bagged by ICE on the street, if people make mistakes, have you never made a mistake yourself?
Fixate on this mistake that was made in the justice system where they did do this, then you can use that to
I think the word mistake
I want to toss it to Kyla. She's got her hand up and she's being such
just to tie back, because you said that she isn't a citizen, right? And it's really important that we make it clear.
Don't you just hate when you like leave your shoes untied and you like accidentally, you know, trip forward and then you accidentally like black bag somebody and put them in an ICE detention center because they wrote a college op-ed? Happens to the best of us, really.
Non-citizens have tons of rights in America, right? Like,
Yeah, they have Fifth Amendment rights, but they also have the
They
due
have
process
due-
right.
Yeah,
She went through
but
due
she was-
process.
Right, but you also have free speech rights as a non-citizen.
Yeah, and like I said, they for some reason, and I'm not saying, I mean, I don't think anybody on this panel knows the motivation. You can guess, you can assume, but you do not know the motivation. She was, I guess, arrested for something that she wrote, which I think is wrong. I don't think that she should have been. She was arrested for something that she wrote. Hold on.
And why do you think it's a mistake too? Yeah, like.
Well, because she was.
You said very sure it was a mistake, whereas we were saying this is in line with the context of Trump's rhetoric of intimidating people that are speaking out against him, right?
This dude could be the next Bibi Netanyahu. I mean, Netanyahu is fucking insane, but he's at least somewhat intelligent. This guy is like almost not sentient.
Taking one example of the justice system. All right, so look, I said this in the last debate. I have been arrested before. I was arrested. I was locked up. I was thrown in a cell. I went through a trial, and at the end of the trial, the jury
For what?
said not guilty, right? And that happens all the time.
What
right?
was
Like,
it for though? Like, what did you do? Like, was it just something you said?
I refused a breathalyzer. I was a DUI. I refused a breathalyzer. I wasn't drunk.
But that's a lot different, right? Like, this is.
I wasn't drunk, Your Honor. I simply refused a breathalyzer.
Isn't just someone said something that the president doesn't like, and then they're kind of.
It's actually the same exact thing, right? Because if you think about it, right, what happens is you have
Someone called it DUI or domestic violence.
a suspicion of a crime, right? The suspicion of the crime in my case was I refused a breathalyzer because I drank 2 beers. I knew I wasn't drunk. I knew I was not out like operating under the influence, but I didn't want the breathalyzer to show any alcohol.
Okay, if he's saying that he only drank 2 beers, what should be the multiplier so we can arrive at what he actually probably drank? Should it be like 2, 3, 4?
And what they do is now they go, okay, we automatically assume you are too
It's just a couple of beers, you guys.
intoxicated
Times
to
5.
operate a motor vehicle, and we are going to take you into jail. You can go to trial and you can argue it. When I went to trial, I had the
Is he drunk right now? This man is dead sober. I'm positive.
literal bartender at the bar get on the stand and say he really did only have 2 beers. He was not drunk, right?
But were you locked up for the duration of this until your trial?
Well, no, but you know what? It is different in that regard. But what I'm trying to say is what
Yeah, but he probably only wasn't locked up because he had enough money to make bail, or he
what
called
the
a bondsman.
system did to her happens all the time. The government will arrest somebody who did not actually commit an actual crime, and they will put them through due process. That
Plus a few shots, but they didn't ask about that.
what happened.
But what we're saying, hold on, just real quick.
What they don't know won't hurt them.
Describe what
This is
should
important,
happen
this
here.
is important. This is important.
Okay, go ahead.
And I don't want to relitigate the debate, but it's important to discuss in the context of the discussion we're having, right? My claim here, and I think the evidence bears this out, is that they're being.
But he's not wrong. You don't have to submit to a breathalyzer. You don't even have to submit yourself to the field sobriety test. But like, if they're at the point where they're having you do the field sobriety test, it's their flimsy pretext to arrest you. And then if you refuse to do that, they're probably going to arrest you anyway. So
put through this process because of their speech, not because of a crime, not because of anything. It's because they're saying things that the Trump administration does not like. And they are doing it specifically to non-citizens because they feel they can get away with it. They
Your
are
first part was-
saying
yeah.
this. That
Hold
we
on,
don't
your
have to
first part was
guess, right?
Hold
Go
on,
ahead,
your first part
respond,
was-
then I'm going to give it to Kyla. Go ahead.
Your first part was 100% right, right? Your second part was your opinion, right? Where you say,
how does he reconcile this understanding of like how political action and motivations take place in the United States with, let's look at what they say, let's look at their actions, compare and contrast, let's see what, and we can infer their intent based on those 2 things, right? But you could probably show Wick any number of all of these top Israeli officials, the foreign minister, the fucking prime minister himself, saying genocidal shit about Palestinians, and he will still just say they're just getting Hamas.
they're doing this, and then you added because, right? You don't have any evidence to actually back up the because they don't like it. How is it possible? Is it at all possible, right? In the realm of possibility that they are arresting these people because they fully believe that they are supporting a terrorist organization? Like, because that's what the argument is going to be made by on my side.
This is literally also the January 6th offense of like, he didn't know what he was doing. It's also the justification for the like fake electors scheme or whatever. Trump genuinely thought that somebody had cheated and that he really did win.
They think
you're allowed to support. You're allowed to voice support. For
like if I walked out of a fucking grocery store with something like I leave Walmart and I've stolen groceries. Okay. And I like, apparently all I need to tell Misfit Patriot here is that I didn't mean to steal them. And that should be enough to get me off the hook, I guess.
for
But
terrorist You're allowed to.
we literally just saw 2 Jews get shot dead at a fucking Jewish event because of all of the rhetoric. So yeah.
Okay, 2 Israeli diplomats or aides shot at a Jewish museum that was hosting an event for young Israeli diplomats.
Yes,
Continue.
they are taking it a little bit, like, you know, seriously when people start openly supporting terrorism.
Oh yeah, and he said 2 Jews. One of them was a fucking Christian Zionist.
And they will give
aren't you making the same
Like the woman was Jewish, but the guy wasn't.
assumptions though? I can say, how do you know that's why he did it? He has a manifesto, and he's not saying Hassan told me to do this. He's not saying this is because of this. He says specifically, and you don't have to believe this, by the way, but he's saying this is because of what Israel is doing, right? So like, if that's what, right? So like, you can't say, oh, he did this because of that.
My argument is, right, if this government, right, has made it a priority to put a focus on people that are supporting terror organizations, or even at the appearance of supporting terror organizations, then they might arrest some people that are.
The appearance in this case is co-authoring an op-ed for your college newspaper that's criticizing your college's policy towards Israel.
Aren't actually supporting a terrorist organization.
Do you think they can investigate that before without having them in prison? Like, you can absolutely pursue and find out whether or not these people are truly doing it without having them locked up. And I really have to say this, real quick, last thing. Donald Trump and the administration is saying, hey, we're coming after you because of what you're doing, because of the things you're saying. This is not like I'm kind of guessing. Like, if it was that vague, I'd probably be on your side of, well, we're not.
I think this guy feels about January 6 pardons.
100% sure why this is happening, but they're being pretty explicit in the intent.
Or like the Proud Boys openly saying on like Truth Social and like all of these dissident right type like platforms like Telegram being like, hey, you guys want to fucking do something with Lindsey Graham on January 6th?
Intimidation tactics, whether it's with the ICE stuff or with the Palestine stuff, they're very, very explicit with this. I don't think this is like I don't get why they're doing this. It's pretty, unless they're lying about it.
Also, if Trump cared about any of this, why did he excuse multiple January 6 rioters that were charged with explicit crimes?
What about his?
Like cops?
Oh my god! Anytime you try to bring up anything else, it's just whataboutism.
It's not whataboutism, because you're stating that Trump, for example, believes in some certain thing, that he's concerned about supporting terrorism, and that might be the reason why he breaches on the First Amendment. However, he explicitly sidesteps.
This dude is so insufferable. Holy shit.
The judicial court's findings to pardon and excuse people found criminally responsible for attacking.
Not listening. What about it? Not terrorists.
Right? So the issue is, how do you square this circle? Because I don't really understand it. Sure.
It's
very easily. I simply don't consider them terrorists, and I simply don't think they broke the law. Therefore, argument destroyed. Feminist.
False equivalency. You're trying to make the equivalency of the people who protested and were mixed in with some.
This is the second time in a single debate panel, whatever you want to call it, that this guy has called up somebody bringing up relevant context or trying to see if there is a double standard at play here as just whataboutism.
Bad actors that were vandalizing, assaulting, rioting on January 6th. I've always said, I've been very clear about this. The people on January 6th that got violent are scumbags who deserve to be locked up. The problem is their due process was actually violated. And when Trump had to pardon everybody, there was so many people. Enrique Tarrio wasn't even there. He literally was not there. He got a 22-year sentence for incitement of violence when he wasn't even at January 6th.
He planned it out, and he said, make no mistake, we did this, and had like instructions on how to overthrow the government.
Yeah, but that's his freedom of speech, just like
no, it's not.
Oh my God, how is it that's his freedom of speech, but this woman criticizing Israel isn't?
He was planning treason. That's actually very specifically legally, like you can't do that.
Freedom of speech to say that she supports Palestine. I don't understand.
Because no. Like I said, if she just supports Palestine, which I think that the evidence showed she did, then we're all in agreement.
I mean, there is no evidence that you could show this guy where he wouldn't just say your support for Palestine is just some way that you're being anti-Semitic.
But like I said, I think that this administration should be maybe being a little bit more threatening to people that are going to support Hamas, right? If you're going to support Hamas, now the de facto government of Gaza is Hamas, right? That is a fact. They are the government of Gaza, right? So when you say
they're not a state, so no, they're also kind of not.
Well,
just to be clear.
I mean, they were voted in. So
can I read you something about Tarrio Misfit real quick? Can I read you like the trial facts?
I'm not even a big fan of
no, don't backpedal, because I think you said he shouldn't have been locked up for 22 years, but this is one of the most explicit, like you incited committed treason against the government. Like this is like very explicit, and he was convicted by a jury, right? Like this is let me just read this to you and tell me when to stop if you think this is ridiculous. Yes. Okay. Tarrio had convened a ministry of self-defense to coordinate.
He's literally doing the thing. He's doing the fucking
Proud Boys leadership on January 6th. The chat showed that Tario, stationed in Baltimore hotel room, not in DC, he's in Baltimore, encouraged the Proud Boys as they attacked the Capitol. On January 6th, he told his followers on social media, do what must be done. And later in an encrypted group chat, he directed other Proud Boys to do it again. In another message, he wrote, make no mistake, we did this. Prosecutors also included evidence that Tario had discussed with associates a plan to have a large crowd in Washington storm government buildings, a scheme that the Proud Boys dubbed 1776 returns, in which the Winter Palace was used as an apparent code for the U.S. Capitol. And this goes on, but this is like very explicit incitement, not just incitement, like I am planning out to overthrow the U.S. government. Like this is not a oopsie doopsie, we locked you up for 22 years. This is like one of the most open and shut cases.
It's the same exact argument that you would, not you, sorry, didn't want to lump you in, that
my side, sure,
would, your side would make against the fucking.
So this isn't whataboutism.
BLM riots. No, the BLM riots, right? Like, so when you have the BLM riots in 2020,
can we keep it focused on, I know you don't like whataboutism, can we keep it focused on like Ozturk or these people that are being locked up for the Palestinian stuff? Because if they were planning to the same degree as Enrico was, I would agree with you. If they're saying, let's overthrow the U.S. government to stop the Israel-Gaza thing, that's open and shut, but that's not what's happening.
My argument is Enrique Tarrio did not get a fair trial. He got a ridiculous sentence. Did he do something wrong? Probably. I'm not a big fan of Enrique Tarrio. He probably shouldn't have said some of the things he said, but 22 years
for plotting to overthrow the government with explicit plans and coordination and saying, yes, we absolutely
everything that you just said that he said was pretty vague. I mean, and you could call it stochastic terrorism.
He had plans to storm the
Sounds vague to me.
Capitol government buildings, like let's go in here with guns and the Proud Boys and overthrow the government. Not.
I'd have to see.
That's why I wanted to read it to you, because if you don't know this, I understand. But you should go read the trial.
You didn't read me anything specifically where he said guns and he said violence and he said kill or anything like that.
Go ahead and look it up then.
Okay, so when again, from the river to the sea, genocidal, anti-Semitic, Enrique Tarrio explicitly laying out how to storm the Capitol on January 6th. I don't know. I'm going to need more. I'm going to need him to literally say, I want to do an insurrection on January 6th. Nothing less will suffice, unfortunately.
I promise you.
I will.
Anything short of that, who's to say?
If that's the case, right? I'm not even going to concede that it was. Hypothetically,
can I just ask you?
I would say he should probably be charged with something. I think 22 years is probably crazy.
Okay, so if he was writing in such a way that you think is like incitement to some degree, you would want him charged in the same way that if this girl had written something
100%. Luckily he's not, apparently.
Inciting, she should be charged. But you agree that she did not, and this was a major blunder of the courts in this case.
God, if only Enrique had thought to get Misfit Patriot as his lawyer, could have gotten him off, I bet.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that what happened was she went through due process. The due process worked out, and I think that everything. I mean,
do you
look,
think that her free speech? I'm asking you if you think that her free speech supporting Hamas should be protected to the extent that you think people who maybe
and
want
to be clear, she didn't support Hamas. I just want
to be protected.
If she
make that clear, she did not support Hamas in the op-ed.
She did not. I'm asking a hypothetical new person.
Okay, sure.
If a person supports a foreign domestic terrorist organization and supports them to the point where they are trying to, I would say, maybe get people to join into that cause, I do not think that's free speech. I think
fly over.
Like if you say, I love Hamas. Hamas is great. I want Hamas to kill all the Jews. No, I don't think that's free speech, right?
Thank you for the raid.
But only because it's a foreign terrorist organization that chants death to America. You know, we should have a limit on the type of rhetoric that people in this country who enjoy our freedoms should be able to espouse.
Yeah, again, free speech absolutist.
Not a restriction on their First Amendment right, but when you take it to a point where, like you said, I would say that's stochastic terrorism, and it's a stochastic terrorism in a form of support for a actual terrorist organization.
And I just want to say this Misfit Patriot dude is like not just anybody. He has 58.6 thousand followers on Twitter. So 60,000 people have voluntarily decided to follow him and think he has something like worthy of being listened to.
So I think that should be the line. I think we were talking earlier about where's the clear line. I think the clear line should be like, if you say something like, I love Al-Qaeda, right? I guess you're free to say that. If you say, I want Al-Qaeda to return, I think we should all join Al-Qaeda.
Why can you say that, but you couldn't say I love Hamas, according to this guy, without it being pretext to lock you up?
I think that Al-Qaeda should come to the West. I think you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that there should be a common sense factor in that. So if this girl just wrote an article supporting Palestine, obviously she shouldn't have been restricted from doing that.
But I think that
Misfit, what do you think then with the people coming out post this Elias thing happening and saying, because he did chant Free Palestine when he was locked up, saying Free Palestine. This is not from the River to the, just saying Free
Has this been confirmed? I keep saying that, but I don't even know if it's been confirmed.
Palestine is now this like call to terrorism. This is anti-Semitic. Like, or Kyla, I guess you have a thought on this?
Yeah, people are taking it far.
Okay.
People are
I'm
definitely
trying to
taking it
figure out
a
your
little too
line.
far.
I'm trying to figure out your line and making
Just
sure that
a
they're
wee bit.
consistent between.
Well,
like,
that's
the
my
J6ers.
line is the same. My line is the same, where it is a little bit subjective, right? With the J6ers, I think that out of the 1,100 cases, I don't think that a majority of them. There were jurors that were coming in and saying that they predetermined the guilt of some of these people before they even walked into the building. DC has a 95% Joe Biden voter demographic, right? I don't think that these people could get a fix.
Oh, Republican oppression. I love this argument. So apparently, even though the crime took place in Washington, D.C., because there's too many Democrats in that area, it would be inherently unfair. You think this guy would ever put up with this argument when it came to like race or like black people having to go before a jury of like white people? Of course not. Of course not.
Fair trial in DC, and I think that a lot of these people were tried in DC. There was a lot of circumventing of the processes. These people,
Dude, everybody fucking knew about January 6th. There's no courtroom in America that wasn't going to be filled with people that already fucking knew about it.
but like I know a girl, Isabella.
And no matter where you would move it, these people would bitch that they're not going to get a free trial, because free trial is just a fair trial, because that's just a proxy for if they are not found not guilty, it was biased, it was rigged.
Luca, who was tried and who was subpoenaed by the FBI, and she caught charges because she touched a table, right? That table was later used by somebody else, and they threw it at a cop.
Not to interrupt. I just want to be clear that, like, obviously you and I are going to agree that there's probably a lot of the J6ers that were like prosecuted and looked into that were probably unfair, right? It was a very.
And then there's people like Jake Lang that should still be in jail. Like,
That's fine. I'm asking for your line of credulity. I'm just trying to figure out what your line is and whether that varies, whether it's a J6er or a pro-Palestine person.
No. What I was trying.
I'm not sure that it is, because one of the distinctions that it seems like you're making is that if they're talking in speech in support of like a foreign terrorist group, then we can be more critical of their language than if they're maybe talking in speech of overthrowing their own government, such as the J6ers.
Of course, because that's how they have already been designated a foreign terrorist organization. That's a very objective thing, right? It's like it's complete. Like, I'm talking legally. Like, legally in this country, we have designated Hamas as a foreign terrorist organization.
Well, if the U.S. State Department says they're a terrorist org,
They designate Proud Boys as a terrorist group, though, or something? Like,
Did the Biden administration do that?
I'm actually not sure whether they were actually officially designated.
I did not know that.
You can, hold on.
Also, real quick, the Luca person you mentioned, yes, she did touch a table, but she helped steal it, and it was then used to attack people, which is a little not so vague, you know.
She essentially. I mean, listen, this is her side of the story. She said that that she was with.
Well, Dems will not be fair with Republicans, but white people would be fair with other races in 2025, not talking about in the 60s, etc. Are you saying that that's what his argument would be, or that's your argument? Because I wasn't saying that. It's not that I don't think that black people could get a fair shake in the criminal justice system here in 2025. I'm just saying that if you ever tried to make this argument at any point in time, this dude would 100% reject it and say, too fucking bad. You need to be judged by a jury of your peers. That's where the crime took place. You don't get to move it somewhere else just because you're scared of racism. You shouldn't have done whatever the crime is has landed them in front of a fucking jury in the first place. That's what he would say. Sorry.
With people who stole the table. Okay, she was with people.
Like, to these people, like, they're skeptical of every single claim of like racism, sexism, xenophobia. The only thing that they'll take seriously is anti-Semitism, and really what they mean is anti-Zionism and anti-Republican bias.
Who stole the table? Then she was filmed or took a picture where she was touching the table. That table was then thrown at a cop or something like that. But she was charged with assault, and it's like, okay, that's a little much, right? And she can go through her whole due process, but here's the deal. Because of all of that ridiculousness, because of some of the things that happened, and there were definitely shady things that happened, Trump had to pardon everybody, right? Because he basically had, he kind of, in my opinion, he kind of did.
Well, yeah, Misfit, let me give you credence, Misfit. I know you just said, and I believe you truly believe this, I think this is a good thing. You can look at these cases and say, this person definitely does not deserve to go to jail, but this person who like beat up a cop probably does. Like, you have, if you have that discretion, why can't Trump have that discretion?
No, 100%. And Jake Lang should still be in jail. Jake Lang is on film trying to swing a baseball bat at a fucking police officer.
Right, so why couldn't Trump do that? Like what you're doing right now, which is a perfectly reasonable case by case. This person was too violent, this person wasn't.
Because of the situation where it's 1,100 cases, going through them one by one, reading all of them, making that determination. I think it was.
He has people, right? Yeah, and they can say, look, President Trump, these people were the most violent. I don't think you should pardon them, and these people were, and they can collectivize this because they were able to.
I'll say this. I'll say this. I'll let you respond in a second, but I'll say this. I'll make this claim. If Trump can't do that, he should not be in the position of power that he holds. Because
No,
I could do that.
No, I think that mass pardons work this way.
I could put those in my I could put those in my Discord right now. I could put all 100 cases, and by the end of the week, I could have a full list of people who were violent and who were not. And if Trump cannot do that,
didn't Jimmy Carter do the same thing with the Vietnam vets?
Well, maybe, but this is whataboutism. I would probably disagree.
I think the issue is, first of all, whataboutism. Second of all, I think if it's the case of Jimmy Carter.
Also, the thing with respect to like mass pardoning of Vietnam veterans, it was like amnesty for draft dodging. It was not amnesty for violent crimes.
Did this, I'm sure that Soy Pill and Wick would be similarly critical if you just carte blanche, like excused people when it's like, okay, well, some of these veterans were like raping children and other veterans were like doing war.
I wasn't using whataboutism.
Yeah, like you can't be mass pardoned from like military court. They would have to render a guilty verdict and then the president could come in and pardon them.
As an argument, I'm using it to just give a reference that in the past.
But no one which Nixon literally did. To the one person that was prosecuted for the My Lai massacre, the Pinkville massacre. And then he got like 2 years, and then Nixon immediately pardoned it and like gave him house arrest for like 8 months, and that was it.
Presidents have mass pardoned groups because the overall like going through case by case by case by case is too difficult. So I think that Trump made that decision. Now, could he hypothetically have gone through each and every individual case? Yes, he could have. Maybe he should have, but he didn't. And I just don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think it's that ridiculous because. I mean, look, if there were like,
not a
like
big
I said,
deal.
I think Jake like is one of the biggest pieces of shit on the planet, right? The guy votes like me, he thinks like me, but he's a piece of shit, right? I think he should still be in jail. So I'm just as disappointed as you are. However, I understand why Trump did it because it's like, okay, we got to get a lot of shit done. We're about to start this administration. We got the next 4 years and we only got 4 years to do it. Let's just fucking pardon everybody. Get this off of our plate. Maybe.
I don't understand why he has the balls to just say like, yeah, I'm fine with dead kids in Gaza or whatever. And I'm like, it's cool if, I'm okay with as many dead kids as it takes to stop Hamas. But he's too much of a fucking pussy to say that, like, yeah, this guy who, like, swung a baseball bat at a fucking cop who was pardoned, he's a piece of shit and he should still be locked up.
Maybe you don't like it, but that's what happened.
I don't like it because I think the burden of responsibility for your leader should be higher than just being like, but I have pet projects I want to get done, so I guess we just gotta go let criminals out. Nobody would ever be fine with Biden doing this. Ever.
Yes, you were, because he pardoned 8,000 fucking people.
I disagreed with that, by the way, Miss. I thought that this was if you look at the list that he did it in a sweeping generalization where a lot of people that probably shouldn't have been pardoned were pardoned based on this very strict thing. And like,
we have a crisis in this country of not enough people being locked up.
I don't like that either. But I think you should also be able to say Trump didn't do a good job here.
He's too much of a pussy to say Trump made a mistake. Yeah, for sure.
He should absolutely have kept these people.
But I also think he doesn't really want to criticize these like conservatives that much.
But you said it was the only thing he could do, and I don't think that's true.
I said it's what he did, and I understand it. I would prefer him going through case by case. However, not to use whataboutism, Biden literally just pardoned a bunch of people, and Kyle was like, he wouldn't have done that. Yes, he did. He did it more than any president in modern history besides Jimmy Carter.
Hold on, you're putting words in my mouth. I never said that Biden would have never done that. I said if Biden had done that, you would have been like the right would have been in.
And the other thing, the context for that is that Biden pardoned like 8,000 people that had been convicted of nonviolent drug offenses.
Uproar
and people that had already served. That's the other thing. They had served like so much of the time on their sentence that they had been given.
That
it sounds like you were, yeah.
You were.
Yeah.
All right, so you should be an uproar against Trump for it. That's what I'm saying.
Here, right? I'm saying like this carte blanche pardoning, not a good thing.
I don't think any president should. I don't think any president should do it. Agreed. But if
but so long as it exists.
But just to be clear, you did say he had to. You said he had no choice, essentially, because of the circumstances.
If I said that, I misspoke.
I'll just
okay.
I would prefer he went case by case is not the impression he gave up to this point. Yeah, no.
I appreciate that. But then to round this back up to what the panel was about.
I just want to make it clear we are getting to the point where we're going to be wrapping up soon. So just
maybe this is a way to come full circle, Wick. But so what Enrique Tarrio did
Wick does not stream for longer than 2 hours at a time.
Was very
you
much
will not make him do
very
it.
least stochastic, if not even further than this, where he is explicitly planning the attack of these government buildings. Would you not say that this at least rises to the level of stochastic terrorism, even though he was not there, and that he probably shouldn't be pardoned, right?
I think that Enrique Tarrio should have probably faced some charges, but I think that he should have had a fair trial. This is the problem with I think many of the J6 cases. I think that a fair trial should be fair in regards to if it's a political trial. I think that you should be in a courtroom that is at least maybe somewhat moderate, like somewhere.
Affirmative action for Republicans is needed.
Where you're going to have a jury.
For jury selection for Republicans.
Jury selection where you have a potential 50-50 jury that doesn't hate you because of how you vote. So that's my argument. It's not whether or not Enrique Tarrio did something wrong. Maybe he did.
Well,
but if you put him in
the thing about law, just
DC court,
real quick, like you're usually, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but as I understand it, They
No
charge
way.
you where you did the crime, in the jurisdiction
Yeah,
in
and
which
you
you
have-
did the
and-
crime, and the
and
jurisdiction in
this-
which they did the crime was DC. That was the process that we have. So
And they said that-
these
then you
these
have-
trials. I just want to let me finish. I'll let you respond. Right. The idea that these trials weren't fair. Right. Both their defense got to help pick the jury. Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
change
jury
of
selection
venue-
is go through both.
Hold on, but change of venues exists for this.
I mean, me personally, I was charged and convicted of drug offenses, and I didn't think it was fair that at least half of my jury wasn't filled with like drug addicts. How am I supposed to get a fair shake?
Exact reason, and they were all denied, right? A change of venues exists because of this exact reason, and every single one of them was denied. And that's not right, right? You have to take into account these people are in DC, 95% Biden. They are clearly Trump supporters, and they're going to be in front of a jury that statistically is going to be 95% Biden.
Okay,
So
if I as a
think that
Biden
change of
supporter
venue-
committed a crime in a 95% red
They
county,
should be able to move.
I should be able to be moved simply because I'm a Biden
100%.
supporter. I don't think I
1000%.
I don't agree with that.
You should
Just to
1000%
clarify,
be.
I just want to clarify some things for those because I didn't know much about the Biden pardons or whatever. He only pardoned 80 people. What he did is he basically
And what you're really arguing against in that instance is like you want to move like half of jury trials just to like other areas in other states because that probably that. How often would this even happen? Like, how would I just don't even see how that's practical.
got rid of a number of charges for like low charges like marijuana. He also blanket pardoned LGBTQ service members who were removed from the military due to their gender identity or sexual orientation, right? So like these are not the same thing.
I fucking miss CTV. I'll bring back critically thinking veteran.
As going to genuinely convicted people who assault police and then blanket pardoning them.
I mean, this guy makes CTV look like a fucking like Mensa scholar.
This is looking at like
and
simple,
citations.
small. It was 4,165 people in total during his 4 years, and it was specifically small marijuana possession under federal law.
That was
and
6,577.
Yeah,
what
Kyle,
I'm
I don't want to like
seeing
push back
here
super hard because I'm not super informed, but I know that there were a few people lumped into this that were like, serial like molesters. Like there were some. Maybe I'm the victim of right wing propaganda here, but I know there were like a couple of these people where it's like, okay, this person was lumped in because they had similar
And I would
charges.
just, I would just be the first to grant that there might be. You will probably find for me a couple people here that'll be like,
Chinese spy pedophile.
yeah, Biden should have been careful enough to not like pardon these people, but let's not equate these types of pardons, which is about like simple marijuana possession, LGBTQ service, and 80 other pardons, to the blanket release of January 6 rioters with express found due process, like criminal charges against them, like attacking them.
Oh, Kyla, he already explained to you that it wasn't fair because it was mostly Dems.
While it was 6,577 marijuana pardons, right, blanket pardons, it was 2,500 nonviolent offenses, and then yeah, there was like the 80 pardons. There was a bunch of others, but he also literally pardoned a Chinese spy who was convicted of pedophilia. So there's people in there. There's people in
That's
there.
not good. I'm never going to defend that. But
exactly
what I'm saying,
and I won't defend Jake Lang. So we're in the same boat.
Well, no,
I won't defend him personally. I'll just say that I'm fine with his pardon.
The point that I'm making here is that what we're doing is we're equating Biden's blanket pardons to Trump's, right? The issue with Trump's blanket pardons, in my position, isn't that there's like a couple of individuals that are really bad and that's it. My issue with the Trump pardons is that a large number of those people did explicitly very bad crimes that I think all of us don't like attacking police officers and breaking into government buildings and stuff like that.
Problem is that they didn't.
She's wasting her breath trying to like talk him through this.
A lot of the crimes were. Hold on, I'm being serious. There were very bad actors. There were people like Jake Lang. And if what you say about Enrique Tarrio is true, I'm not going to defend him. What I'm saying is there was many people out of the 1,100 people that were arrested and given these crazy sentences. Some of them vandalism. Some of them were just walking through, like Jake Chansley, the guy that shot.
You wouldn't fucking believe the sentence that that comes along with, doing a little bit of an insurrection. It's crazy.
Common guy with the face paint. He's weird. I don't really like him either. However, the sentence that he.
Did you know if you vandalize the fucking Capitol, with a riot, that they actually put you away for like 10 fucking years? It's crazy.
When he was
anarchy.
Walked through the Capitol by Capitol police officers, and
It's
it's on camera,
lawfare.
where they literally were opening doors for him. They were shaking his hand. They were doing all this, and then he goes to jail for like a year and a half. Come on, you can't sit there with a straight face and tell me that these people on J6 were treated fairly under the justice system. They weren't, and that's why I understand.
They were.
Why Trump did the blanket pardon.
Because
it's just too much. Jacob Chansley is a weirdo.
Can't believe that we're in a banana republic, you guys.
Is not a criminal.
Kyla, finish
We live in a society where doing a little insurrection, a little riot, swinging a baseball bat at a cop. Did you know that they want to put you away for 20 years for doing this?
We gotta wrap up. Kyla,
Crazy.
respond.
I don't even know where we're at anymore. Basically,
No,
a
we
lot of
have
lefties. Well, a lot of lefties would basically say that a lot of the people with like simple marijuana possessions were treated unfairly in justice because it shouldn't be illegal, and probably a large portion of them were black as well, right? So it's like this is. Yeah, but a lot of people would argue that it probably shouldn't be, and that they're not getting fair trials because they're getting federal charges for very small marijuana, like
Illegal's illegal. That's the thing.
All right, would you say that about January 6th?
He is like constitutionally incapable of like understanding the point she's trying to make.
We're at an impasse.
Illegal,
We got it.
It's illegal. Integration is illegal. I mean, like I don't like it, but it's illegal.
I do have things to.
I mean, that black guy did try to sit next to this white lady and on a bus. What do you want me to say? It's illegal. He broke the law. He's a criminal.
Do tonight, unfortunately, so we got to wrap it up. But gang,
we're not important.
Gang, yeah.
Legal is illegal, except for J6.
This has been I've enjoyed this discussion. I'd love to have you on again to discuss January 6th specifically at some point. That would be interesting. But for now, we have to say goodbye. I'm going to give every one of these people closing statements where they can tell where you can find them. I have links to all their stuff in my description where you can go, you can click those links, you can follow them, you can subscribe to them, whatever have you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for coming. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking to an ex-child terrorist, someone who was part of a Maoist revolutionary organization in America, who was trained.
Are you talking about Shenandoah?
Yes, trained specifically to overthrow the government. I want to pick his brain. It's gonna be fun. So tune in tomorrow for that. On Wednesday,
He was in the last panel that we watched.
We're gonna have a debate on should the U.S. increase foreign spending to foreign governments. And on either Thursday or Friday, I'm going to be debating P.F. Young on the woke right. He says it's not real. I disagree. And that should be fun. Okay, with that said,
I still don't know what the woke right is.
we're going to start with Soy Pill. We're going to let Misfit have the last word. Soy Pill, close us out.
Yeah, so just on the topic of stochastic terrorism, I fully agree, I think, with most of the panel here, which is like, there's a very hard way to show that this is illegal. We have a way to show that you are inciting violence, and if you're treading up into that line, I don't think we should be starting to like push the government's ability to determine what is not legal to say. I'm really scared of what they're doing with that 86 thing. I'm scared of what they're doing with saying like, hey, Free Palestine is now an anti-Semitic, like, genocidal chant. I don't think the people should be prosecuted or anything like that for those statements. But I do agree with Kyla, and I guess Misfit agreed with this to a degree, which is we should be policing our own side. When we see stuff like what I think HASAN is doing, what Noah Samson is doing, and these, I don't own these people, but I'm on the left, all right? And so they're on the same side. We disagree on a lot of stuff, but we also agree on a lot of stuff. And it's incumbent upon the people who are more likely to listen to you to call out the behavior that you think is actually going to make the world a worse place. So I think we should call out stochastic terrorism. And I unfortunately think it is just going to be a case-on-case basis. There's lines that we say like, yeah, this seems like it's treading over, and I can use an example to paint that vague kind of bubble, but it's going to be different every time. I'm someone who has
No, we have ways to categorize who counts as inspiring like stochastic terrorism. It's just none of the people that they're saying, like fucking Noah Samson, and these like random people. That's not going to be enough. They're
often
way too small.
Norm Macdonald, call me crazy, but I think everyone in their story should die.
And they don't fit the criteria for what would count as inspiring stochastic terrorism.
Line, but I don't think that's an incitement of violence. However, some people might see it that way, and so I think we need to be very careful about what we say is stochastic terrorism, but we also need to be policing our side, making sure it doesn't happen. Thanks for listening. It's been great. I had a lot of fun.
Always a pleasure. Soy Pill, find him and his channel is blowing up. He's going to the moon. Thanks for being here and taking time with us,
man.
Little people. Kyla, not so erudite.
Yeah, my name is Not So Erudite. You can find me everywhere under Not So Erudite. Erudite is spelled Erudite. I don't know. We didn't talk that much about stochastic terrorism. In telling people, walking people all the way up to doing violence to others, and then leaving it there for them to think about it. Probably not good. There are obviously times where we might be okay with it, but it's usually going to be like in a more military way. There should probably be some social ramifications, and I don't know. I think that it would be reasonable to potentially like the court look at somebody like Nick Fuentes as in like a constant state of like provocation, and like engage in that.
This is crazy. There is never going to be protected unpopular speech in this country if that is the way we're going to go about things.
Somebody like happens to assault him or something like that, which would be wrong. It would be bad to assault him. But I think that there needs to be some level of like social responsibility for the things, particularly like lying. I just don't know how to do it in a way that can be applied in a way that will achieve justice by applying so. But I think the internet is having too large of ramifications to just like be like, well, it's too hard to do, so I guess we'll just keep on yelling at our own and that's it. Like that doesn't feel like a salient answer to me. We need something more. I don't know what it is exactly, but I'm open to ideas.
Again, it's the internet, not all those dead Palestinians in Gaza.
Yes.
Well, thank you for being here.
The internet that we must do something about.
Check her out, Not So Erudite. I have links to her stuff. Hopefully she streams more, and hopefully she'll come back on my show a little bit more, and we can have some fun panels together. Last,
you gotta invite me.
Certainly not least,
Yeah, well, actually, it's funny because I didn't actually realize that this whole podcast was going to be about stochastic terrorism. I think Wick was like, I want to continue the conversation we had. But it's a great conversation, and I'm sorry that if we didn't spend more time on it, but I think I disagree a little bit with Kayla about trying to
Dude, this whole time he has called her Kayla. She corrected him multiple times and he still didn't pick up on it.
So Kyla, sorry. Kyla, about like how we prosecute it. I think Nick Fuentes is a piece of shit, but I think that the best way to deal with Nick Fuentes is for people like me on the right, a MAGA person, to start calling him out, just like Soypill said. I think that the best way to combat this problem with stochastic terrorism is housekeeping, general hygiene. If you don't call out your own side, if you are constantly just either being in denial or ignoring the bad actors on your own side, and this does happen on the left and the right. We have already established that Nick Fuentes is bad, Stu Peters is bad, the Myron Gaines is the Jake Shields, all of these crazy anti-Israel people like Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, like there's
yeah, I mean, yeah, these. The problem with Jake Shields is that he's anti-Israel. It's not that he's like a massive anti-Semite. Same with Nick Fuentes. Same with Candace Owens.
a whole list of people, and I'm calling them out regularly. What I don't
like, I don't even think it's like a Freudian slip. He was pretty explicit that the issue is that they're anti-Israel, not anti-Semitic.
I don't see it, and maybe it's happening, and I'm just not seeing it.
Thank you for subscribing, Moonray Marie.
What I see less is on the left, the people calling out the bad actors on their side. I think that they want to turn a blind eye to the people that incited.
I still don't get exactly what he disagrees on with Fuentes. See, Fuentes thinks it's the Jews, but Misfit Patriot thinks it's the Democrats.
This fucking terrorist who shot 2 people just because they were at a Jewish museum. And it just so happens that his gun jammed, which is the only reason why it didn't turn into a mass casualty.
Again, a Jewish museum hosting what? Who can finish my sentence? Hosting what? Hosting an event for young Israeli diplomats.
Event. And I think that if we at least agree, which we have, which I'm so thankful for. Actually, I really want to say I appreciate this conversation because we were able to at least agree that that's a good thing, to call out the bad behavior. And that's how I see.
Woke right is the thing centrist Republicans made up to attack anti-Israel Republicans. They call us woke right because they claim we use the same woke tactics that the woke left uses. Nonsense. It's nonsense. Okay.
Solving this issue. I don't see making laws about speech as ever a solution. You have Weimar Germany.
I mean, it has to be woke right because then they're going to sound like soy for saying like you're being anti-Semitic. So it has to be couched as, oh, you're the woke right. That's why you're not cool.
You have plenty of historical evidence that anytime speech is regulated, it just leads to back alley, underground, resistance. So let people talk, but talk louder and make sure you're saying the right thing.
Anytime you regulate speech, it leads to back alley resistance. I thought he was going to say it leads to repression and people being unfairly maligned, publicly shamed, fired from their jobs, like deprived of a livelihood, put in jail for the things that they say and believe. But no, it just leads to these people, going underground.
Things to combat their wrong things.
Okay.
So that's it.
Thank you for being here. Links to stuff is in my channel. You can check them out. Again, don't worry. If you want to see more people calling out the left when they do bad things, you should watch more of my show. Okay, that's it. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. Wave bye-bye, everyone. Say bye-bye. Bye. Okay.
Wave bye-bye, everyone. I love Wick. Look at this. There's this channel in chat. Look at that. Go watch Wick. Okay, how are we doing? So we've been going for almost 6 hours. It's almost 1 a.m. I have to stream early tomorrow, but in the meantime, if you're enjoying the content, you are not subscribed to me on Twitch, you should, because then you can enjoy this completely ad-free along with my other subscribers. I'm going to be doing emotes soon. I meant to do that today, but I got stuck fixing my virtual camera for the Left Reckoning appearance. If you enjoyed my appearance on Left Reckoning, you should go... Or wait, if you didn't catch it, because it was earlier at the beginning of the stream, you should go to Matt Lech's Left Reckoning channel, where we talked about my experience on like Manosphere and like Red Pill podcasts generally. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't liked the stream, please go ahead and do so. You can also subscribe to me, and if you want to support the stream, you can follow the donation link in my both chats, both in my description box in YouTube or the donation link pinned right here in my Twitch chat. If you want to follow me, I am at straighterate or straighterate_. on everything. So I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I don't know when. I don't know about what. But in the meantime, I am going to send you. Is Kidnot live? I don't think he's live. Kidnot's not live. Let's go to Riverboat Jack. Let's see. Woo. Send you guys there. All right. Bye, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to talk to RM Brown. It's going to be great.